I am sorry, Felix. Asta tried to comfort Felix after seeing his dejected expression. Felix had anticipated that Cyclope would refuse to repair Mjolnir, but he didn't expect that it would be unrepairable in the first place. This truly threw all of his plans down the drain. When Cyclope saw Felix's disappointment, he proposed with a kind smile. It might not be reparable, but if you bring me Mjolnir, I will salvage it and return most of the materials to their raw state. The quantity naturally will be reduced, but it's still better than nothing. Upon hearing so, Felix's eyes brightened up in delight. He knew that the materials to make Mjolnir were simply too priceless and would move even primogenitors. You can do that? He asked eagerly. Of course, Cyclope chuckled. You can consider it as using your earned favor. The moment Felix heard that it would consume his favor, his happiness was short-lived. He understood that the materials harvested were outstanding all right, but to trade a favor for them? He just felt like it wasn't enough. This was a favor from a primogenitor we are talking about. Even primogenitors treasured their own favors and refrained from using them unless the situation called for it. Felix didn't want to waste it on materials that he had no idea what to do with them. Seeing his hesitation, Cyclope understood what was on his mind. I believe that you can make at least 3 legendary artifacts or more if you handed them to Emperor Lokil. Cyclope smiled. I will recommend you to him, but you will need to pay the fees. The moment Felix heard so, Felix imagined himself suiting himself with legendary artifacts from top to bottom, a dream that no one ever dared of having. Satisfied now? Cyclope chortled after seeing Felix's face color return. Very. Felix grinned widely in elation. Excuse me, Sir Felix. Why don't you ask him to make you a new divine treasure with the materials refined? Mistress Candace suggested. I haven't thought about it at all, Felix exclaimed, feeling a bit foolish to be tempted by legendary artifacts when he was in front of the greatest forger of all time. So what if Mjolnir was unrepairable? It didn't mean that he couldn't fight off an opportunity to use the same materials to make another divine weapon. Even tens of legendary weapons were unable to amount to a single divine weapon. That's because divine weapons were capable of slaying even primogenitors. If Felix was truly thinking of his future and growth, then the answer was clear. Kid, don't push your luck too much, Thor advised. Brother Cyclope is generous and kind. You will be just pissing him off if you mention forging a new divine weapon for you. I know I am being too greedy, Felix hardened his expression. But I will regret it for a lifetime if I didn't at least try to get my own divine weapon. You have been warned. What's the issue again? Cyclope frowned. Felix took a deep breath and spoke composedly. Elder, I am beyond thrilled with your proposal and I believe that it is already too much. But I didn't come here in mind to return with legendary artifacts, but with a divine weapon. As the greatest forger in the history of the universe, I truly hope that you can reconsider using Mjolnir's refined material to create a new divine for me. Felix bowed his head respectfully while his heart kept racing rapidly in agitation. He knew that he was being too greedy, and he might end up upsetting Cyclope. If that happened, he could retract his original offer and send him on his merry way empty-handed. His masters could not change the outcome since he had brought it up on himself. Oh, is that all? Cyclope smiled kindly. You should have said it earlier. I don't have a problem with making you a new divine weapon if the materials are adequate. Please reconsider. Wait, what? Felix lifted his head suddenly with a dumbfounded expression. Meanwhile, Lady Sphinx, Thor, and Jormungandr eyed each other speechlessly, not daring to believe that Cyclope had actually agreed on the first try. God knows how many times did the primogenitors try to convince him to come out of retirement, but to no avail. Some even tried to use favors just like Felix, but nothing was enough to move Cyclope into picking up his forging tools again. Brother Cyclope, did you come out of retirement without telling anyone, or are you jesting with him? Lady Sphinx asked after regaining her composure. I am still retired. Cyclope massaged his shoulder as he replied casually. But I am being serious. If he wanted a new divine weapon, I have no qualms making him one. Why? Felix said respectfully. I am still in disbelief that it was this easy. but I am perplexed about your reasoning. Reasoning? Cyclops smiled kindly as he asked, are you going to use the divine weapon? Most definitely. Felix assured with a serious voice, it will be my primary weapon for the rest of my life. That's your reason. The moment they heard so, Lady Sphinx and the other two managed to finally figure out why Cyclope retired in the first place. No wonder, Brother Cyclope, no wonder. Thor apologized with a bitter smile. I am deeply sorry for how things turned out. Likewise, we had no idea. Lady Sphinx sighed, I should have known better. I am in the same boat as you. I see. When Felix heard his masters lamenting, he managed to connect the dots on his own and understand what they were talking about. It turned out Cyclope retired from making divine treasures for a simple reason really. They weren't being used for the purpose of their creation. Instead, they were being traded like currency and kept as rare collectible. For a genuine, passionate forger, seeing his works being treated as currencies or setting on shelves for bragging rights must have been the worst thing ever. All the effort, pain, love, and struggle to forge a treasure had gone to waste when it wasn't used for its purpose. I don't blame you guys. Cyclope shook his head. It's just that the era of conflict had become a distant memory. So, what's the point of forging new divine weapons when you will simply use them as currency or sit in shelves? Felix's masters didn't know how to replay after hearing so. They knew that he was right. The primogenitor's era was simply filled with too much conflict. It made them always seek new divine treasures to be used in their fights. After all, primogenitors were almost impossible to be killed in fights. If a divine treasure could give them a small edge, then everyone wouldn't hesitate to commission Cyclope to make them a few. In the end, the divine treasures get destroyed while the primogenitors survive the battles. I was at the happiest moments of my life in that era. Cyclope said with nostalgic look, I was always busy making new weapons, armors, researching new effects, testing new materials to indulge your bloodthirstiness. My greatest pride was hearing about the results of your battles and knowing that my divine treasures might have been destroyed, but they served their purpose completely. Alas! The primogenitors had simply grown tired of the fights and meaningless conflicts when they realized that it was resulting in nothing substantial in their lives. So they made up over time and either became friends or at least neutral with each other. Though the hardcore conflicts between some factions remained heated to this day, such as Darkin faction against Felix's masters or Siren with Kumaho. In time, the divine treasures built for battles became mere collectibles. I would rather watch my treasures get used and destroyed than sit on glamorous shelves, Cyclope said with a clear conviction in his voice. The day the primogenitor's era ended was the day Cyclope had put down his tools and ignored every other commission from the primogenitors. You should have told us so. Lady Sphinx soothed, we would have understood your position and stopped bothering you. It was much easier to just tell you I was burnt out. Cyclope coughed. Thought so. Lady Sphinx's eyelids twitched, knowing that Cyclope might look like a scary giant with one eye, but he was a sweetheart who disliked confrontation, especially with females, making Kumaho and Siren to always tease him. Though you could have made divine treasures for the next generation like you were doing with Felix. Thor wondered, it's much better than putting your tools once and for all. The next generation can use artifacts to fight their battles. Cyclope shook his head, just because I want my weapons and items to be used, it doesn't mean I am going to settle for kids playing with them. What about me? Felix was still confused. If that was his reason for rejecting to forge divine treasures for dragons, werewolves, vampires, and such, then he should have been rejected too, even if he had a favor. You are different, Cyclope said. How so? The others don't have primogenitors as enemies, Cyclope said with a faint grin. Felix didn't expect that Cyclope would be able to see right through them. Although Thor and Jormungandr had never pushed Felix to think about fighting against the Darkin faction, Felix always understood that his greatest mission was slaying those three primogenitors. The moment he took Thor and Jormungandr as his masters, he understood that their baggage, enemies, issues, and everything that weighed on them would transform to him. He knew that he could simply ignore them. But he wasn't that grateful to suck in everything good from his masters and not consider them as his family. So, he was destined to fight off against the Darkin faction, and he would rather do it while having a divine weapon resting on his shoulder. Is it that obvious? Thor chuckled. It made sense only after I found out about your death. Cyclope disclosed you bestowed him your elemental manipulations, which meant passing along your legacy too. With this kid's abnormal potential, I believe that he has a small chance of reaching the level of primogenitors if you found a way to solve his physical scaling issue. As expected, Cyclope connected the dots and figured out that Lady Sphinx had nothing to do with Felix's elemental manipulations. After all, he had lighting and poison manipulations of 2 dead primogenitors. Yet, he didn't have Lady Sphinx's sand manipulation too, even though she was with him much earlier than Thor. It just didn't make much sense. The only thing he was still ignorant about was the fact that Felix's physical strength was already solved with the Devourer's heart. Seeing that Felix was a bit nervous about his discovery, Cyclope consoled him. "You don't have to worry. I am not interested in your manipulations. I doubt other primogenitors will bother touch you even if they knew about it. You are underestimating having Lord Cows as your backer." "He is right, Felix," Thor smirked. "Lord Cows has already taken a liking to you and made sure that our peers knows it. Only those with a death wish will dare aim at you." Naturally, he was referring to primogenitors, not everyone. "Anyhow, let's get back to your purpose of your visit," Cyclope informed. "You need to deliver Mjolnir or what left of it to assess what can be saved, and if I will be required any additional materials. So, I don't need to gather every single piece of the hammer anymore, right?" Felix inquired. "You will be salvaging it anyway." "Yes, just bring me the main body," Cyclope replied. Felix sighed in relief. The biggest issue had been resolved. Now he simply needed to pay a visit to the Fisherman clan and purchase either the hammer or the entire planet if they rejected his offer. "By the way, do you want the best of the best or simply something to use?" Cyclope suddenly asked. Just like every forger, quality items needed the finest material and long period of time to perfect the end product. "Naturally, the best," Felix stressed. "I want something of equal quality to Mjolnir at the least." "Oh ho ho, aren't you a greedy little one?" Cyclope chuckled. "Do you even know how long it took to make Mjolnir?" Felix shook his head. "It took me a century to finalize it, and that was while putting my entire focus on it solely." Cyclope shared. "That long?" Felix took a deep breath in shock. He knew that Mjolnir was a masterpiece compared to other divine treasures, but he didn't expect that it would have taken an entire century to forge it. "If you want something of equal quality to Mjolnir, you will need to be extremely patient." Cyclope shrugged. "If you want something simple, I can make it in a day or 2. "What decides the duration?" Felix wondered. "Naturally, the Divine Codex," Cyclope explained. "My worst divine treasures have a couple of 100 divine inscriptions, such as the dimensional ring I placed as reward for the 2nd place in this event. As for masterpieces like Mjolnir, the divine inscriptions can reach up to tens of millions." Cyclope simplified it for Felix. "It's like comparing an artifact with one Futhark with another that has 1,000 Futhark. They are simply incomparable." "No wonder you cared about Mjolnir." Felix always heard about Mjolnir being a masterpiece and even watched it in action when it smashed Jormungandr's head. Yet, he doubted that it would have such giant chasm between it and other divine treasures. Knowing this helped him reach his decision. He wanted a remarkable divine weapon like Mjolnir, but waiting an entire century or even more made him hesitant before. He barely lived for 70 years in total if we combined both of his lifetimes. Now, he would be required to wait a century for a single weapon. He didn't even know if he would be alive until then. On the other hand, settling for a simple divine weapon left a bad taste in his mouth, especially when the materials were from Mjolnir. Although Thor refrained from giving his input, Felix didn't want to do his partner such injustice. "I have Crescent Battleaxe for now. It has proven that it's more than enough to handle even dragons. So, there is no need to be rushed to switch to a divine weapon." Felix reasoned silently. "I don't know if I will be alive for another century, but I know it will feel like crap when I reach it and remember passing on this opportunity." Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix disclosed firmly, "I want the best there is, and I will bring you anything you wanted to achieve my dream weapon." "Good decision." Cyclope smiled. Felix's masters were also satisfied with his patience. In their eyes, a century could pass in the blink of an eye, but they knew that, in Felix's perspective, it was a lot of time. "We will talk about details when you bring me Mjolnir and assess the damage properly." Cyclope nodded while standing up. Felix and his masters stood up too. knowing that it was time for them to leave. Felix thanked him profusely before leaving with his masters. Although the main purpose of their visit had been entirely changed, he didn't dislike the outcome one bit. He knew that divine weapons as great as Mjolnir were few and between around the universe. With Cyclope retirement, they just became even more limited to the point not every primogenitor had one. After a century, hopefully, he would be the owner of a masterpiece too. The first thing Felix did after leaving the meeting was contact Malik and update her on the situation. You can pause all efforts to gather those pieces, he ordered. I need you to contact Mendonis Fisherman Clan and try to purchase the Hammer Mountain. The Hammer Mountain? Malik asked with a confused tone. They will understand what you mean if you tell them, Felix stressed. This is critical to me, Malik. I need that Hammer Mountain at any cost. What's the budget for negotiation? Malik replied with a serious tone after realizing the significance of this mission. Even during the ruin exploration, Felix hadn't used such a tone. 5 billion SC for the Hammer Mountain. Felix said, 10 billion SC for the entire planet. If they refuse to sell them, you can use my name. With Felix's current wealth, he knew that he could offer much more than this. But he would rather not raise suspicion by overpricing the Hammer Mountain. He wasn't aware whether the clan realized the material's worth or not, but he understood that offering too much would make them more adamant at keeping it. If none of the above worked, I will be handling it in person, Felix said coldly. I hope for their sake they finalize the deal with me. Malik knew that Felix couldn't be dealt with anymore in the real world if he decided to screw with someone. Felix might not be able to use the scanned void creatures since they were considered as his responsibility. But he could easily rope in a few more millions and send them to the Mendonis clan for a polite visit. What could they do to defend themselves against this void invasion? Even if they knew that it was his doing, they couldn't prove it before the Queen AI since the void creatures weren't registered. In her eyes, they were simply unlucky to be invaded by them. I hope so too for their own sake, Felix said before hanging up. Felix wasn't going to take a no for an answer. If money or owing him a favor didn't move them, then he wouldn't hesitate to use violence. This was how the universe worked. If you wanted something, take it. Because the same would happen if someone desired something from him. If Felix wasn't strong or knew how to hide, he would have already been caught by hundreds of backgrounds and ripped apart for his secrets. He never cursed them, he never whined that it was unfair, he simply accepted it as normal and adapted to it. That's because he knew that when the time comes, he would do the same thing as them to others. Now that you have dealt with Mjolnir's situation, how about we return to our previous discussion about your void domain? Lady Sphinx initiated the conversation immediately after they returned. When the game ended, Felix didn't bring the subject since he wanted to take a quick nap in the bathtub to relax after the finals. Yes, we stopped at the good part, Felix said enthusiastically. Everyone's ears perked to hear Lady Sphinx's research results and what method she found out that could help Felix keep both his void domain and void immunity. At the start, I tried to find a way that can allow you to obtain void immunity. Lady Sphinx shook her head, but after countless fundamental failures, I realized that it is simply impossible to make a life form immune to void without having the proper genetics for it. So, I turned to Lord Cows's bloodline, believing that I can extract the genetics responsible for void immunity. My thought process was simple. Extract those genetics and infuse them inside your bloodstream after you replace Lord Cow's bloodline. This will in turn replace one of your new bloodline's abilities with void immunity. Lady Sphinx reasoned, but you will be having also void domain etched permanently, so it's a worthy trade. No doubt. Felix nodded in agreement. Void domain was an ultimate ability that could never be compared with other abilities. If it required him to give up on an ability of his new bloodline to keep it as well as void immunity, he wouldn't hesitate to make the trade-off. He understood that he would be required to keep doing this every time he replaced a bloodline. After all, his void immunity would be replaced again when he attempted to go for another replacement. Still, there was no issue with the plan. Unfortunately, I failed at the first step. Lady Sphinx shook her head. I wasn't able to locate the genetics code responsible for the void immunity. It's like a maze with trillions of paths, and I need to find a needle somewhere on it. Although Lady Sphinx's genetics mastery was overshadowing everyone in the universe, she was still left stumped with this issue. I even dropped tens of ongoing project under my copies to assist me in locating the genetics code, but to no avail. So I went with my second best idea. Lady Sphinx shared, I decided to extract genome sequence responsible for your void immunity from your bloodline by using a modified genome specifier needle. Felix was surprised to hear her mention the genome specifier needle. Ever since he took on this unique bloodline path, he completely forgot that it even existed. This device was used by the rest of bloodliners to extract genome sequence for their abilities. When they finish, they utilize another device called the imprinter to etch the extracted ability in their 1% human bloodline. Meanwhile, Felix didn't need to go through this. One thought by the tenants in his consciousness space was enough to etch any ability he desired. Your human system was my inspiration for my ideas. Lady Sphinx admitted before shaking her head, though the genome needles or the imprinter can't do their job properly when used on a primogenitor's bloodline. I had to modify them significantly, and I still fail most of the time to lock on the desired genome sequence. So, it hasn't been perfected yet? Thor wondered. Not yet. Lady Sphinx shared, but I am confident that it won't take more than a year to finish the modification of those devices. Lady Sphinx wasn't planning on testing the devices on Felix when they weren't 100% accurate. She knew that when it came to genes, everything needed to be precise and accurate. Otherwise, the damage caused would be irreversible to Felix's body. I don't mind waiting a year. I still have to reach the Devourer's 6th mark. Felix smiled. I am just glad that I can keep both void domain and immunity. Although the method wasn't perfect as Lady Sphinx said, but it was something at least. But how are you going to replace an ability with another? Felix said with a serious tone. It is already proven that doing so result in nothing but deformation and even death. Human researchers had already attempted to extract abilities and imprint new ones, hoping to create a more diverse system for bloodliners. Alas, forced genetic manipulation resulted in the mentioned two terrible outcomes. In the end, the human researchers warned bloodliners to never attempt and replace their abilities forcefully. The human body was a miracle, and even in this advanced age, it had yet to be fully understood. You don't have to worry about that, Lady Sphinx assured calmly. My copies are working on a solution as we speak. If the abilities replaced were for bestial bloodlines, Lady Sphinx wouldn't need to put even a single copy on this experiment. But when it came primogenitor's bloodlines, everything had to be perfect. I really want to learn genetic manipulation too, Felix expressed. As you mentioned before, the key to humans' uprising is mastering our own genetics instead of relying on beasts' bloodlines. Ever since the day Felix learned about alchemy, he wanted to learn about all its branches of study instead of mastering only potion making, specifically genetic manipulation. However, he was still an apprentice in potion making to dare bring out this matter before Lady Sphinx. The realm of genetics isn't as simple as it seems. Lady Sphinx shook her head. You already have too much on your plate to include another field of study. I understand. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that she was right. He still hadn't learned even rank 5 potions. In addition, he was still required to master the conversion technique of 2 elements. All of this without mentioning his daily training regime with his masters. I will think about it when you master at least 10 rank 5 potions, Lady Sphinx promised, not able to say no to Felix when he was eager to gain knowledge. I will try my best, Felix assured with a serious tone. He was now capable of concocting 3-star difficulty rank 4 potions. In his eyes, it was nothing since he was hanging with Lady Sphinx, the founder of the entire field. But if the news ever get out in the Witch Empire, everything would grind to a halt. That's because it meant that Felix was considered as a Grandmaster Potioneer at the mere age of 24. His progress was even more frightening than Queen Allura, since she was learning potion making from a young age and nothing else. Without a single doubt, the moment Felix became a sage potioneer, he would turn the Witch Empire upside down. Sometime later, Felix could be seen sitting on his living room couch while having a couple of holograms floating around him. He was narrowing his eyes in concentration at the hologram with the details of the third and last game of this event. The more he read, the bigger his frown got. Who could blame him? The game was truly going to be a unique experience and pose an unsurmountable challenge to all players. Game platform, custom game mode. Game format, player versus environment, PvE. Game name, The Tower of Ancestors. Teams participating 12. Items allowed. Artifacts, symbiote-based items, nano-based items. Prize pool, none. Rules of the game. 1. All teams would be placed at the ground floor of the Tower of Ancestors. 2. The teams would be shown 12 sets of stairs. Those staircases were leading to the first floor of the tower. 3. The first 4 floors of the tower would have many types of missions randomized for each team. Monsters waves, mirror battles, puzzle problems, illusionary scenarios, etc. 4. The teams must figure out the condition to finish the mission successfully. Concluding a mission gives you the right to climb to the next floor. 5. The 5th floor of the tower would not have those challenges. Instead, the teams would be faced with a randomized copy of a primogenitor at 1% of his or her strength. 6. Getting killed by the primogenitor copy wasn't definitive. The players were allowed to be respawned after 5 minutes and retry again. 7. There were 2 ways to pass the 5th floor successfully. Either kill the primogenitor or provide a praiseworthy performance and get approved by the real primogenitor of that copy. 8. The 10th floor would have another primogenitor but at 5% strength. The 15th floor would have a primogenitor with 10% strength. The 20th floor would have a primogenitor with 15% strength, and so on. 9. There would be instances where teams would face each other in one of those ancestral floors. In this case, the first team to slay the ancestor's copy would be given the right to climb. The loser team would be dropped by 1 floor. 10. Players might have limitations imposed on their strength and items based on the mission in each floor. 11. The difficulty in missions rise significantly after each ancestral's floor gets cleared. 12. Alliances were allowed within those floors, but no contracts would be drafted. 13. The tower consisted of 50 floors. The team that climbed the highest in 3 days' duration would be proclaimed as the final winner. For more information, please open your SG profile interface. Good luck to all champions. This will be a brutal one for you. Asna commentated. Tell me about it. Felix sighed while massaging his temples. Ever since he read the details about this game during the ceremony, Felix knew that it was going to be the most difficult game in his life. Just the normal floors weren't going to be easy to pass when he had 4 other teammates relying on him. Don't even mention the ancestral floors. The notion of fighting primogenitors always sent goosebumps through his spine. The only thing that was easing his heart was the void domain. You don't have to worry too much, Thor assured. The copies will have a mere fraction of our strength. Most importantly, they are still just AI dummies without the extensive experience and fighting sense that all primogenitors had. If it was going to be easy, I doubt they would have allowed us to respawn infinitely when fighting them. Felix smiled wryly. No matter how Thor tried to make him think less of the ancestral floors, Felix recognized that the fights weren't going to end well for most teams. He was confident that Cheruf's team were going to be having a blast in this game due to their nukes. You also have Void Domain, Asna said. You are the only one with an ability capable of erasing primogenitors with a simple touch. Based on the game's details, it might work against the first primogenitor in the 5th floor. Felix soon shook his head, but from the 10th floor and above, I am certain that the copies will be smart enough to avoid my domain at all cost. Although Felix had used his void domain many times as an offensive tool, he understood that it required many conditions for it to work. In this tower, the floors weren't shrinkable, and he wasn't planning to use his battle axe teleportation strategy since he would be losing his axe for the rest of the game. Meanwhile, the dragons could simply continue dropping nukes on those copies until they finally meet their match. By the time that happened, they would be already 2 ahead from most teams in terms of floors. Thankfully, luck will be playing a major role in this game, Felix hoped. I just wish it will be in my team's side. Asna and the others nodded their heads in agreement. The missions and the primogenitor's copies were going to be randomized. This signified that some teams would get lucky while others would experience absolute hell. For example, if the mermaid's team landed against Siren, their own ancestor, they would not be capable of harming her with their sound abilities. Although the same applied to them, they would still be losing the game. After all, they were the ones rushed to kill Siren to climb the floor, not the opposite. In addition, it was possible to meet other teams in ancestral floors. Felix had no idea how this would be implemented since the rules hadn't explained it fully, but he recognized its importance. It will be truly the worst thing ever to get ambushed during a fight with a primogenitor. Felix soon grinned faintly. But it does provide a nice opportunity to deal with dragons. While others would prefer not meeting the dragons in this game, Felix was on the hunt for them. It wasn't because he was getting cocky after slaying 3, but he knew that it would be extremely challenging to win the race against 5 nuke launchers. He would rather fight with them and get rid of them before they pull too much distance from his team. Forget about luck and focus on training with your team in the next 3 days. Jormungandr advised, nothing is conclusive until it happens. It's not like we can train against primogenitor's copies, Felix said. Primogenitors refused giving permission for others to use their copies. Since there was almost non-existent data about them in the public network, it was impossible to create other copies with that data. Why need copies when you have 3 primogenitors as your sparring partners? Thor cracked his knuckles with a faint grin. I don't mind stretching my limbs a bit. Felix gulped a mouthful in fear at the thought of fighting Thor while he still had his lightning manipulation. Although he had given his lightning manipulation, he could easily regain it back with a simple request from Queen AI. Felix never actually fought him or Jormungandr before since it would be a mere waste of time for all of them. Sure, he got his ass whopped many times by them, and they taught him hand-to-hand combat, but an actual fight never occurred. Don't include me in your barbaric battles. Lady Sphinx waved her hand in rejection. Since you are participating in the event, your copy will make an appearance. They're informed he might end up fighting against you. Then he should call himself lucky. Lady Sphinx said calmly, I am easily beatable compared to the rest. Yeah, right. Thor's eyelids twitched. He knew that Lady Sphinx might present herself always as a pacifist, but she had her own shares of fights during the primogenitor's era. After all, peaceful talks weren't always an option to get what she wanted. Lady Sphinx wanted many things due to her overbearing curiosity. Lady Sphinx glanced at Felix and sighed, fine, one fight. Felix didn't know if he should feel excited that he would be finally fighting actual primogenitors or feel terrified. Whatever it was, he didn't intend to waste this learning opportunity. Half an hour later, Felix could be seen standing next to his masters while being accompanied by his teammates and Elder Aspadakalon. They had been informed about the sparring session with Felix's masters, making them react exactly like Felix. I will be using 1% of my strength, Thor informed while gulping a mouthful of wine. Old Snake will fight you with 5%, and Brother Aspadakalon will join the fun with 10% of his strength. Last but not least, you will be dealing with Lady Sphinx at 15% of her strength. Understood. Yes. Felix and the rest of his team nodded their heads firmly. Let's begin then. Thor snapped his fingers and teleported himself above a vast jungle, knowing that the floors in the tower would be even bigger than this. Soon, Felix, Weber, Rotspawn, Nina, and Slagwing were teleported a few kilometers away from him. Thor had no idea about their location. Even though this was just a spar, Felix wanted it to feel as real as possible. I will locate him. Stay in defensive formation until I return, Felix commanded while jumping within the Void Realm. It didn't take him even a few seconds before he located Thor. He found him sitting above 2 giant bolts of lightning while pouring a bottle of hard liquor down his throat. How's he doing this? Felix stared at the bolts of lightning in awe, feeling too mesmerized by the view to bother returning to his teammates. The lightning bolts were literally making thunderous sounds every so often while remaining static in the air. It was simply illogical in his eyes. He isn't called the god of thunder for no reason, kiddo. Jormungandr smiled, this is nothing for him. You better not underestimate him because he is using just 1% of his total strength. I never had such thoughts. Felix regained his composure and swiftly relayed the intel back to his team. Master is chilling in the center of the map. He is clearly underestimating us and believing that it's impossible to beat him. Felix narrowed his eyes in focus as he planned with his team. This meant our best shot to kill him is our first move. It needs to be deadly, unexpected, and unblockable. How do you suggest we do this, genius? Slagwing scoffed. Elder Thor will not fall to your schemes when he is literally your master. You are an open book before him. Although he said it in a shitty way, Slagwing was right in his reasoning. Felix didn't argue with him. Instead, he proposed a solution with a faint smirk. That's why I am not the one creating a plan for this battle, it will be you guys. Thor would predict almost any plan that Felix attempted to pull off against him. But the same couldn't be said about the others. In fact, Felix believed that Thor would end up tunneling on him solely and ignore his teammates, making them his biggest assets. How the hell are we supposed to come up with a plan against a primogenitor? Slagwings retorted. That's your problem. Felix shrugged his shoulders as he warned, just so you know, if you don't come with anything, I will consider replacing one of you with Barbie Claw. You. Slagwing's expression turned ugly instantly. He knew that Felix would target him since he was the only one still not accepting having him in the team. Because Felix was the captain, he had the right to replace anyone he wanted. Elder Aspidocalone would not reject him even if he wanted to replace Slagwing with Barbie Claw at the moment. But Felix still wanted to give him an opportunity to change his mind. Less glaring and more thinking. Felix warned, Master isn't the most patient. If we don't act soon, he will grow bored and come looking for us on his own. Upon hearing so, his teammates stopped wasting time and began discussing with each other on viable ways to ambush Thor. Although Felix didn't take part in it, he offered his input once in a while. Yet still, they never managed to come out with a legit plan that satisfied all of them. Seconds went by, then minutes. The only thing they did was move out their location to underground. They sure are taking a while. Thor stretched his shoulders lazily before standing up on those 2 lightning bolts. Then, there was no then. He completely disappeared out of sight, leaving behind him a deafening, thunderous explosion. Thor understood that their copies would not give them even 2 minutes before they locate them at the ancestral floor. He already did them a favor by waiting an entire 5 minutes. They must be underground, Thor thought after he finished scouting the jungle without any results. Because he was at mere 1% of his strength, his senses had been dulled to the point they were as good as the dragons. If he was at his peak, he would have easily located them by simply sensing the electrical discharges within their bodies. After all, the nervous system of most life forms relies on electricity to deliver signals between the brain and the body. It's pain in the ass to follow them underground. Thor stopped bothering with trying to locate them and simply returned to his position. However, he didn't restart drinking again, but pointed his finger at the crystal-clear sky. He is really too lazy. Aspidocalone chuckled as he watched gray cloud gather above the jungle. The sun was completely hidden by the gloomy clouds, not allowing even a small ray of light to escape through the cracks. Rumble, rumble. In a few moments, flashes of light began to appear on the clouds while followed by thunderous blasts. They were loud enough they echoed through the entire jungle. The jungle wasn't as big as the Amazon, but it was still vast enough it surpassed tens of square kilometers. Yet, the thunderstorm was shrouding it entirely. Boom, boom. The show has begun. Jormungandr smiled faintly as he watched tens of lightning bolts strike down the trees randomly. They get set on fire immediately, making it even worse. With each passing second, the lightning bolts' numbers doubled while turning much thicker and scarier. In less than 10 seconds, fire was raging all over the jungle. Yet, the lightning bolts were still increasing in numbers continuously. Burning trees began crushing on the ground or on each other, creating faint tremors throughout the entire jungle. The moment those tremors became frequent, the heavenly turtles started sensing them. At the moment, they were hiding at least 50 kilometers below the ground, knowing that no amount of caution would be enough against a primogenitor. Something is going on the surface, Nina shared with a frown. I am feeling it too. Weber nodded. I will go check. Felix nodded in understanding, trusting in their senses. He jumped within the void realm and reached the surface in an instant. The moment Felix spotted the ongoing apocalyptic scene, his jaw was dropped in disbelief. What the fuck am I watching? Felix ought to feel this way when he was observing the craziest phenomenon in his life. The sky was raining lightning bolts, literally. It was almost impossible to see a single damn thing or hear anything due to the flashes of lightning bolts and the thunderclaps. With widened eyes and chills coursing on his spine, Felix could only stare at the jungle getting absolutely demolished. Even the fire was being put off forcefully due to the lightning bolts striking the same place over and over again without any clear sight of stopping. When Felix noticed that Thor drinking liquor causally under the thunderstorm, he had absolutely no idea what to think. He could see that Thor was absorbing the lightning and releasing it automatically, creating a giant field of electricity. How the hell are we supposed to fight? Felix's heart sunk to the bottom of his stomach at the thought of his teammates emerging on the surface. With his lightning immunity, this was heaven to him, but for his teammates. He knew that they would be forced to remain hidden within their shells if they wanted to avoid turning into barbecued turtles. To make matters worse, any Earth-based ability that they use would end up shattering to pieces after being struck by tens of lightning bolts in a single-second window. In other words, as long as the thunderstorm remained, Felix was on his own. Are we being scammed here? Felix cried inwardly. How is this 1% of his strength? For the first time, Felix had a small taste of what the god of thunder was capable of. He never dared to underestimate Thor even though his strength was limited to 1%. Yet, he still didn't expect that it would be this bad. Felix swiftly returned to his teammates and updated them. All of them felt their blood run cold at the notion of resurfacing under a rain of lightning. What should we do? Weber asked in agitation. Should we wait until he runs out of energy or what? We should, Nina said. I doubt he can maintain such a big and active thundercloud for long. Since Thor was at 1% of his strength, this meant that his elemental pool was limited too. No. Still, Felix rejected their strategy. He knew that Thor wouldn't make such a rookie mistake of showing off this magnificent thundercloud without being able to sustain it for a long period of time. Knowing that he had already mastered the conversion technique made him understand that Thor was actively converting a flood of neutral energy to lightning energy as they speak. This would ensure that the thundercloud would remain for at least 30 minutes or more. We received a massive opportunity in our hands to fight with 4 primogenitors. Felix said composedly, let's not waste it by being cowardly. Agreed. Rotspawn nodded. Our ancestor will not be pleased if we remained hiding for more than 15 minutes. Plus, the Tower of Ancestor is still a race to the top. We can't play it too slow lest we end up being left behind by the other teams. Weber added. Whether they liked it or not, they needed to come out of their hiding and take up Thor's challenge. Since I am the only one with immunity to lightning, I will keep pressuring him until he gets forced to deactivate this thunderstorm. Felix informed. The moment that happened, you will resurface and attack together. Now that Thor had made the first move, there was no point in letting them create a plan on their own. When Felix received his teammates' confirmation, he swiftly returned to the surface from the Void Realm. He went to the corner of the scorched black forest and emerged. Crackle! Crackle! The moment his feet touched the ground, he felt an euphoric sensation after getting struck by numerous lightning bolts. He didn't need to wear anything as his body was completely shrouded in bright electrical charges, making it impossible to stare at him for even a second. When can I reach this level of lightning manipulation? Felix's heart raced at the overflowing energy within him. He felt so light and strong. He believed that it would be possible to slay a dragon in less than a second with battle-axe. He didn't know if that a mere misconception or he could pull it off. Whatever it was, he wanted to reach at least this height in lightning manipulation. Without further ado, Felix beamed his crescent battle-axe. Boom, boom. Just like the sky had been angered with an intruder, hundreds of lightning bolts focused on Battle's head. Crap! Felix cursed after seeing that Battle-Axe's head was turning extremely red due to the heat carried in those bolts. He completely forgot that some material mixed within it were electricity conductors. Although those lightning bolts weren't enough to crack the battle-axe, Felix knew that the head would most definitely start melting if it remained for longer than a minute under this never-ending barrage. What's worse, the vines were also starting to emit a burnt smell while turning black. Felix swiftly beamed the battle-axe back within his spatial card with a frustrated look. His chances to defeat Thor had just gotten even slimmer before he even got close to him. Fuck it, he can't kill me with lightning and his physical strength has been reduced to an abysmal level. Felix steeled his guts and dashed at a supersonic speed towards the center of the map, not caring about wasting his stored lightning. Under this thunderstorm, he was being recharged continuously. There you are. Thor smiled a little after sensing an irregular discharge of electricity a few kilometers up north. He recognized that it belonged to Felix in a heartbeat. Hee. Let's bully him for a bit. Thor snapped his fingers causally and appeared before Felix akin to a ghost, scaring the shit out of him. Boom. With a faint grin, Thor struck Felix in the stomach with his elbow, resulting in him smashing through countless destroyed trees on the ground. Before he stopped, Thor teleported behind Felix through the lightning bolts and kneed him in his lower back. Crack. Felix's expression twisted in agony after his spine got fractured. Because of Thor's strength being limited significantly, he wouldn't have even been able to cause such damage. However, he was relying on the momentum of Felix's body to enhance the power of his strikes. That's why he kept teleporting always next to Felix the moment he reached his peak momentum and then deliver a deadly strike to his vitals. Boom boom boom. Asna and the primogenitors could only watch Felix receiving the beating of a lifetime without being able to even escape from Thor's grasp. Thor's strength might be limited, but his experience and honed battle instincts are simply too godly compared to Felix. Lady Sphinx commentated calmly. Felix realized this as well after his counterattacks kept failing miserably. To make matters worse, every time he blinked away, Thor was able to catch up to him in a split second and continue his thrashing. I need to force him away. Felix hardened expression and used his void domain. The instant Thor spotted the emerging dark sphere, he canceled his kick halfway and transmuted himself into electricity before pulling away from Felix. Under this apocalyptic thunderstorm, Thor was almost untouchable due to his transmutation ability. You can't hide forever, little Felix, Thor said playfully while watching the small-sized void domain consume his lightning bolts silently. Felix knew that the void domain was merely a temporary solution. He was bound to run out of void energy at any moment if he didn't cancel it. Hence, he swiftly created a void rift and jumped within it. Thor watched him do so casually, knowing that Felix was bound to come out. As his master, he knew that this beatdown was still not enough to break his mentality. Lightning transmutation was really wasted on me. After seeing transmutation true horror in the right environment, Felix began regretting a little giving up on it to keep his lightning quick reflexes. It was simply too powerful, making Thor untouchable. But when he remembered the many benefits his lightning quick reflexes gave him, he dropped the thought and refocused on making a new plan. He could always learn lightning transmutation, but he could not get his lightning absorbers ever again. As long as he keeps teleporting by transmuting into electricity, he will always be faster than anything I use. Felix frowned as he pondered. Is there another way to win besides waiting until he exhausts his ener? Rumble rumble. Before Felix could finish his thought, Thor snapped his finger and dissipated the thunderclouds. The lightning bolts began decreasing in numbers until peacefulness had been returned to the jungle. The only noticeable difference was the burnt-down forest to the ground and the raising ashes, creating new black clouds in the sky. Is he making it easier for us? Felix knitted his eyebrows in displeasure. He understood that defeating Thor wasn't going to be easy, but he didn't want him to go soft on them. After all, he was supposed to use 1% of his strength and go all out with it to make them recognize how difficult it would be to pass the ancestral floors. Just as Felix's thoughts were getting dark, his heart skipped a beat when he saw the ground shaking and Thor grinning faintly while clutching a blinding golden lightning bolt. Oh fuck! He instantly realized that he was mistaken about Thor's purpose of removing his thundercloud. He wasn't trying to make it easy on them but to bait out Felix's teammates. As expected, he knew Felix too well. He easily predicted that he was trying to get rid of the thunderclouds to give his teammates a better battlefield. Whoosh! Felix jumped outside of the void rift and waited for his AP bracelet to get created, wanting to send a warning to his teammates as fast as possible. Not happening, kiddo. Thor smirked faintly as he hurled the golden lightning bolt at him, forcing Felix to return within his void rift. Knowing that Thor was onto him, Felix quickly teleported a few kilometers away from Thor and exited the void realm again. The moment his AP bracelet was created, he swiftly shouted in agitation, "Don't come out!" Alas, he was still a tad too late. Thor didn't wait for the heavenly turtles to resurface after finding their location. He transmuted himself into an illuminating milky white lightning bolt and charged at the ground. Retreat now, goo. Just as Weber wanted to turn around, his eyes picked up a blinding light coming from above him, forcing him to squint. Before he could comprehend what it was, the lightning bolt struck him exactly in the face. SCLZLZLZL. Electricity coursed through Weber's gigantic body, making him spasm in his place with his eyes rolled at the back of his head. Weber! Rotspawn and the others shouted at him with terrified looks, not daring to approach him after seeing that he was completely covered with electricity. In a few seconds, Weber stopped his seizure and laid in the tunnel with his limbs stretched out. They were emitting smoke and a smell of a burnt animal. When his teammates tried to sense his heartbeats, they were horrified to hear nothing but utter silence. He couldn't be any more dead. SCLZLZLZLZLZ. Unfortunately for them, Thor disliked wasting time when he could spend it drinking liquor. He popped in front of Slagwing suddenly while materializing into a humanized electrical charge. Then, he smiled creepily and said, "For the rest of you, I will give you a small demonstration of what you should be worried about when facing my copy." Just as they tried to regain their wits, Thor pointed 3 fingers at them and fired small electrical discharge at their heads. They were so small, they weren't able to evade them even when they saw them coming. All of them felt their hearts sink to the bottom of their stomach at the thought of being hit by Thor's weird ability. Weber's burnt-down corpse was still near them as a reminder that Thor wasn't a boaster. "Huh? I feel nothing." "Same. Did it fail?" However, after a moment or two, all of them raised their eyebrows in surprise after realizing that nothing much changed within them. Thor had already disappeared, leaving them a bit bewildered about the situation. "What's going on down there? Are you all well?" Queen delivered a message from Felix. Although it was monotonous, they could hear Felix's distressed voice. "Weber is down, but we are still fine, I think. Elder Thor has..." "Little idiot. Are you ready to witness one of my favorite abilities?" Felix and the rest were shocked speechless to hear Rotspawn deliver such a message to everyone. It was so random and out of place, all of them had no idea how to react properly. Boom boom. "What the hell? I can't control my body." Rotspawn screamed in terror as he watched his limbs started to dig towards the surface. "Me too. What's going on?" Nina and Slagwing soon realized that he wasn't the only one who lost complete control over his body. They began digging upward, following him. In a few moments, they emerged on the surface with a dumbfounded and agitated expressions. "Do you know what happened to them?" Abruptly, Thor asked causally after appearing next to Felix in the same humanoid electrical form. When Felix noticed that Thor wasn't planning on attacking him, he didn't move an inch. "How would I know?" Felix gulped a mouthful at the sight of his teammates sitting causally with frightened looks. At the moment, he was hearing his teammates' unsettling messages about losing complete control over their bodies. "I used this." Thor smiled faintly as he created a tiny common discharge. Felix looked at it closely and realized that it was nothing but a simple common discharge. In fact, he doubted that it could even affect a normal civilian due to its low voltage. "You are right. It's just a common discharge. But in my hands?" Thor chuckled and said, "I turned it into a parasite." "Parasite?" Felix's eyes widened in disbelief. This was one of the last terms he ever dared of dreaming about it being used to describe a lightning ability. "By infusing it within life forms, I am capable of taking complete control over their signal system, responsible over their thoughts, behaviors, movements, and feelings, most importantly." Thor smiled faintly and pointed his finger at Rotspawn. "I can even control their elemental manipulation." With widened eyes in disbelief, Felix watched Rotspawn open his jaw widely and release a flood of mud in his direction against his will. Felix was forced to evade the attack even though his thoughts were in complete disarray. Not once did he expect the fight to end up like this. "Fucking hell. I can't stop it." Rotspawn cried in his mind as he kept firing a torrent of mud at Felix uncontrollably. He felt like he was a mere spectator within his own body. Hell, he was certain that even his emotions could be manipulated if Thor wanted. "I am quite certain that my copy will be using this ability against you guys if you end up fighting it in the 5th floor." Thor informed calmly while controlling the 3 heavenly turtles to keep pressuring Felix. Felix couldn't do anything but keep evading their attacks. He was unable to fight back, neither could he target Thor when he was in a complete elemental form, making him untouchable. So, I advise you to think of a way to free them out of my restraint, Thor said. Upon hearing so, Felix realized that Thor wouldn't have said that if this abnormal ability wasn't without limitation. The infused parasitic discharge must have hijacked their nervous system and not completely destroyed it. Felix pondered as he kept dodging all sorts of Earth-based abilities. This allows Master to control them with his external manipulation. Felix understood that controlling someone mentally was 1,000 times much easier than this. After all, mind controlling someone simply enables the controller to give out orders to the affected individual. He would be carrying them out subconsciously. On the other hand, the parasitic discharge gives complete manual control to the body and mind. This allowed Thor to be more free in his control to the point he could even use elemental abilities by sending out the appropriate signals. But at the same time, it had a heavy toll on the mind. Felix knew that if it was him, he wouldn't even be able to control a frog to walk. It's unfathomable how can he achieve such a complex control over 3 bodies remotely, but as long as I get rid of the discharge, they will be freed from his control. Without further ado, Felix blinked next to Rotspawn's left leg and released a high disorienting voltage through his skin. Rotspawn started spasming for a few moments before falling into the ground without a single ounce of strength in his limbs. What did you do, Captain? I can't Faye. Ellen, Whitey. Ing. Rotspawn exclaimed in horror as he remained static on the ground, not moving an inch. Did I just paralyze him? Felix frowned while sensing the electrical signals within Rotspawn's body. They were faint throughout his entire body, and they were getting fainter. Felix realized that Rotspawn's organs would start failing in a few seconds at best. In half a minute, his brain would shut down entirely. Why do you think I never taught you this ability before? Thor shook his head as he appeared above Felix. Forget the difficult manual control part. You won't even be able to hijack someone's nervous system, Thor explained calmly. It's a very delicate process that requires a perfect understanding of the nervous system of the life form you are trying to control. That common discharge has been created with the perfect voltage to infuse itself within your teammate's nervous system. If it's lower, they won't even sense it. If it's higher, they might feel a tiny prick on their skin, Thor stressed. It has to be flawless. No wonder. The fog had been cleared out of Felix's mind after hearing his explanation. He believed that by shocking his teammates' nervous system he might be able to remove the parasitic discharge and give them their control back. Unfortunately, his interference had made it much worse as the moment he tried to kill off the discharge, Thor simply decided to kill off the host. It wasn't that hard when he literally controlled his emotions and even thoughts. Does this mean the only 2 options left are either force you out of your external manipulation range or avoid being invaded by those parasitic discharges from the get-go? Felix didn't like those 2 options one bit. Kicking off Thor out of his external manipulation was almost impossible when he could simply transmute into lightning. As for avoiding the parasitic discharges, it wouldn't be easy when they were so small, it was almost impossible to spot them. You should understand now, Thor comforted. Your goal isn't to defeat or kill a primogenitor copy, but to impress us, so we can allow you to pass the ancestral floors. I see. Felix sighed exasperatedly. Although he knew that defeating Thor wasn't going to be an easy task, he didn't expect him to be this difficult to deal with even he had just 1% of his strength. Although the copies in the game were going to be much easier to handle than dealing with the real deal, Felix already dropped any thoughts he had about killing them. He couldn't even handle Thor while he had lightning immunity. He didn't dare what would happen to him when he lands against other primogenitors. Right now, he would be happy if his team's performance had warranted him a pass to the next floor. Prepare for your next fight. Thor clapped his hands and teleported everyone outside the jungle. We are done here. There was no point in fighting when he had taken control over Felix's team and making sure that it would be impossible for Felix to save them. Did you have to demoralize them this hard? Aspidocalone scolded Thor after seeing his descendants' depressed expressions. They had to understand what they will be dealing with. Thor shrugged his shoulders as he beamed a bottle of dark liquor. Let's take a 10-minute break, Jormungandr proposed. knowing that fighting them at the moment wouldn't benefit them at all. The entire purpose of the spar was to teach them and set them straight for their upcoming game, not to bully them. So, after seeing that some color had been restored in their faces, Jormungandr challenged them with 5% of his strength. "Go easy on US Master," Felix coughed. "You don't have to worry," Jormungandr smiled. "I will be using 2-3 abilities at best." 3 ability? Felix gulped audibility, feeling even more nervous at the sound of that. Too bad. Jormungandr didn't intend to explain any further. He teleported them to a medieval city with a ruined towering castle and destroyed wooden houses. Even the walls surrounding the town weren't spared as they were completely toppled over. Felix and his team were placed near the northern wall while Jormungandr had teleported himself to the center. "How are we going to fight him?" Weber shivered. "I can't even imagine what he can do with 5% of his strength." With all due respect to Elder Jormungandr, he is still a poison user. Slagwing smirked. "We just need to protect our skin with a solid armor and refrain from reducing our breathing to the minimum." Agreed. Nina nodded. "Captain is immune to poison and we can easily hold our breaths for hours without an issue to our performance. We just have to worry about his physical strength." Rotspawn added. "I doubt he will be fighting us with his fists." Slagwing smirked. "It's already known that Elder Thor and Elder Jormungandr are rivals. Since Elder Thor has defeated us while using mostly his element, I firmly believe that Elder Jormungandr will do the same." "True. We can actually win this." While his teammates were getting hyped up about killing his master, Felix remained as quiet as a mouse. He could see that his master was being underestimated due to his element. After all, there wasn't any good representation of poison element for a very long time now, making them subconsciously trust in their countermeasures. But Felix understood the true horror of poison in the right hands. He truly feared for his life in this fight, even though he was immune to poison. Let them be happy while it lasts. Felix kept those thoughts to himself and began preparing to ambush Jormungandr. He didn't even need to scout ahead to know that Jormungandr must be waiting for them in the center of the map. In a few minutes, they agreed on a simple plan that should work if no one butchered his part. All of them moved at once, heading towards Jormungandr from different directions. They were wearing brown solid armor that covered every inch of their skin, exposing only their eyes. Meanwhile, Felix didn't jump into Void Realm as he hid within Weber's shell while carrying his battle axe. When everyone got to their locations, he asked if they were ready. The moment he received confirmation, he gave out the order to attack simultaneously. Whoosh whoosh. The 4 turtles began hurling giant solid boulders, spears, swords, and all sort of ranged abilities at the chilling Jormungandr. "Keep it up," Felix stressed as he watched Jormungandr evade the abilities effortlessly. Even when it was impossible to be dodged, he simply waved his hand and the boulders get blown out into tiny fragments. It was a futile offense since Jormungandr possessed 5% of his strength, which meant his physical defenses were even more abnormal than dragons and heavenly turtles combined. Futile attempts. Jormungandr shook his head while placing his hands together. Then he murmured, "True Poison X16, release." Poof! A humongous dark purplish cloud was released from Jormungandr's pores, covering hundreds of meters around him and still spreading rapidly towards Felix and his team. The hell? How is that possible? Is that really poison? Rotspawn and the others couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief at the sight of their abilities turning into purplish ashes the moment they get touched by the poisonous cloud. What's even more harrowing was the fact that buildings, ground tiles, plants, and anything in front of the cloud had been met with the same outcome. It was like a plague was being spread. A plague that didn't differentiate from a life forms or objects. "Run! Don't get touched by it," Felix shouted from within Weber's shell. But the PLA. "Forget about the plan and just put your distance from it." Rotspawn and the rest dropped their assault immediately and retreated underground, knowing the poisonous cloud was going to be engulfing at least a few kilometers of distance in half a minute at best. Meanwhile, Felix had already dropped from Weber's shell and entered the Void Realm. Based on his hardened expression, he wasn't pleased with the current development. His previous plan was meant to use his teammates to distract Jormungandr for a few moments before throwing his laced battle axe at him within the chaos. In that split second when the battle axe would either pass by him or get blocked, he would teleport next to him while extending a small void domain within his palm. With a single direct punch, Jormungandr would be no more. Unfortunately, Jormungandr wasn't going to stay still for that to happen. Whoosh whoosh. The wind raged in the town, pushing the gigantic poisonous cloud further and further to the edges of the map. This is true poison. Felix didn't know if he should feel excited or scared at the sight of the poisonous cloud running rampant in the map. He wasn't told by Jormungandr, but he believed that the number of inducements merged to create this harrowing plague must have surpassed 100 at the minimum. On the other hand, the true poison that he used to slay Nethercutter had merely half that number or even less. Felix understood if he kept improving on his poison manipulation, he would start using this destructive poison that was as deadly as void energy. A short while later, the entire map had been engulfed completely with the poison, appearing like a purplish fog being sent from the depth of the abyss. Shit, it's the same situation as in the previous fight. Felix sighed in frustration. He knew that his team would be dead the instant they resurfaced, and none of them could do anything about it. If dragons were in the same situation right now, they could simply fly high above and nuke the entire map, getting rid of the poisonous cloud in an instant. This was the reason Felix was worried heavily about the dragons' team. Their firepower could destroy most primogenitor's abilities that would make other teams struggle for hours. Unfortunately for him, Jormungandr wasn't done yet. "Rise," he said calmly as he lifted his arms in the sky. The poisonous purplish cloud began split and morph into many humanoid and monstrous forms. In a few moments, thousands of towering misty purplish monsters were created. Some of them were holding into weapons and some of them had their entire bodies as weapons. "Solidify," Jormungandr ordered. Whoosh whoosh. What remained of the misty cloud started rushing into those misty monsters, appearing like they were absorbing them. Instead of growing bigger, they were getting darker in shade. It didn't take even a couple of seconds before the monsters get thoroughly transformed into a solidified version of themselves. There was no more mist being released from them as they appeared as hard as boulders. Felix was left completely at loss for words at the sight of this emerging army. This was the first time ever he saw an army created purely from the deadliest poison in the universe. He couldn't even imagine how it would be possible to fight them when a single touch would lead anyone to get erased from existence. "Seek them out," Jormungandr commanded calmly. Thud, thud, thud. The ground shook, and the atmosphere had been stiffened as those towering monsters began charging towards the tunnels. Because there were too many of them, the tunnels weren't going to support all of them at once. So, a few bestial-shaped creatures started to dig their own tunnels. They can do that? Felix was shocked to see that ground posed absolutely no resistance to those creatures. The poison was simply too potent, even the dirt was affected heavily by it. In a few moments, the majority of the army were already tailing Weber and the others, who had absolutely no idea about the current development. Knowing that it wasn't time to be spectating, Felix swiftly returned to his teammates and ordered them to prepare to battle underground. Did he send an army? "Why is the ground shaking so much?" Weber exclaimed. "It's an army made out of that poisonous cloud." Felix warned them sternly, "Do not get touched by them at all cost." "Isn't better to just escape?" "No, we have to fight." Felix denied it firmly. He understood that escaping now would merely buy them 15 minutes or 20 at best before they get placed in a much worse situation. Based on the digging speed of those abominations and their overwhelming numbers, he knew that it wouldn't take them forever to spread out through the underground. Since Jormungandr was still releasing poisonous cloud on the surface, this would make them get trapped underground. In the end, they would get killed without putting a decent fight, and he would be left alone again. "Underground is our turf." Nina narrowed her eyes dangerously. "Let's give them hell." "The plan is simple." Felix swiftly ordered. "Nina, Slagwing, you will be responsible for moderating the numbers of poison puppets." Since they decided to fight, Felix was going to make sure that it would be on their terms. So, instead of getting charged by thousands of poison puppets, he would be taking a dozen at each time with his teammates. "Understood. The rest will be responsible for destroying the puppets." Felix stressed, to avoid getting contaminated in such a tight space, we will be always on the move. So, we separate the army into waves, and after dealing with one wave, we retreat to another location and repeat the same process. Rotspawn asked. That's it. Thud thud thud. The moment Felix said so, the ceiling of their tunnel started shaking to the point even Felix began feeling it. Reinforce the tunnel walls and get prepared, Felix commanded while tightening his fists, preparing to engage in close combat with the giant's puppets. He wanted to avoid using his battle axe after seeing the poison's potency. In addition, he realized that breaking those puppets would do them no good. Here they come, Weber shouted after sensing the approaching noisy footsteps in all the surrounding tunnels. I will give you some light, Felix said as he covered his arms with electricity. Within such a vast tunnel, it was barely enough to light around his teammates. Yet it was much better than utter darkness. Boom, boom, boom. I will take care of them, Felix yelled the instant he saw tens of poison puppets burst through the ceiling and aim at them with soulless eyes. Without an ounce of hesitation, he opened a large void rift and watched the poison puppets keep falling within the void realm continuously. The void rift was big enough it surpassed tens of meters, allowing Weber and the rest to focus entirely on the poison puppets coming from the sides. Mud flood. Weber and Rotspawn flooded the tunnels with sticky mud, which forced the poison puppets to slow down. Some of them even ended up getting drowned within it. Solidify. When they saw that the majority of poison puppets were caught, they swiftly hardened the mud. Close the tunnels now, Felix ordered immediately. Nina and Slagwing did as they were told and forced the tunnel to collapse behind the frozen puppets in the mud. Knowing that the puppets could easily dig through the rubble, Nina and Slagwing kept reinforcing it with boulders. My turn. Felix smiled coldly and blinked next to the caught puppets. Then, he created tiny void rifts within each one of them. This resulted in getting them erased from existence without leaving a single poisonous particle behind. Smart, Thor praised. If they had used brute force, they would end up making the situation even worse since the poison puppets will return to their misty forms. Unfortunately for them, the old snake knows better, Thor chuckled. Before Felix and the others could celebrate the success of their strategy, they were shocked to notice that the remaining poison puppets started exploding. Oh no! Before Felix and the others could celebrate the success of their strategy, they were shocked to notice that the remaining poison puppets started exploding. Phew. Felix and the rest reacted extremely fast and used their abilities to take cover against the poisonous projectiles. Felix created many void rifts that acted as shields. On the other hand, his teammates hid within their shells while pulling giant solidified walls. Sadly, the poisonous fragments were too potent. They managed to penetrate past the walls and land on their shells. The moment they touched their shells, they bounced away, not able to penetrate it as well. However, they left many purplish discoloring on them that were being spread in a slow manner throughout their shells. Fuck this, I am leaving. Not able to handle the bombardment anymore, Slagwing was the first to throw the towel and retreat downward by digging another tunnel. You fucking retard, Felix cursed furiously after Slagwing bailed on his post. Felix knew that retreating was the only solution at the moment, and he intended to do so. However, it wasn't as simple as digging downward or jumping in the void realm. He knew that the only reason they were not being run over was due to Nina and Slagwing keeping the tunnels reinforced. Now that Slagwing had bailed on them without warning, boom, boom, boom. Countless poison puppets broke through the rubble and charged towards them akin to suicide bombers. Felix knew that the moment they enter their range, they would start exploding yet again. Leave. I will cover your back, Felix commanded. We will be waiting for you. Weber, Nina, and Rotspawn didn't hesitate to follow Slagwing, knowing that Felix wouldn't be killed by those poison puppets no matter what. Boom, boom. Since Nina left her post, the rest of the tunnels were broken through immediately. Felix wasn't concerned with the increased number of the poison puppets. He waited until the majority were near him and then activated his void domain. Just like Moat flying towards the fire, the poison puppets kept disappearing into the dark sphere. Although Felix had expanded it to the limit, Many poison puppets had escaped the void domain and chased after his teammates by digging their own tunnels. It looks like Master isn't micromanaging them but still gives them general orders. Felix reasoned after seeing that the rest of the puppets kept avoiding his domain. When Felix did a quick calculation, he realized that his domain had barely killed more than 100 poison puppet. His void energy was on the verge of exhaustion for a mere 100 puppets. He didn't need to return to the surface to understand that Jormungandr was probably making thousands of additional puppets. He was absolutely right. Jormungandr could be seen chilling while continuously enlarging his already overwhelming army. 5% strength meant that his elemental pool could sustain making even 100,000 of those puppets if he wanted. This is hard, this is far too hard. Felix knitted his eyebrows. I understand that we merely need to impress the primogenitors to pass the floor, but how are we supposed to do that when each ability used can kill us numerous times? The only hope that Felix had about the game was the fact that the copies would not be as smart as the real deal. This would make it a bit easier to pull fast one on them. If not, they would get killed infinitely until the end of the game. Knowing that it was futile to keep his void domain active, Felix swiftly entered the void realm and used it as a shortcut to meet his teammates. However, when he arrived and saw their condition, he knew that the battle was already over. "Captain, I don't feel so good," Weber said with a faint voice and droopy eyes. Felix wasn't focusing on his face but the purplish dots that were spreading all over his skin. They had already covered his entire shell, making Felix conclude that this was the doing of the poisonous fragments. "I can't believe the poison was potent enough to affect you through your shell." Felix smiled bitterly as he eyed the rest of his team. All of them exhibited the same symptoms as Weber. Felix knew that they had a mere half a minute or even less before the poison take their lives. "I will never speak trash about poison in my life, ever a guy." Before Rotspawn could finish his sentence, his eyes had been sealed shut. Weber, Nina, and Slagwing went away quietly a few seconds later. Felix didn't even try to save them with medicine, knowing that he would need hours first to research the poison composition, then he needed to experiment several antidotes on them. Even then, it was doubtful if he could create the antidote for this horrendous poison. The moment Jormungandr sensed that his poison had taken the lives of Weber and the others, he snapped his finger and cancelled all of his abilities. As promised, he used 3 abilities: Poisonous Cloud, Poison Puppets, and lastly Puppet Explosion. They were more than enough to put them in utter despair without requiring Jormungandr to move even an inch from his position. After doing so, he teleported them outside the battlefield and rejoined the group. The moment Felix allowed his teammates to perish, he was considered as lost the fight. "Chins up, you guys did better than expected with the little knowledge you had about my abilities." Jormungandr comforted with a gentle smile after seeing their downcast expressions. Even Felix started to have his confidence crack a bit. "Indeed, I firmly believe that the fight will go in a different direction than next time." Aspidok alone nodded. It was common sense that fighting with intel was 100 times much better than doing so blindly. It allowed them to predict what was about to come and prepare for the worst situations. "Highly doubtful." Rotspawn shook his head in frustration. "So what if we knew about Elder Jormungandr's killer poison or his other abilities? We still have no way of defending against them." Seconded. Nina sighed. "Our abilities get poisoned too, and if we get touched by the slightest particles, we end up dying either way. How can we fight like this?" Heavenly turtles were known for their indestructible shells and amazing earth manipulation. Sadly, against Jormungandr's true poison, they amount to nothing. "The only reason I survived both battles was because of my immunities." Felix smiled bitterly. "If we fought against Elder Charuf, Elder Erebus, or even Madame Kumiho, I will be the first to go if I don't hide in my void realm." For the first time in a very long while, Felix was given a reality check about his current strength. When he kept slaying dragons left and right, he was getting a bit overconfident in his strength, making him believe that he was close to the peak. After all, he was slaying members of one of the strongest races in the universe. In his eyes, even if he wasn't at the peak yet, he was getting there. But now, he realized that his void abilities, physical strength, smarts, and elemental manipulations meant absolutely nothing against the real deal. In fact, he wasn't even fighting with the real deal, just a tiny, tiny fraction of it. This was more than plenty for him to wave the white flag. When his masters read his thoughts, they couldn't help but give him funny looks. "Kid, you are still not even 30. Thor bumped Felix in the head as he chided. "Yet, you dare believe that you can defeat us? Even at 0.1%, any random primogenitor can still wipe the floor with you." Felix was used to his fast pace of improving. He forgot that the primogenitors didn't reach such a level of intellect and strength without their own struggles. They lived for billions of years, for God's sake. The things they went through were simply unfathomable to Felix. Even if they lowered their strength below Felix and reduced their elemental manipulation, he would still receive the thrashing of a lifetime. You simply couldn't put a price on billions of years of experience. "I know now." At ease, Felix exhaled deeply after getting rid of those negative thoughts. He understood that his strength was still not even in the radar of primogenitors, but it didn't mean that it would always be like this. As long as he kept working hard, he was bound to achieve the same height. "Take a break. You will be fighting Asphodok alone at 10% of his strength soon," Thor informed. "With all due respect to Elder Asphodok alone, I doubt that will be helpful to us now." Felix shook his head as he asked, "I prefer if you use just 5%. Felix wasn't delusional to believe that the outcome of their fight would be any better than the previous two battles. 5% was already enough to put them in utter despair. He would rather not find out what would happen to them against a primogenitor with 10% of his strength. "Slow and steady," agreed. Asphodok alone smiled as he nodded in agreement. "One more thing." Felix gave Slagwing an indifferent look and said, "You are out." Before Slagwing could react, Felix congratulated Barbieclaw with a kind smile. "You will be part of the main team from onward. I hope we see great things from you." "You." His decision naturally didn't sit right with Slagwing as he glared at him furiously. Felix didn't give a shit about his opinion. He simply guided Barbieclaw about her new responsibilities in the main team, thoroughly ignoring Slagwing. There was simply no way he would be leaving Slagwing in the team when he bailed on his post without given the order by Felix. In the previous battle, no harm was done since they could be revived. But in the game, if he pulled off such a crap in one of the normal floors, he would most definitely end up killing one or two of his teammates. Felix didn't want that heavy toll on his mentality. "Answers. Shut it." Asphodok alone glared at Slagwing the moment he noticed that he was going to ask for his help on the matter. Although he was the team's owner, the instant he promoted Felix to the captaincy, he washed his hands from the team entirely. Since Felix had been showing promising results in his games, he was more than satisfied with his leadership and wouldn't interfere even if he asked to change the entire team with new members. "You brought this upon yourself." Barbieclaw scolded him telepathically. "You bitch. I was doing all of this because of you." Slagwing snapped immediately after seeing that even his girlfriend wasn't on his side. "That's the thing." Barbieclaw sneered coldly. "I never asked you." "You? How could you?" Slagwing felt like his sanity was breaking apart. Ever since the day Felix met the team, he was always acting against him because he stole his girlfriend's spot in the main team. That's what he was telling himself, but in reality, he was simply too proud to admit that a human was much better than him. Barbieclaw and the rest had already accepted Felix and treated him as the captain. So, his entire excuse to be a dick and listen to Felix's orders had nothing to do with her. Well, at least his wish came through and his girlfriend had returned to the main team. "You will regret your decision immensely," Slagwing said calmly at Felix and Barbieclaw while suppressing the bottling rage within him. Felix wasn't concerned with his threat as he kept discussing with the team on ways to beat Asphodok alone. "Motherfuckers." Seeing that no one paid him any attention, Slagwing cursed furiously and went to sit at the corner. He wanted to storm off, but his ancestor didn't give him permission. So, he could only hang around even though he wanted dearly to jump on Felix and carve his entire body. 3 days later, Felix and his team could be seen standing in a straight line on the arena next to the other teams. Although there were just 12 teams, the atmosphere was far too tense. The players weren't tensed about fighting each other but naturally about dealing with the ancestral floors. Felix's team wasn't the only who received a proper education about the true terror of facing primogenitors. All the teams had understood that the majority of them would be stuck at the 10th floor unless they had impressed the primogenitors with some miraculous play. The only ones who seemed as cool as cucumber were the dragons. Their calmness was just worsening it for the rest of the teams. It looks like you had a tough time preparing for this game. Michael popped out of nowhere and chuckled, but I advise you not to focus merely on the ancestral floors. After all, the other floors are going to pose a real challenge too. Don't forget that you can die in them. Most players didn't require such a reminder as they were veterans and knew what they were doing. Seeing that no one appreciated his advice made Michael a bit vexed. Whatever, ask your questions so we can start. How will the result be concluded if 2 or more teams are stuck on the same floor? As mentioned, most teams knew that they would be stuck at the 10th floor. If all of them got stuck at the second ancestral floor and the duration of the game ended, they had no idea who would be considered as the winner. It's doubtful if that would happen, Michael informed. The moment the primogenitors see that you are stuck against their copies, they will be teleporting you randomly to other teams' floors. This will enable you to team up and change the outcome of the battle. So, that's what they mean that there will be instances where teams will be meeting in the same floor. Felix nodded in understanding. Just like the rest, Felix knew that the difficulty on the ancestral floors were simply too high. However, if 2 teams or even 3 combined their efforts, defeating the primogenitors' copies wouldn't be a far-fetched fantasy. Even if they didn't, at least a good performance would be shown by one of the teams, allowing the primogenitors to push them past that floor. What if all teams gave a good performance? Will we be given the right to move forward together? No. Michael shook his head. Only the best will be picked. The rest will be dropped by 1 floor. Everyone's expressions turned tense yet again. They understood that without the ability to draft contacts, the alliances would already be shaky enough. Now, they were told that no matter, only the best performer would be moved up. They knew that the teams would start sabotaging each other when they realized that their performance was lacking compared to the other. This entailed that being in alliance might make the situation even worse than fighting the primogenitors' copies alone. There is no free lunch in the world. Michael shrugged his shoulders. If you want to partner up, you better be ready to handle the best and worst of your allies. It's best if we deal with the ancestral floors before they send us those burdens. Summer Spirit spoke telepathically with his teammates. Since he survived past the second game, he naturally was included in the team for the last game. There were 2 additions to the Dragons team after Felix wiped Nethercutter and Red Mercy. Surprisingly, the captaincy was given to the new member, who wasn't even considered as the substitute. Unlike the other Red Dragons, his skin color was leaning toward black than red, making him appear extra dreadful. He was much smaller than Summer Spirit and the others, yet the players nearby feared him even more. When someone glanced at him, their eyes always get lured to the giant purplish emerald in the center of his forehead. No, Emerlatus replied calmly. The only reason I decided to join the team this late is because of that human. We will play it slow and hope that he will be sent to our floor. As I said, Lord Cheruf will not be pleased with this. Summer Spirit frowned. As I told him, he doesn't need to care about my behaviors. Emerlatus eyed him indifferently. He will be winning his bet regardless of what I do. Whatever you say, Prince Domino. The rest of the dragons nodded respectfully. What a cheap shot, Brother Cheruf. Erebus scoffed. You actually included the MVP of the previous decade. He was the one who asked to join. Cheruf shrugged his shoulders carelessly. Since he met all conditions, why will I reject him? TSK, it looks like you are getting addicted to getting our treasures. You will go this far. Saurus clicked his tongue in criticism. The rest of the primogenitors were also quite displeased with Cheruf's last-minute addition. They knew that Emerlatus' level was nowhere near the rest of the teams, even though he was still ranked as a Radiant player. In their eyes, if he wanted, he could climb to the rank above Radiant with some effort. But, for some unknown reason, he dropped out of the platform and went off the grid for more than a decade now. God knows how strong he was at the moment, and the primogenitors didn't like it when the odds get screwed with this badly. Unfortunately, they could only criticize Cheruf for being shameless enough to include him. He truly didn't break any rules. Prince Domino, the youngest son of the current dragon elder. Felix eyed the black-scaled dragon with a serious expression. He looks even more menacing in reality. When Felix first read the details of the game, He realized that it would be much easier to win the game if he ended up meeting with the dragons and eliminating them early. But when he realized that Prince Domino had joined Cheruf's team, he dropped that thought immediately. He didn't spend the past 3 days sparring with the primogenitors only. He checked on all the new additions to the teams, who had many deaths in their previous game. Prince Domino had taken all of his attention the moment he realized that he was carrying the royal dragon bloodline. The videos he watched made him even more assured that Prince Domino wasn't to be fucked with at all. Although the videos of his previous fights dated for at least a decade, Felix found out that his strength was equivalent to at least 3 dragons combined. That's how he earned the MVP title in the event of the past decade. He literally brute forced through all games, turning the entire event into a one-man show. Now that 10 years went by, Felix didn't dare to imagine how strong he had gotten. Just when I thought it couldn't get any harder, Felix sighed. Shall we begin? Michael clapped his hands twice after the questist and answer had concluded. Without further ado, he teleported everyone to the first floor of the Tower of Ancestors. Felix opened his eyes to the sight of an ancient designed great hall. There were many magnificent artistic paintings on the walls and crystal chandeliers hanging from above. Weirdly enough, the hall was connected to a library, dining rooms, guest rooms, and even bathrooms. On the hall, there were many desks, tables, chairs, and other furniture of all sizes, making it seem pretty crowded. Felix ignored everything and focused on the 12 sets of stairs that were placed neatly next to each other on the wall before them. Each staircase leads to a different segment of the tower. Michael explained, although the floors are randomized, it doesn't mean that the floors haven't already been picked for each segment. In other words, the moment you choose a staircase, you will be deciding how your game's experience will be for you. What's the point of telling us about this? Tom Watcher asked. He was the captain of the Shadowborn team. The others were pretty confused too. In their eyes, they had no idea how to find out what sorts of challenges were prepared for them behind those staircases. It was all about luck. I am telling you this because the game have started the moment you teleported here. Michael smiled widely. The ground floor is also part of the tower. This meant you will be required to pass a challenge to climb to the next floor. The players were stunned. Based on the rules details, all of them believed that they would be needed to pick a staircase randomly and start the journey. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case at all. In this great spacious floor, there are hundreds of clues hidden about the first 10 floors behind the gates. Believe me, those clues are a must if you want to understand the condition to pass the floors much faster. The moment they heard so, the players started to squint their eyes around them, realizing that this giant hall wasn't as simple as it seemed. One of the dangers in the floor weren't the missions, but the fact that they had no idea about the condition to pass those missions. It was like being given a quest without the requirement to pass it. Thus, those clues were critical to their climb if Michael didn't exaggerate the intel in them. If you want to seek those clues, feel free to spend as much time as possible. Michael smiled, but you will not be able to enter any staircase unless you find the key to unlock the gates leading to the first floor. By the way, you can't use abilities or engage in combat. Michael warned any troublemaker will be severely punished. So, that's the challenge. This is getting too complex at the very beginning. Thoughtful, Felix rested his chin on his palm. He understood that finding the clues would be utterly useless individually. After all, no matter how many clues they found, if they weren't applicable to the segment they were entering, they would serve no purpose. In other words, they needed to find one of the 12 keys first and start trading clues with other players to collect as much intel as possible about their correspondent segment. What happens if we find 2 keys or more? The magnifier asked. He was the captain of Dune's team. You can hide them, you can play with them, and you can even sell them or trade them for favors with other teams. Michael stressed, but no matter what you do with them, you can't leave the hall with more than 1 key. It was impossible to block players from entering their segments by stealing their keys. You can remain in the ground floor for no more than 6 hours. After 6 hours, you will be teleported to randomized segments. Michael added, last but not least, there are no clues related to the ancestral floors, so don't bother seeking them. The players didn't react weirdly about those last couple rules. The primogenitors didn't have all the time in the world to wait until they find the keys. Plus, There might be teams that would hold other hostages by finding more than one key and remaining in the ground floor with them. Seeing that no one had any more questions, Michael glanced at his bracelet and wondered, "What are you still waiting for? The clock is ticking. Spread out and focus on the keys first." Felix ordered his teammates after seeing that most players started to flip the entire hall upside down. Although the heavenly turtles and dragons were gigantic, the hall still made them appear tiny, like it was built in mind for hosting titans. This implied that Felix resembled an ant traveling through a mansion. Abilities can't be used, so it will be difficult for me to check the walls and ceiling up close. I will leave it to my team, Felix thought as he squinted his eyes on the red carpet. The majority of the players went to check on the paintings, chandelier, tables, chairs, and other furniture. Some even went to the library and started flipping books or went to the bathroom and checked the sewage system. No one in his right mind would check the carpet first before dealing with the usual suspects of hidden clues. Felix first activated his infrared vision and started to scan the red carpet for any sort of radiation. Unfortunately, nothing strange came up in his radar. Makes sense. Many races have infrared vision. Instead of giving up, he switched to his other visions, starting with his ultraviolet vision. After a thorough checkup, he was met with no results again. Jackpot! Suddenly, an excited loud bellow resounded through the hall. Felix dropped his search and looked at a stunning male spirit fox, who was grinning widely while showing a gray small key to his teammates. He was standing next to a flipped desk that had a hidden compartment on one of its drawers. Lucky bastard. Check all the desks now. Damn it. They can enter the tower right away and put a sizable distance from us. The players weren't pleased at all that the first key had been found so soon. They understood that finding the clues might be helpful but not mandatory. Thus, Kumiho's team were free to start climbing the tower while they were still at the ground level. Fortunately for them, Kumiho's team weren't that rush. They switched their focus to locating the clues, hoping that it would belong to their segment of the tower. Felix ignored the players, who started focusing on the desks and kept using his visions on the carpet. He was certain that such a vast carpet was at least hiding a few clues underneath it. However, after he failed with his gamma vision and X-ray vision, he started to lose a bit of confidence in his judgment, especially when the rest of the players kept finding one clue after the other. Even Weber had gotten lucky and managed to secure a clue that was written with small letters next to the signature on one of those magnificent paintings. Felix didn't check on his clue as he asked them to keep gathering as much as possible now, and they would discuss them when they find their key. Frequency vision, heh? Felix chuckled in derision as he used the last type of vision he possessed. He almost never used this vision due to the lack of proper situations that needed him to pop it off. In this ancient-looking castle, he found it extremely unlucky that he would be able to see radio frequencies or at least waves of the same low frequencies. He was absolutely right. He found not a single frequency that was being emitted under the carpet. Well, this was a complete waste of time. However, just as he was about to turn it off, he managed to pick up multiple faint frequencies coming from different directions. Yet, the most shocking frequency was actually being emitted from within the rightmost staircase. The hell? Curious and somewhat bewildered, he looked at the other staircases and found out that nothing was being emitted from them. Don't tell me? Speechless, Felix swiftly sprinted towards the staircase, attracting some players' attention. When they saw that he was heading towards the rightmost staircase, their hearts sunk to the bottom. Fuck. Did he find a key also? Most likely. I don't think so. I had my eyes on him for a while now and he was merely staring at the carpet without moving an inch. Upon hearing so, the nearby players had gotten even more confused about Felix's sudden interest on the staircase. Captain, you found something? Weber asked excitedly. I don't know. Felix replied while climbing the stairs hastily. Michael didn't ban players from climbing the stairs since without the key to open the gate, it would serve no purpose to do so. After a few moments, Felix was met with a humongous dark wooden gate that was decorated with giant dark nails at the sides. Felix didn't bother glancing at anything besides the large keyhole at the center of the gate. You got to be fucking kidding me. When his eyes landed on a black key that was fitted perfectly in the keyhole, he was left at loss for words. One of the 12 keys was hidden at the gate itself. The most obvious location yet at the same time the most shrewd place to hide it in. Felix knew that without the ability to see the faint frequencies, he would have never considered that it would be hidden here, even if he had turned the entire hall upside down. I did not expect that landlord will be able to find this key so soon. Michael sighed in disappointment. How did he do so exactly? Is it a hunch? Michael could see the location of all the keys and believed that this hiding spot was the perfect one. The players wouldn't even consider searching the gates themselves when he had established in their minds that the keys were hidden in the hall. Unbeknownst to him, even Felix had no idea why the key was releasing those low frequencies. He jumped forward and pulled it from the keyhole. The moment he landed on the ground, the key's size had been reduced to the size of a pinky. Yet still, it was releasing the same frequencies. They appeared as a long, thin white lines going up and a down while spreading in a cone. Interesting. I can actually hear them if I focused enough. Felix raised his eyebrows in surprise after bringing the key near his ear. Under special circumstances, common citizens could hear radio frequency pulses in the range of 2.4 MHz to 10 GHz as buzzes, clocks, or hiss. In the case of Felix and other players, they could hear them even better. However, because of the noisy hall, no one was paying attention to those frequencies. If Felix wasn't able to see them, he would also be ignorant about them. It looks like this is the clue to help us find the keys faster. Felix grinned faintly as he looked behind him. He realized that the other frequencies around the hall must belong to the other keys. Without further ado, Felix beamed the key within his spatial card and sprinted back to the hall under the confused looks of the players. What is he up to now? Prince Domino thought while eyeing Felix dashing towards the library. When he saw that Felix had entered it and started checking the books on one of the bookshelves, he dropped his interest and returned to searching the crystals on the chandeliers. It was clear in his eyes that Felix was merely searching randomly just like the rest of them. The other players ignored Felix too and returned to their own key hunt. Good. They are ignoring me. Felix smirked faintly and placed the books back after seeing that no one was paying attention to him. He walked to an empty bookshelf that had an absolute mess underneath it. He glanced at the books below it and walked around, not daring to step on them when Lady Sphinx was watching him. It should be hidden here. Felix glanced left and right to check his surroundings. When he saw that the coast was clear, he placed his ear next to it. I hear it. Felix smiled faintly as he picked up the same buzzing frequency as the one released by his key. I gotta go fast before the mermaids start hearing them too. Felix knew that the mermaids would end up reaching the same conclusion as him when their sensitive ears pick up this abnormal frequency. The only reason they had yet to find out about them was due to the irritating noise of the players. But when they get close to a key's location, they would hear the frequency even through the noise, unlike Felix and other players. Without wasting time, Felix placed his hand on the wooden side of the bookshelf and started feeling it. Because it was impossible to break anything in the hall with brute force, he was seeking a hidden button or something to bring out the key. The players didn't see anything weird about it since everyone else was doing the same. But in the eyes of the omnipotent viewers, they got even more stunned. How? How did he find the second key so quick? Michael exclaimed in disbelief. He literally went straight towards it like he has some sort of compass. I doubt he can hear the frequencies from such a long distance. Look at his pupil. Lord Quetzalcoatl chuckled. Aren't they the same as Lady Sphinx's when she uses her frequency vision? When the primogenitors took a close look at Felix's glimmering white triangle-like pupils, they realized that he was speaking the truth. Just to make sure, they switched the stream to Felix's POV, wanting to see exactly how he perceived things. No wonder. Wendigo cursed out loud. Who the fuck designed such a stupid clue? What's the problem with those keys giving off hints to their locations? Thor retorted. Those frequencies can be heard by all the players if they paid attention and listened instead of thrashing the entire place barbarically. Indeed, Siren supported Thor. You wouldn't have said a single complaint if the hint was related to your dragon's infrared vision. In her eyes, the hint was beneficial to her team as well as Felix. Although he had the first move on them, she knew that her team would manage to secure a key or two at minimum based on how quick they hear the frequencies. Got it. Click. Felix's eyes brightened up in delight. He finally managed to press on a tiny invisible button. A hidden wooden square was pushed slowly forward. A golden key was carved neatly in its center. Felix snatched it swiftly and hid it within his pockets while looking around him warily. When he saw that the players weren't paying him any attention, he beamed it in his spatial card and started sprinting to his next location. Guys, focus only on the clues. I have already found 2 keys and will be finding more. Felix shared the good news with his teammates, not wanting to keep them stressing over finding the keys. Are you being serious? You found 2 so quick? How did you do it, Captain? We'll explain later, just keep acting normally to not draw suspicion, Felix said. Upon hearing so, all of them controlled their shocked expression and forced a peaceful look. If the other players noticed that Felix's team was too happy, they would realize that something wasn't right. Felix didn't want company when he still had 8 more keys to find. Landlord is planning to clean up all the keys, Michael commentated while sucking a cold breath at the sight of Felix standing behind an empty wall. He had already switched to a POV camera, allowing the viewers to understand that Felix could see the exact location of the keys due to his frequency vision. A type of vision that was so rare, some of them completely forgot that it existed. Hee. Felix is going to make them crawl before him to get the keys. Selfie giggled in amusement after seeing through Felix's plan. Hogging most of the keys meant that the teams were going to be forced to hear Felix's requests if they wanted to climb the tower. Since combat was banned, there was no other method of getting the keys out of his hand without being peaceful about it. Oblivious to the dangers they were at, the players kept ignoring Felix and continued seeking the keys. The more keys Felix gathered, the more impatient the players had gotten. If it's this fucking hard to find a goddamn key, I doubt we can pass the next floors. Dear Lord, I am already on my 5th clue and still no key. Thankfully, the dragons are still here with us. Some players kept their cool and continued touching here and there, hoping to get lucky. Meanwhile, some players had already lost their patience and started to express their frustration through smashing things in the hall. Too bad for them. They couldn't even vent for themselves as everything in the hall was indestructible. Captain, I think I found something peculiar. A stunning pink-haired mermaid exclaimed telepathically while standing in front of a bathtub. Besides the bathtub uncanny size, it was as common as any other. Yet, this mermaid was able to hear a weird buzzing noise coming from beneath it. In this silent and ancient bathroom, such a noise couldn't be nothing in her eyes. A few moments later, her captain arrived. The moment she stepped near the bathtub, her ears were triggered by the buzzing too. Call the others, we need to comb this bathtub entirely, the captain ordered with delighted look, knowing that all the clues they found didn't release such a low frequency. This made her assume that either the key was responsible for it or something else that was worth exploring. Shit, I need to be quicker. When Felix noticed that the mermaids were gathering around one of the keys' location, he knew that he was running out of time. He had just collected 6 keys, leaving 4 still in the open, not counting the one found by Kumiho's team or Siren's team. Guys, change of plan. Felix swiftly ordered, drop everything you have and listen to my directions closely. Weber and the others halted their search for clues and listened carefully, knowing that Felix must be requiring their help in finding the rest of the keys. Weber, head down to that painting with the beheaded horses and take it off the wall. No need to search for the key in it, just safeguard it. On it. Nina, go to the 3rd guest room and pick up the sofa on the right side. Nina nodded silently and did as she was told. Rotspawn, bring the 3rd chair to the left of the 2nd dining room. Barbie, come with me to the middle chandelier. Felix said, I need help to reach it. The ceiling was at least 200 meters away, making it quite difficult for Felix to jump that high without using his abilities. When Barbie Claw joined him, they rushed underneath it, not caring about the dragons and fog crawlers who were examining the other chandeliers. Looks like Landlord has been threatened by Siren's team and decided to use his teammates, Michael commentated. Felix's team weird actions had attracted a few eyes here and there. Keep an eye on them. Prince Domino ordered for them to switch their searching areas simultaneously. They must be on to something. When he saw that Felix was attempting to search the chandeliers even though he had so many other places on the ground to search, he was even more skeptical. Too bad he could only watch Felix jump from on top of Barbie's head and cling to the crystal chandelier akin to a monkey. This chandelier has been searched before. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise after seeing the mess left behind. Although it was searched, Felix could still see the frequencies being emitted from the shackle of the chandelier. Everyone kept messing with the crystals, hooks, chains, and the shades. They didn't bother to check on the shackle that was connected with the ceiling. Felix climbed to the top and started touching the shackle carefully with his finger until he heard clicking sound. Clack, clack. Under the stunned eyes of Prince Domino and some players, the chandelier started descending slowly, making the chains and the crystals to shake a bit. The key! It's a key! Landlord has found a key. This time Felix wasn't able to hide the key properly since it was exposed on its own attached under the shackle after chandelier got lowered. When Felix saw everyone's bloodshot greedy eyes, he didn't hesitate to snatch the key and beam it with his spatial card. Fuck! Another one is gone. Crap. Did it have to be Landlord who find it? Quickly start searching the shackles of the other chandeliers too. The players were already on edge about the fact that they were keyless for more than half an hour. Alas, they could only glare at Felix and return to their hunt, feeling even more pressured. Congratulations, Landlord. Prince Domino approached Felix causally, not showing an ounce of animosity. Thanks. Felix replied with a faint smile while jumping towards Barbie's shell. After he landed, Prince Domino appeared next to him again without making a sound, with his humongous size that should have been impossible. As expected of the Shadow Corrosion Dragon, Felix didn't react too abnormally as he had already known about some of the Prince Domino's uncanny abilities and quirks. As a member of the royal dragon family, he wasn't even considered as a red dragon anymore, even though he was capable of spewing sacred flames too. In fact, he was referred to as the Black Dragon respectfully. I hope you take advantage of this opportunity and began the climb immediately, Prince Domino advised with an indifferent look. This head start might make things a little fun for my side. Is that so? Felix showed a funny look. He could see that Prince Domino meant no malice in his words, or he wanted to taunt him. He simply stated his own feelings on the situation without a filter. Felix understood that if he had only one key, he would have actually listened to him and started the climb to put as much distance as possible. But now? Prince, I am sorry, but no one is climbing this tower until I say so. Including you. Felix smiled in carefree manner as he eyed his teammates returning with the furniture. Gather on me and hide the furniture within your shells, Felix ordered, not caring about Prince Domino's confused expression. Meanwhile, the mermaids were just leaving the bathroom with expressionless looks, appearing like their search hadn't resulted in anything. Though, the telepathic communication was nothing but that. We need to find the rest of the keys as fast as possible before the others start picking up the frequencies. The captain ordered. Block all exterior noises and focus on this frequency only. The moment the mermaids did so, all of them looked at the exact direction with bafflement written all over their faces. Is it just me who is hearing the frequencies from within the heavenly turtle's shells? One of the mermaids exclaimed. The other mermaids didn't know how to reply. They believed that their ears should pick up at least 7 frequencies spread out throughout the entire hall. In their eyes, the players shouldn't be fast enough to collect all the keys, especially when the only hint left behind was related to sound. Yet, the reality before them was much weirder than what they anticipated. 3 keys are on the heavenly turtles. How did they find them so fast, and why the hell are we not hearing the others? Miss Ashtooth was bewildered by the entire situation. Too bad for Siren's team. They were still a tad bit late. Michael shook his head. At least, they have escaped Landlord's grasp by securing their own key unlike the others. The viewers had no idea how the situation was going to develop from now on. The players had yet to climb the tower, and they were already under Felix's scheme. Captain, what do we do? A mermaid wondered with an agitated look. I think we should expose Landlord's team. I concur. No one should control that many keys at once. Let's just spectate the situation while focusing on clues. No need to entangle ourselves when we already have a key. Miss Ashtooth said as she eyed all the heavenly turtles gather on Felix. She didn't know why, but she could feel it in her bones that Felix must own more keys than he was showing. She knew that it was impossible for the heavenly turtles to be lucky enough to find 3 keys simultaneously. Landlord must have given them direction or something, Miss Ashtooth thought. My best guess is that he has found out about the frequencies hint much earlier than us and took advantage of it. She didn't know whether she was right or not, but she was certain about one thing. The keys could not be kept hidden forever. He had only 6 hours before the teams get sent randomized segment. She's on to me. Felix chuckled inwardly. It looks like she decided to be a silent spectator. Felix had already noticed Miss Ashtooth and her teammates' extra attention on him. Still, he didn't care too much about it. Whatever decision they make, his plan wouldn't be affected one bit. In a few moments, Felix had finished gathering the keys from within the furniture inside his teammates' shells. Prince Domino, Miss Ashtooth, and some players merely saw him enter one shell for a few minutes before emerging outside. Then, repeat the same process with the other 2. He is hiding something. Prince Domino didn't like the secretiveness of Felix's movements. Unfortunately, Felix wasn't planning on indulging him any further. After he retrieved all the keys, Felix ordered, "Continue the hunt for the clues." Weber and the rest didn't question his decision and went on their merry ways like they didn't own almost all the keys in the floor. As for Felix, he also didn't laze around and went to help them out. Seems like Landlord will not be spilling the beans so soon. Michael pondered, what's his endgame? Michael and the viewers believed that the moment Felix gathered the keys, he would start bossing the teams around for the next few hours. Instead, he was chill. Too chill, in fact. Minutes went by, then hours. Only 3 hours were left behind before the teams get given automatic access to the gates in a randomized manner. I give up. This shit is impossible. Sigh. If it wasn't for most teams not finding the keys either, I would have lost my mind hours ago. Why is the difficulty this hard? I doubt our ancestors are enjoying our struggles to find a damn key. The players were on the verge of a meltdown. Although all of them were guaranteed access to the tower for a few hours, no one wanted to climb in such shameful manner. To make matters worse, Kumiho's team and Siren's team had already made a move an hour earlier and started their climb. Based on the ranking, they had just crossed past the 3rd floor. Miss Ashtooth wanted to remain much longer to see through Felix's plan, but she couldn't waste any more of her precious time that could be used to put a substantial distance between her team and the rest. This should be enough. Felix grinned sinisterly after seeing almost all the players were stressed out. He called for his teammates to regroup with him. Then, he sat on top of Weber's head and requested him to walk towards the staircases. Landlord's team is finally making their move? They sure took their sweet time with finding the clues. So dumb. No matter how many clues they find, it won't be as beneficial as having an hour or 2 as a head start. The players started murmuring after spotting Felix's movement. Although they called him names, they still wanted to see which segment of the floor his key was going to unlock. After all, they had been working pretty hard in the past hours, and they had collected a sizable number of clues. Some of them had managed to get more clues of a single segment than the others, making it more desirable than the other segments. While they were wishing for their ideal segment not to be picked, Felix and his teammates had stopped before the staircases and turned around. It looks like I already have everyone's attention. Felix smiled comfortably as he eyed the confused players. I will get straight to the point since time is precious at the moment. Felix eyed them coldly and snapped his finger, displaying 9 holographic colored keys. Before the players could react, Felix continued on, I already found all the remaining keys in the floor. If you want to get yours, simply accept my 3 conditions. For the first time in a while, the hall had returned to its peaceful silence. No one was speaking, running around, or trying to break things apart. They merely kept eyeing the brilliant revolving keys while having Felix's announcement echo over and over again in their minds. Shock, disbelief, distrust, confusion, and lastly anger. Their emotions were thrown into disarray at the thought that Felix might actually be speaking the truth. If so, then all their efforts for the past hours were for naught. Worst of all, they were making a fool of themselves before their own ancestral as they were searching for something that didn't exist. They didn't want to believe that they couldn't. Stop spewing bullshit, we don't have time for your crap. Motherfucker just had to rub it in before climbing the tower to mess with our mentality. Humans are trull. Before the players could finish throwing their curses, Felix proclaimed indifferently, I swear on my master's dignified names that I am speaking the truth. The players' hearts sunk to the bottom of their stomach after hearing him swear on his masters. They instantly believed in him, knowing that swearing on ancestors was taken even more seriously than a contract with the Queen's supervision. After all, the ancestors' names were sacred and treated as gods by their descendants. Who would dare to swear on his own god under his direct eyes and break it? In turn, distrusting Felix even though he swore on his master's name was the most disrespectful thing they could do, especially when they were watching them live. If you don't trust my words, trust that my masters will give you justice if I fooled you, Felix said composedly. Felix wasn't bullshitting them. He knew that if he used his master's names in vain, he would not be treated kindly by his masters. What are your conditions? The Time Watcher asked. There were so many questions roaming the players' minds, such as, how did Felix find the keys so fast and why did he decide to hide them for so long? But since time was tight, they kept them to themselves. First, you will hand over all the collected clues in your possession. You will swear on your ancestors that you have given me everything, Felix informed with a devious glint. Before the players' hearts settled at such a damning condition, Felix carried on. Secondly, you will support my team wholeheartedly if we met at one of the ancestral floors. Last but not least, you are nor allowed to trade keys or clues between each other. Naturally, you will need to swear upon it too. You have 10 minutes to make a decision before I begin my climb. Most of the players' expression turned ugly at the sound of those vicious conditions. The fact that they required to swear upon their ancestors made it impossible for them to cheat Felix or pull a fast one. This kid's intelligence is truly on another level, Lady Yggdrasil chortled. No wonder my daughter has fallen for him. She understood that the rules had banned using Queen AI's contracts in this game to force out infighting and betrayals. Felix went around it by using the ancestors as his backers to keep the players in check. It wasn't like the other players couldn't think of the same, it was simply too risky to use their ancestors' names. What a cheeky cutie, Kumiho giggled. Cheeky? He is just a disrespectful little shit that needs to be taught a lesson. Sora scoffed in irritation. How could he not get annoyed when his team's fate was under Felix's hands? I won't even retort. Thor rolled his eyes at him and refocused on the newest development. Mr. Landlord, I believe you have made a grave mistake, the magnifier said calmly. He was the captain of Dune's team. Enlighten me. Felix smiled kindly. We don't need to accept your proposal, the magnifier disclosed. You will be forced to leave the keys behind when you commence your tower climb. The moment they heard so, the players' eyes brightened up in delight. He is right. That fucker can't take the keys with him. We just need to wait until he loses his patience. Haha. Even if he didn't enter the tower, we will all be teleported automatically after a few hours. Although Siren's team and Kumiho's team would have placed a significant distance. Still, it was much better than accepting Felix's conditions since they would be giving him too much of an advantage. Unfortunately, their joy didn't last for long. Are you guys taking me for an idiot? Felix's eyelids twitched in vexation. You think I will make such a rookie mistake? What do you mean? The magnifier frowned. I have hidden the keys around the floor again in the past hour when you guys were mindlessly searching anything you see. Felix smirked widely. Trust me, you won't find those keys for at least an hour or two. You want me to swear on it? The players felt their minds shatter at the thought of going out again to search for the keys after already combing the entire floor twice. They knew that it was impossible for them to have another go when they were mentally exhausted. Felix didn't wait 3 whole hours before commencing his plan just to ensure that the highest number of clues get collected. He did so to exhaust them mentally while also waiting for Siren's team to leave the ground floor. As long as they were watching, he couldn't hide the keys again since they would easily find them. With all variables being dealt, the players were going to be left with no other option but to accept his conditions unless they wanted to waste their time with another searching attempt while knowing that the other teams were climbing the tower. Landlord is really the devil. How can someone be so manipulative? Michael gave the players a sympathetic look. He is so bad. Selfie giggled while covering her mouth. Her kind personality would have found it hard to tolerate such behavior. But when it came to Felix, she felt that everything he did was right. 6 minutes left. Felix stressed casually. I accept your conditions. Time Watcher proclaimed instantly, not bothering to even discuss it with his teammates. This didn't sit well with them. Fucking hell, Captain. We could have waited to see other teams' decisions. Be quiet if you know nothing. Time Watcher eyed them coldly. We can't be wasting more time and effort in the ground floor. We need to be at our peak forms to deal with the next floors. Especially the ancestral floor. But, before they could retort, he added, his deal isn't that bad if you think about it. Our clues aren't that precious to guard at all cost. As for the second condition, we just have to hope that we don't end up meeting him in one of the ancestral floors. We have already wasted too much time to bother trading clues or keys. Although they weren't entirely convinced, his teammates understood where he was coming from. Smart fella. Felix praised as he gestured with his finger for Time Watcher to hand him the clues through Queen AI. Without hesitation, Time Watcher copied all the clues and sent them to Felix. Good. 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 Felix's grin grew wider the more clues he read about the floors. Although the clues might be vague and somewhat like riddles, each one was specified for a segment of the tower. The lowest number of clues he has is for segment number 7. Felix smiled creepily. Good luck dealing with it. Where's the key? Time Watcher frowned, having a bad feeling about Felix's creepy smile. Underneath the pile of books in front of the 5th bookshelf on the 3rd row. Sneaky motherfucker. Time Watcher cursed Felix and sprinted towards the location with his teammates. Only after they heard the location did they understand that Felix truly meant it when he said that it would take them an hour at least to find the keys. He hid them in a place that was already scourged through countless times by most teams. Some teams chased after them in hopes of finding the key before them. Alas, the Shadowborns weren't that retarded to let others take advantage of their trade-off. After confusing the players with a few fake spots, they managed to find the key in that location. It's for segment number 7. Motherfucker. Time Watcher cursed hatefully after realizing that the worst scenario had happened. He already knew that Felix wouldn't miss such an opportunity to make their climb a hellish experience. He would have done the same too. Still, it didn't feel good to be dancing on someone's palms like this. Let's go. Irritated, Time Watcher went to the staircase with his teammates while glaring at Felix. Safe journey. Felix wished them with a sincere smile. Fuck you. Time Watcher and his teammates flipped him the middle finger angrily as they disappeared through the corridor. Who's next? For minutes later, only the Dragons team was left behind in the hall with Felix. The other teams caved in one by one and took the deal with the devil. Even Darkin faction teams were forced to lower their heads if they wanted to remain relevant in the game. Felix didn't make it hard for them due to their enmity since he never considered them as his true rivals in this game. I assume that you guys will look for your own key. Felix asked causally as he eyed Summer Spirit and Prince Domino. He had already considered that the Dragons team was a lost cause and didn't bother convincing them to accept his deal. They were too proud to lower their heads, especially when a royal prince was amidst them. No. Prince Domino shook his head. Felix and the viewers were surprised to hear his response. We will be waiting for the automatic teleportation. Prince Domino decided indifferently. Why? Felix frowned. Although he hid the keys well, he knew that with some effort they could be found in an hour or two if one was unlucky. Because there would be no more noise, he believed that the dragons would be able to pick the frequencies if they were close to the key, helping them find it even faster. This was much better than a whole 3 hours. It doesn't matter, Prince Domino said with an assertive voice. 1 hour, 3 hours, 1 day. I will catch up to all of you regardless what. If another player had made such a proclamation, even the primogenitors would have scolded him for being too confident for his own good. But Prince Domino? No one let out a single peep. Is that so? Felix narrowed his eyes coldly. I will be waiting for you then. Not waiting for Prince Domino to reply, Felix and his team started climbing the staircase of the 9th segment. Dragon Slayer, just because we respect you as a great fighter, it doesn't mean we will stand by and watch you keep killing our kin. Prince Domino cracked a sinister smile as he watched Felix's fading back. I hope you make my trip worthwhile. Welcome to the first floor challengers. You are weakened against mental attacks by 20%. Pacify the unsettled. The moment Felix and his teammates pushed the gate wide open, they heard those 3 notifications resound in their minds. At the same time, they were met with a harrowing sight of a deserted graveyard. It was foggy and the trees resembled thin demonized nightmares with their long and weirdly shaped branches. Most of the gravestones were cracked or broken apart entirely, leaving many crumbled stones lying around the graves. Some graves were small, befitting of humans and other races of the same size. But there were also gigantic graves that were meant for dragons, heavenly turtles, giants, orcs, etc. Whoosh whoosh. Eerie and creepy wind gales kept caressing Felix's face akin to a gentle touch from a passing soul. Well, boys, I believe we are in the graveyard of the damned souls, Felix shared as he examined the surrounding area. Is there a clue on how difficult this floor or the condition to pass it? Nina asked. Because of the time limit, they weren't able to check on the clues given by the players. Felix shared with them all the clues related to this segment of the tower. 20 clues. What a harvest! Barbieclaw exclaimed. She knew that by robbing all the clues that the teams had worked hard to collect would give them a substantial amount. But she didn't expect it to be this much for a single segment. Hee hee, the best part, the other teams have less than 3 clues to work with in their own segments. Rotspawn grinned. Read them already. Felix warned we need to start as fast as possible. Weber and the others dropped their enthusiasm and began reading the clues swiftly. When they finished, they found out that 2 clues were related to this floor. One was written as such. When the sky turned red, the damned souls would awaken and reclaim the flesh that they had missed. The other was written as, the enemy is high above, damning the souls for eternal life of reawakening. The Queen has given us a tiny hint at the start that we need to pacify the unsettled. Weber reasoned while eyeing the graves. So, the unsettled are the damned souls, and they will wake up after the sky turn red. Yep. Felix nodded and pointed his finger at the sky to pacify them. We simply have to deal with that. When Weber and the others lifted their heads, they saw a giant, magnificent white moon peeking through the fog. Red sky, enemy high above. Oh, I get it. It's the blood moon. Barbieclaw deducted excitedly after connecting the dots from the clues. The others reached the same conclusion. With all the intel given to them, it was the most obvious deduction. Clues are really overpowered, Rotspawn said. If we didn't have those 2 clues, it would have taken us a long while until we realized what needed to be done. As he said, most of the teams could be seen struggling to figure out the best way to pass their challenge. Even though they were given a small hint so they wouldn't be completely hopeless, it was still not enough to figure out the best way to climb the floors. I will be mapping the entire floor to see how hard it will be to commence with my original plan, Felix informed. After seeing them nodding in understanding, Felix jumped within the void realm and traveled speedily from the edge of the floor to the other. Unsurprisingly, it took him not even a few seconds before returning to his teammates. So, it's not as vast as I assumed, Felix disclosed. We are in the clear. Felix didn't need to tell them his plan, as it was obvious that he was going to block the blood moon light from reaching the graveyard. This way, the damned souls wouldn't even need to be awakened in the first place. Let's start, Felix ordered. Weber and Rotspawn, combine your efforts to create another giant earth dome. As for the rest, we will be dealing with the sides and gaps left unprotected outside the dome. It would have been much better if the heavenly turtles had a perfect synergy between them to create a single giant dome that would encompass the entire graveyard. Alas, that required an insane amount of teamwork. Only Weber and Rotspawn were placed under that training by Felix. They were happy that their services were still required. Without wasting time, both of them dug underground and went north and south. When they reached the marked distance, they emerged on the surface, not caring about the destroyed graves in the process. Ready? Let's start. Rumble, rumble. The moment they confirmed with each other, they commenced with the creation of the towering Earth Dome. Gravestones were destroyed, Trees were ruptured, and cracked skeletons kept being hurled all over the place. If this wasn't happening in the UVR, they would have been too terrified of bad karma to carry such a disrespectful treatment of the dead. Meanwhile, Nina and Barbieclaw were creating their own domes outside Weber and Rotspawn's range. As for Felix, he was marking down every gap between the domes that needed to be covered while traveling in the Void Realm. This would help him deal with them much quicker when they finish with the domes. As expected of Aspidocalone's team, with that many clues in their hands, they will have a much easier time in the floors than the rest. Michael switched the camera to Felix and the others the instant he noticed the emergence of the dome. Then, he explained the objective of the floor and what was Felix's team were trying to pull off. Since there were 12 teams and each one had their own unique challenges, he had to be quick on his feet to keep the viewers informed. They need to be faster, Michael said as he pointed the camera at the enormous moon that was turning red slowly. When Felix noticed it, he stopped marking the gaps and commenced with his own way of blocking the bloodlight. Poof, poof. He released pitch-black poisonous mist through his palms and watched it fill up the gaps between the domes. His corruption inducement was perfect since it was capable of absorbing light to the last particle akin to a black hole. Boom! It's connected, Weber announced with a pleased expression. Excellent work. Felix praised them both after seeing that the giant dome was completely covering the graveyard. Soon, Nina and Barbieclaw managed to finish their own domes, leaving only not many graves exposed. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to cover all the gaps in time, Felix started guiding his teammates to help out. With their fine teamwork and communication, they worked just like cogs in machines, making the viewers admire Felix's leadership and also his teammates' obedience. They could see that most teams were having troubles acting as a unit due to everyone being a reputable individual on his own. After all, no one here was a diamond-ranked player besides Felix. It's going way too smoothly for Aspidocalone's team. Michael commentated they might actually climb to the next floor in a record-breaking time. The moment he said so, Felix and the rest of his team felt chills course on their spine. They are awake. Felix knitted his eyebrows as he looked at the giant blood-red moon, shining brightly on the graveyard. Although Felix couldn't see the awakened damned souls, he could feel them passing through him, making him shiver reflexively. Move faster, guys. Only a few gaps remained. Felix stressed while pumping poisonous clouds even faster by emitting it through all of his pores. He kept doing so while sprinting through the gaps, making him come in contact with many graves. Unlike in movies and cartoons, zombies didn't raise and the graves didn't shake. It was ever so peaceful, like nothing happened. But the low-pitched, horrifying whispers Felix, starting hearing non-stop, said otherwise. Your flesh smells delicious. Let me have a small taste. I want to see Mommy. I will give anything you desire for a little taste. There were so many whispers. Felix was finding it hard to distinguish real words from gibberish. Yet, the recurring theme was always about his flesh. Felix understood that they didn't want to literally eat him but possess his soul to feel the sensation of having flesh again. Fuck off, will you? Felix frowned in irritation as he kept waving his hand like he was swatting annoying flies. With his abnormal mental defenses, he wasn't affected in the slightest by their mental attacks that were distinguished as whispers. As for the irritation of their voices in his mind, he was already used to it. 20% reduction to his mental defenses, yet Landlord is still standing strong against the damned soul's temptations. Michael said, meanwhile, some of his teammates aren't faring as good as him. As he mentioned, Weber, Barbieclaw, and Rotspawn were starting to lose focus due to the whispers. It wasn't bad to the point they would get possessed, but lacking focus resulted in their mission being delayed. Captain, the others are finding it hard to keep creating ceilings with the voices in their heads. Nina spoke calmly, appearing as calm as ever. Help out Rotspawn, Felix ordered. I will be assisting the others. On it. Without needing Felix to say it, Nina understood that the only method to help her teammates was by blocking the bloodlight from reaching them. So, the moment she reached Rotspawn, who kept shaking his head over and over again akin to a maniac, she created a giant solid earth cube around him. Immediately after damned souls lost connection with the bloodlight, the whispers had lessened significantly. The thanks, that was truly the fucking worst thing ever, Rotspawn said while trying to calm his agitated heart. He was confident in his mental defenses to the point he believed that he could resist for at least 10 minutes or even more. After all, he was a Radiant player and he had dealt with many Hive race Radiant players before. Unfortunately, the mental attacks of the damned souls differ significantly from the ones of the Hive race players. The Hive race players deliver heavy mental attacks that were forceful enough they could break the soul barrier. But the damned souls kept assaulting him with countless small mental attacks continuously, making it hard for him to keep his thoughts in check. "Just stay here," Nina said. "I will be finishing the rest of the gaps. We can't have you lose your focus lest the giant dome end up collapsing." "Okay, sorry about that." Rotspawn sighed. "Don't mention it." Nina chuckled. Not everyone is used to dealing with annoying voices in their heads. Meanwhile, Felix had already saved Weber and Barbieclaw by putting them within a cube made out of his corruption poison. He made sure that the poisonous cubic wouldn't touch them. When the whispers got reduced and their focus was returned, Felix ordered them to hide within the dome and remain there. "Nina, are you sure you are okay?" Felix asked. "I can deal with the rest alone." "I am fine," Nina replied. "This is nothing compared to my father, mother, and teacher constant telepathic nagging." "Looks like we are in the same boat." Felix chuckled, knowing how that feels when his consciousness space was inhibited with 5 tenets. "Flesh. Give me your flesh." "Me too." Suddenly, Felix and Nina stopped their discussion after realizing that the noisy whispers had increased significantly. If they were dealing with tens of whispers per second, now they were hearing hundreds of them, making it truly difficult to hear one's own thoughts. "It looks like we are being targeted by all the damned souls now." With 3 members being out of the picture, the rest of the damned souls were naturally going to switch focus to the last 2 living beings in their graveyard. Still, Felix was able to toughen through the unbearable noise and finish all the gaps in his area. The moment he was done, peacefulness was finally restored in his mind. "Nina, are you good?" he asked while wiping his sweaty forehead. "Nina?" Hearing no response, Felix got a bit worried. "Phew, I am finally done." Thankfully, before he could check on her again, she answered him. "Good work." Felix sighed in relief. "Can we come out now?" Weber wondered after hearing their conversation. "Yes, I believe we have covered every inch of this graveyard," Felix permitted while teleporting a few kilometers in the air. He stood above a void rift and examined the entire floor. As he said, the entire graveyard had been hidden from the red light, resulting in the damned souls to return to their eternal slumber. "How long are we supposed to wait?" "Congratulations, challengers. You have successfully pacified the unsettled and met the conditions to climb to the 2nd floor. Time taken, calculating, 3 minutes and 43 seconds. You are the fastest team to clear the 1st floor." Before Felix could finish his thought, all of them received a series of blissful notifications from Queen AI. "Let's go. We are the fastest." Weber laughed in delight at their achievement. "Neat, if we keep the same performance, it will help us secure the win in case more teams got stuck at the same floor before the countdown ends." Since the game would last for 3 days, this entailed that there was a high possibility of 2 teams or more getting stuck at the same highest climbed floor. To combat this, Michael had informed them during the quest test and answer that the players with consistent best performance during their climb would be proclaimed as the winner. As I expected, 1st floor had been cleared by Landlord's team in a record-breaking time. Michael commentated excitedly, "If they kept the same pace, they will catch up to Siren's team and Kumiho's team in less than an hour." Gotham. Abruptly, the heavy fog at the northern edge had cleared out, exposing a giant wide-open gate that was shining brightly. "Let's move," Felix said as he teleported next to the gate. While waiting for his teammates to arrive, Felix requested from the Queen to present him the current ranking list. 1. Kumiho's team, 4th floor. 2. Siren's team, 4th floor. 3. Aspidocalone's team, 1st floor. 4. Erebus's team, 1st floor. 5. Dune's team, 1st floor. 12. Cheruf's team, ground floor. "They have climbed to the 4th floor already?" Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Not bad. But they will definitely be stuck at the 5th floor." When Weber and the others reached him, Felix stopped bothering with the other teams and stepped forth inside the blinding gate with his eyes closed. The instant he reopened them, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise at the magnificent sight before him. A leveled grass field that was stretching to the horizon without a single rock or a tree in sight. The sky was blue and sunny while the wind was as gentle as spring breeze. The entire floor exhibited a peaceful and gentle atmosphere that was completely opposite to the gloomy atmosphere in the first floor. Yet, Felix knew that sights could be deceiving. Welcome to the second floor challengers. You may not use any ability or mutation, you may not fly, and you might not dig underground. Your movement speed has been decreased by 10%. Cross the grassland. I believe we have hit the jackpot. When Felix heard those horrid limitation and that single hint, he knew which challenge was upon them. Hee. Finally something that we can use our shells against. Weber grinned widely. It looks like Landlord's team are happy with their upcoming challenge. Michael glanced at the details of their floor and clarified to the viewers swiftly, no wonder, the grassland is one large minefield and the only way to conclude the challenge is by crossing to the other side safely. Felix managed to figure this out because of a single clue related to this floor. Do not be fooled by the serenity of the spring, for what hid under its guise will leave you either broken or deaf for eternity. If explosions didn't blow someone up, they would most definitely rupture their eardrums. Captain, relax a bit within my shell. Weber smirked confidently. We will be reaching the other side in no time. No need, Felix said as he sat on top of his shell. I would like to see how it goes. Let me examine the area, Rotspawn said. The moment he saw Felix nod his head, Rotspawn started walking on the grass field, step by step. Although Rotspawn trusted his defenses, he was still carefully examining the ground. He understood that since the game had posed such heavy limitations, they would naturally not completely hid the landmines from eyesight. If they did so, the players wouldn't be given a way out to clear this floor. Found one. As he expected, his eyes landed on a small mushroom head that was hiding between the grass blades. Normally, mushrooms wouldn't have risen any concerns in a grassland. But in this floor, Rotspawn was certain that it was a landmine. Guys, I found a landmine and I will be stepping on it to test its strength, Rotspawn warned while lifting his feet above the mushroom. Only heavenly turtles are ballsy enough to try to test a landmine instead of avoiding it, Michael said speechlessly. Boom! The instant Rotspawn committed with his test, the stepped-on mushroom went off immediately and blew the ground underneath it. A giant dirt cloud had risen, hiding Rotspawn's foot from the prying eyes of the viewers. But they didn't even need to see it to realize that Rotspawn wasn't harmed at all. His expression didn't even flinch when the explosion went off. As expected, the landmine is designed to not straight-out kill the other players. Felix grinned at the sight of Rotspawn shaking his feet from the dirt without a single scratch on it. If the landmine was designed to harm heavenly turtles, one of the toughest races in the universe, then the rest of the teams would most definitely get obliterated with a single bomb, especially when they had taken almost everything from them to defend themselves. The last one to cross the grassland will pay for dinner after the game. Weber laughed excitedly and dashed through the grassland, not giving a crap anymore about the landmines. Damn you, Weber. That's cheap, Barbieclaw scolded as she started sprinting after him. The rest stared at each other for a few seconds before shrugging their shoulders and sprinted after them. Boom! 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 Michael and the viewers had no idea how to react as they watched the four turtles stepping on every nearby landmine, leaving behind them a series of thunderous explosions. Because of their gigantic sizes and stupid bet, they weren't going in a straight line to minimize landmines' exposure. This is not how the challenge should be dealt with. Speechless, Michael could only split the screen and show the fog crawler's own struggle with this floor. They were unlucky enough to get placed in the same grassland on their first floor. Unlike the heavenly turtles, they were hovering above the ground while examining the surrounding area warily. Since they didn't have legs, the game wouldn't force them to crawl on the ground. Still, they were allowed to hover merely half-meter above the ground instead of allowing them to fly freely. To make it more fair, the mushrooms could be activated just by passing above them without actually stepping on them. They learned that the hard way as one of their teammates had ended up with heavy injuries after activating a landmine. This is the beauty of the tower, Michael commentated. If the fog crawlers had been given the graveyard challenge, They would have finished it within less than a minute by simply increasing the thickness of fog until the blood moonlight wouldn't be enough to reach the graves. In other words, the teams were going to be having an easier time in some floors and simultaneously the worst experience in others. Though, this rule probably won't apply for those monstrous dragons, Michael said while switching the camera to Prince Domino and the rest of the dragons. They could be seen napping in the center of the hall without an ounce of worry. Back to Landlord's team. The moment Michael returned the camera on Felix and his teammates, he couldn't help but drew a deep breath at the sight before him. The beautiful and peaceful grassland was nowhere to be seen. It was now filled with deep, ugly craters and dust blowing all over the place, making it resemble an aftermath of an airstrike. As for the culprits, they could be seen arguing about the final winner of their race while walking towards a newly opened gate. 20 seconds. They cleared the challenge in 20 seconds. Aren't they climbing the tower way too fast? TSK. They just got lucky with the floors, and they had several clues to help them. Nothing to be shocked about. They will definitely be stomped in the third floor. Most viewers still felt that Felix's team achievement was noteworthy even with all their advantages. Some believed that their luck was soon going to run out, especially when they saw how hard it was for Siren's team and Kumiho's team to finally climb past the third floor. Welcome to the third floor challengers. You can't use items. You can't use teleportation or interdimensional abilities. You can't fly. Your fire resistance is reduced by 20%. Survive. This is most likely a monster wave challenge of some sort. Felix warned his teammates. It's going to get rough. Weber and the others nodded their heads in understanding and started looking around them. The environment wasn't as therapeutic as the second floor. They were placed near a towering black dormant volcano. The forest nearby kept emitting a sorrowful atmosphere as the trees were ashen gray, while the thin branches seemed like they would break with a mere gentle breeze. The sky was as unsettling as the ground. It kept on showering them non-stop with sticky black raindrops. Is this oil? Felix frowned after smelling the rain. Just to make sure, he touched a raindrop and tasted it. It's really oil, he said while spitting out. Now, Felix was certain about the challenge would unfold as one of the clues in his possession was about this abnormal oil rain. It all started with a raindrop and ended with scorched earth. Guys, I was wrong. Felix glanced at the giant volcano and proclaimed with narrowed eyes, the challenge isn't related to monst. Rumble, rumble. Before Felix could finish his sentence, the ground started shaking like a dormant beast was trying to push his way upward the surface. It's coming from the volcano. I think it's about to erupt. Weber yelled loudly after picking up that the source of the tremors came from within the volcano. Felix didn't need to be told. He could see it with his own infrared vision, how a flood of lava was trying to force itself from the volcano's mouth. Get rid of the oil and put as much distance as possible from the volcano, Felix shouted immediately while sprinting in the opposite direction. While he was running, the ground kept cracking underneath him, creating giant chasms. When Felix jumped above them, he couldn't help but peek beneath him after sensing the hellish heat. Shit! Don't bother digging underground. It's filled with magma. He cursed while warning his teammates about the dangers beneath them. It's hot enough I can feel my legs heating without needing to glance downward. Weber commentated with a slight shiver coursing in his spine. If there was one thing that the heavenly turtles dreaded immensely, it would definitely be lava. Their shells were able to handle almost everything. But if the heat was too much to handle, they knew that being cooked alive was a high likely option. Boom! Abruptly, Felix was forced to turn his head and glance behind him with an expression filled with dread and a bit of reverence. The volcano had finally erupted, and it wasn't a small one. Countless giant flaming boulders had been hurled into the sky, piercing through the dark clouds. A torrent of lava surged from the volcano's mouth and began spilling over it, rapidly falling towards the forest. To make matters worse, the eruption had caused more lava to surge from the cracks on the volcano and ground. Yet, neither Felix nor the viewers were eyeing the spilling lava. All of them were allured by one of the most magnificent phenomena that could be observed. The clouds had been set aflame by the flaming boulders. This resulted in the oil rain to experience the same fate, making it seem like the sky was raining drops of fire. Take cover. Felix yelled out loud the moment he woke up from his daze. Weber and the others didn't hesitate to create gigantic umbrellas made out of solidified earth, protecting them from getting touched by the rainfire. Just to be extra safe, they covered themselves with a muddy skin, making sure that their tainted bodies with oil wouldn't catch on fire anytime soon. With 20% fire resistance reduction, they knew that heat wasn't going to be a pleasant experience. Meanwhile, Felix simply engulfed himself in a type of brown sticky poison. It was capable of attaching itself to the oil drops and pull them from his skin. Before the fire rain could touch it and set everything in flames, Felix extracted it and threw it away. Electrical field. SZLZLZLZLZ. Rampaging electricity surrounded him, smashing anything that it touched, from rocks, trees, and even the fire raindrops. This was Felix's idea of a proper shield since he couldn't wear his suit or hide within his void realm. As for his void domain, he was unable to use two since it required him to open a void rift to fuel it. But anything related to interdimensional was banned in this game. Captain, no need to waste your energy. Just come hide in my shell, Weber proposed. Don't worry about me and prepare for impact, Felix responded while glancing at the falling meteors. The hundreds of giant flaming boulders had finally penetrated the clouds and started descending all over the floor. With a simple scan, Felix had recognized that not a single area was safe from their landing zone. Boom boom. Just when things couldn't get any worse, giant lava pillars began to burst from the ground, forcing them to evade them at all cost. It was effortless for Felix due to his size and speed, but the same couldn't apply to his teammates. Although they get warned by the tremors, they were still having difficulty evading them when they kept popping all over the place akin to mushrooms. Fuck. This is getting too hard. Rotspawn cursed in irritation. The moment you feel the tremors of the lava pillars, use your earth manipulation and harden the ground above them, Nina advised while using this plan to keep the lava pillars from surfacing. It worked great since the only reason the ground was unable to contain the lava was due to its feeble quality. If hardened, the lava would have no choice but remain underground obediently. The others copied her strategy and made sure to use only on the lava pillars that were actually threatening them. This helped them switch most of their focus back to the falling meteors. Here they come. Boom boom. The instant Felix shouted, two gigantic meteors struck tens of meters ahead of him. Felix guarded his face while toughening his skin, preparing for the heat wave to smash through him. Fuck. So hot. He handled the shockwave just fine, but the heat was truly unbearable. After all, he wasn't wearing symbiote suit and his already trash fire resistance had taken another hit with the reduction. Unfortunately for him, the meteors weren't going to wait until he adapted to the heat, as they kept bombarding the surrounding area. The viewers were surprised to see that not a single meteor had actually targeted him. In the eyes of the viewers, Felix seemed like he was getting lucky. But in reality, Felix was creating the safest path for him to reach the edge of the forest by simply studying the meteors' trajectories and predicting the lava pillars with his infrared vision. 2 will land 50 meters to the right side. 1 will land behind me exactly 2 seconds later. 3 will land consecutively at 60, 70, and 90 meters ahead. 2 lava pillars will pop out to my right and left in 2 seconds. With such predictions, he wasn't forced to make large movements to evade the meteors or the lava pillars. He simply increased or reduced his speed while still sprinting in an almost straight line, appearing like a man who was watched over by the goddess of luck. On the other hand, his teammates had a thoroughly different method of dealing with the meteors. Boom, boom, boom. They kept using their earth manipulation to change the meteor's trajectory, forcing them to land further away from them. If it wasn't for their numbers being too much and their focus being split to deal with the lava pillars, they would have been able to actually stop them midair the moment they enter their manipulation range. It looks like Landlord's team has dealt with the meteor's situation, but what will they do about the approaching lava? Michael commentated while displaying the spilling lava, continuing to fill up the floor. At least half of the volcano's surrounding area had been fallen under the jurisdiction of lava. Based on its slow but steady speed, the viewers realized that it wouldn't be long before entire floor fall victim to this catastrophe. After a short while, Felix and his teammates finally reached the tower's wall. It was pitch black, making anyone who was looking at start tripping that they were staring into the void. "What now, Captain?" Weber inquired while staring at the approaching the lava from everywhere and the incoming meteors. Just because they reached the end of the floor, it didn't mean that they were out of the meteor's strike zone. "Now, we build a base," Felix ordered swiftly. "Girls will be responsible for protecting us from the meteors. Boys, you start building a solidified hill immediately to gain some height over the lava." "Smart. As long as they keep repairing the hill, the lava will pose no dangers to them." Selphie smiled as she watched Felix stand causally above Weber's head while giving orders. Honestly, Felix wanted to do more than just give orders, but in this floor and with the limitations imposed on him, he was quite useless. Rumble. Felix dropped those thoughts and focused on the rising gigantic hill underneath them. It was big enough all of them were able to stand on it comfortably. Still, they kept improving on it until it was turned into a fortified castle. "Captain Felix, the meteor's shower is running thin," Barbieclaw disclosed in delight. "It was about time." Felix nodded while glancing at the sky. As she said, there were a mere couple of meteors still falling down. As for the inflamed cloud, it had already been replaced by the volcano's dark smog, making the atmosphere even more depressing. "It's here." Felix eyed the lava sea underneath him causally, completely confident that the fortified castle wasn't going to be affected heavily by it. With everyone focusing on repairing the damages, there was nothing to fear anymore from this floor. The lava pillars had stopped a while ago, the meteor shower had ended, and the sea of lava was as peaceful as normal sea. "Phew, if it was this tough on us, I don't dare to think about what will happen to the others." Weber sighed with an exhausted expression. "Don't underestimate them." Felix shook his head. "They will find a way to manage even if they don't have the same advantages as us." Sure, not everyone could build a hill to stay safe from the lava, but Felix believed that there were many other options. If the players truly were at their wits' end, they could always climb the wall to avoid the lava. There was no way a survival challenge would be created without a small chance of surviving it. Sometime later, "Look, the lava is cooling," Weber shared while pointing at the sea of lava. It shouldn't really be referred to as a sea of lava any longer since it was starting to resemble cracked ground. "I guess we are close to the conch. Congratulations, challengers. You have successfully survived the volcanic eruption and met the conditions to climb to the 4th floor. Time taken, calculating, 15 minutes and 21 seconds. Another floor conquered by Landlord's team," Michael expressed feverishly. "I can't believe it, they have really caught up to Siren's team and Kumiho's team. It didn't take them even 20 minutes. The other teams are still at the 1st and 2nd floor." The viewers shared the same sentiment as Michael, feeling that Felix's team climb was simply too fast. Even the doubters had been silenced. Siren's team and Kumiho's team were more ahead than the rest by a whole hour. Yet they were still caught. Those two teams are still struggling in the 4th floor. Michael wondered in anticipation. Do you think Landlord's team will be able to surpass them and be the first to enter the ancestral floor? Majority of the viewers believed so after seeing that those two teams were still struggling to comprehend the requirement fully to pass their challenges. "I am starting to feel like giving Landlord's team such a huge head start is going to bite Prince Domino in the ass later on," Michael said. Some viewers felt the same. If Felix's team was capable of reaching the 4th floor in 20 minutes, God knows how higher they would reach in hours. "Not bad," Prince Domino said nonchalantly after seeing that Felix and his teammates had embarked on the 4th floor's challenge. While the viewers had grown restless for his team, he felt not a single ounce of threat at Felix's team abnormal speed. In fact, he welcomed it and hoped that he could continue treading with the same pace. "So, when I crush him, he will have absolutely no excuse." Prince Domino closed the ranking tab and returned to his peaceful nap, waiting patiently for the automatic teleportation. Half an hour later, Felix and his teammates had just finished the 4th floor challenge. Although it took them half an hour, it wasn't that threatening really. The mission was to hunt down 5 elusive rabbits that were capable of teleportation and many other stealth-based abilities, making the experience somewhat of a pain in the ass. Especially for Felix, as he was the main hunter due to his abilities and uncanny speed. Now that they were done with such playful challenge, it was time for the real deal. "Are you guys ready?" Felix asked with a serious tone while eyeing his teammates. He could be seen standing before a unique-looking gate. Unlike the other gates, which were illuminating with white light, this one was emitting a gray hue. We had our asses whopped for 3 days straight by the elders. Weber narrowed his eyes at the gate. I can't be more ready to face any ancestor we end up against. The others nodded their heads in support. That's what I like to hear. Felix smirked and took the first step within the unique gate. The instant he reopened his eyes, he found himself standing on pavement that was filled with long fissures. Before him stood many destroyed modern skyscrapers and buildings, making it seem like an apocalyptic event had occurred for the city to be left in such shambles. Though the sky was somewhat clear, making the sun cast its therapeutic sunlight over this wounded city. Motherfuckers, now you give us sunlight? Yet, neither Felix nor the rest of his teams were delighted one bit. How could they feel happy when those notifications had just rung in their minds? Welcome to the 5th floor challengers. You can use everything. Impress the god of shadows to continue your climb. Hee. Will you look at that? Erebus grinned creepily. It looks like their luck has finally run out. Saurus snickered. Fighting Erebus copy in this setting is simply a death wish. Crap, their luck really dropped the ball at the worst floor. Thor sighed in frustration. Jormungandr, Lady Sphinx, and the rest of the primogenitors had felt the same. Fighting against Erebus copy was already going to be tough on Felix's team since they had never fought against him. But doing so within countless number of shadows cast by the sun? This will be a bloodbath, Michael expressed excitedly. Felix and his teammates knew that the situation didn't bid well for them whatsoever. Still, he managed to regain his composure, knowing that showing weakness would not be beneficial in this upcoming fight. This might look bad for us, but don't forget that we are dealing with a mere copy. Felix tried to boost their confidence. We have been practicing against the real deal for 3 days straight until we began to cause some inconvenience to them. If we can pose threat to our masters while using 5% of their strength, we can easily dominate Erebus copy if we played it smart. He is right. Rotspawn supported. A copy is a mere AI dummy. Although it will have 1% of Erebus strength, it is simply impossible for it to copy his personality and horrifying battle experience. What pushed Felix and his team into despair during their practice with their masters was definitely their experience and superior intelligence. Most of their plans ended up getting predicted or failed at the last crucial moment. There was no way an AI dummy could do so. After their confidence was pumped back up, Felix swiftly ordered them to hide underground while he focused on scouting the situation. Standard starting tactic that always ended with good results. However, Felix traveled through the entire city 3 times already and examined most of the buildings. Yet still, there was no sight of Erebus copy. With all the shadows around the city, he could be literally within any one of them. He must be thinking that my copy will keep itself in the open to provoke them into assaulting it. Erebus laughed in amusement. He was absolutely right. Felix did spend a split second being confused about Erebus stealth mode, but then he recalled that he was dealing with a copy that didn't inherit the same proud personality of every primogenitor. Well shit, how are we going to fight now? Felix frowned. If we remained hidden and waited, I doubt that such a rational and monotonous copy will bother exposing itself just to make things end faster. In this battle, Felix's team was the one required to conclude the fight as fast as possible since this was still a race to the top of the tower. What's the situation up there, Captain? He's still hiding, Felix sighed. We need to bait him out somehow. Any suggestions? How about we block the sun like we did with the blood moon? Barbieclaw shared. It won't work. Felix shook his head. This city is much bigger than the graveyard. We will be needing tens of towering domes to cover it majority of the land. Although there were other ways to cover the sun, Felix knew that none of them were going to work in this situation. If he created a giant poisonous cloud and used it to block the sun, he would simply end up casting a humongous shadow on the city. This would be helping Erebus to pummel them even faster. I believe our best option is to use the first round to test the waters and hopefully gather enough intel about Elder Erebus copy. Rotspawn suggested. We have infinite revival in this floor, so let's take advantage of it instead of wasting time coming with a strategy without knowing much about our opponent. You were right. Felix nodded. We would be fools not to take advantage of our respawns. Felix understood that no matter how hard he squeezed his brain for a strategy against Erebus copy, it would all be for naught when he used an ability that he had never seen before. In this situation, all his knowledge about Shadowborns was as useless as repairing a broken vase with duct tape. As for being informed by his masters about other primogenitors' strengths and weaknesses, that didn't happen since it was quite disrespectful to share Primo's private details without their permission. Naturally, this didn't apply to mortal enemies like the Darkin faction members. Let's start. We need to force him to use as many abilities as possible. Felix ordered. So, play defensively. Weber and the others immediately charged towards the surface, creating a rumbling noise that kept echoing throughout this ghost city. Thud thud. The moment they landed on the ground, they placed some distance between each other and entered a defensive formation by watching the 4 cardinal directions. Meanwhile, Felix remained watching the Void Realm, knowing that there was always a possibility for ambush. Just like they didn't know much about Erebus abilities, the copy also had no idea about their abilities. This is too eerie. Weber gulped a mouthful as he kept his eyes on his shadow and other shadows in the area. He never felt like this against Shadowborns since they had few methods of breaking through their defenses. But this? He felt like he could get killed at any given moment. Don't fret too much. Rotspawn narrowed his eyes at his shadow and said, as long as we are careful and focusing fully on defense, it will be hard for him to kill us. At the end of the day, he will still be using shadows. Just like poison, shadows weren't really feared when it came to its offensive powers. It was remarkable for assassination, mobility, escape, and stealth, making it a pain in the ass to deal with shadow elementalists, but still, no one would look at shadow-based offensive abilities the same way as other destructive abilities. They were simply incomparable. That's what they thought, at least. Alas, the situation didn't develop as they had expected. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without warning, thousands of thick shadowy vines had been fired at them from every nearby shadow. Earth walls. Although the ambush was sudden, they still managed to react in time by creating 4 giant walls around them. They expected that the shadows would be stopped after reaching the walls, but the opposite happened. The shadowy lines linked with the walls and started slithering towards the top akin to an army of snakes. Make a ceiling quick. Rotspawn shouted while manipulating the 4 walls around him to merge together. The others copied his strategy immediately, not daring to let themselves get touched by those shadowy vines. They fought against many Shadowborns to understand that the danger didn't lay in the shadowy vines themselves, but the gate to the shadow realm they open. Shadowborns were capable of emerging from any existing shadow by traveling through their shadow realm. If those thousands of shadowy vines ended up covering them, they knew that Erebus could appear at any spot he liked in their bodies. Thud, thud, thud. The walls had connected at the last moment. If they delayed for another second, they would have been covered in shadows by now. Michael commented passionately while eyeing the weirdly square-shaped dome. Although its appearance wasn't pleasant, it did its job by keeping them safe from the shadowy vines. Since sunlight wasn't reaching inside, Weber and the rest relaxed a little. We can't be hiding like this forever. Shit, we should have let ourselves get caught by the shadows to bait him out. Reflexes are hard to ignore. Based on their strategy in this first round, they should have remained still to lure out Erebus copy. They believed that his shadows weren't enough to kill them, which meant he would be forced to resurface and assassinate them with a weapon or such. At least, that's how other Shadowborns fought. Let's get OU. Crack. Crack. Rotspawn was forced to swallow the rest of his sentence after hearing numerous cracking noises coming out from the walls. Boom. Before he could react, the square-shaped dome got absolutely demolished. Ha! Shocked and confused, he lifted his head and stared at a pitch-black replica of his weirdly shaped dome. How? Chills coursed on his spine after realizing that it was simply hundreds of shadowy vines stacked against each other. Even though he understood that the shadowy vines must have crashed his dome forcefully, he didn't dare to believe it. A dome made out of hardened thick walls getting destroyed by mere shadows? Even Felix and the viewers were left utterly stunned. This is just the beginning, my cuties. Erebus chuckled as he watched the 4 turtles getting completely encased with his copy's shadowy vines. It made them appear like they were wearing a tight latex suit during the daylight. What the fuck is this ability? I can't get rid of it. Weber cursed fearfully while trying his best to shake the shadow suit off him. He even pulled his limbs within his shell and still nothing much changed. The others started using other methods ranging from biting the shadows, using elemental abilities, bashing into things to hide from the sunlight, and even dig underground. Alas, the shadowy suit seemed like it was ingrained in their bodies. Did he use his own elemental energy to create those shadows? Felix frowned as he watched his teammates going apeshit, trying to free themselves. He knew that if Erebus Copy had used real shadows around them, no matter how much he manipulated them, they would disappear the instant they lose sunlight. On the other hand, creating shadows from elemental energy didn't follow the same rigid laws. Still, how is it possible to make shadows like this? This was the first time Felix saw shadows being able to break through solid, tough material while also restraining heavenly turtles. Should I assist them? Felix wanted to remain within the void realm and wait until Erebus Copy emerge, so he could commence his ambush. But the sight of his teammates struggling miserably to free themselves was a bit tough to spectate with crossed arms. Unfortunately for his team, that was merely the beginning of their nightmare. Abruptly, all the shadows around Weber and the others began to rise in the air, resembling monstrous tentacles. Whoosh whoosh. Then, they rushed towards them and started connecting with the shadowy skin. What is this now? I am finding it hard to move, Weber exclaimed after feeling resistance whenever he moved his limbs. Me too. Shit, if only we could see. It must be more shadows. If Elder Erebus clone appeared, Captain will make his move. While they were speaking with agitated voices, the giant shadowy tentacles kept building on them one after the other, making the viewers gulp a mouthful in fear. In a few moments, peace had been restored to this ghost city as the 4 heavenly turtles stopped moving entirely. It wasn't like they weren't trying anymore, but no matter how much effort they put in it, they find themselves merely wasting their energy. He should make an appearance now. When Felix saw how his teammates had been completely ensnared, he prepared himself to ambush Erebus Copy. He was confident that he would emerge from the Shadow Realm at any moment to finish off the job. Alas, what happened next was completely out of his imagination. In fact, even Michael and the viewers were left absolutely dumbfounded by the sight before them. How is this possible? Stunned and confused, Felix could only watch his teammates getting pulled within the shadows beneath them, appearing like they were being submerged forcefully into the water. Before Felix could wake up from his daze, his teammates had already gotten devoured by the shadows, disappearing from the face of the map, as expected of the ancestor. Haha. Look at their dumbfounded expressions. Only our ancestral can pull anyone he wanted into his own shadow realm. The usually cold and silent Shadowborns were nowhere to be seen as they kept clamoring noisily in the stands. When the other viewers heard them, they couldn't help but feel their blood run cold at the thought that the heavenly turtles had been taken to the Shadow Realm. No one was able to enter the Shadow Realm unless they were Shadowborns. Yet still, they knew that the heavenly turtles' fate wasn't going to be pleasant when they literally get pulled into the personal realm of their opponent. As they expected, it didn't take even 2 seconds before 4 flashes of light appear behind the floor gate. How did we get here? The hell is going on? Weren't we just being pulled away? Did we die? Weber and the rest kept eyeing each other with stupefied expressions, not daring to believe the current development. They knew that the moment a player died against the ancestral copy, he would get teleported in front of the floor gate and wait 5 minutes before he could re-enter again. Such understanding made it even harder for them to accept their situation. Although they were blinded and had their senses dulled the whole time, they were still able to sense things. When they were pulled by the shadowy tentacles, they didn't think much of it. But 2 seconds later, they found themselves already dead and revived without feeling even an ounce of pain. It was too freaky and honestly soul-chilling to die without knowing how. The worst part? They couldn't ask anyone, even Felix. The moment they exited the floor, their connection with him had been cut off. So, they could only converse with each other, hoping that one of them might have noticed something before their death. You are the last remaining player in your team. Meanwhile, Felix had just received the announcement of his teammates' uncanny fate. Unlike them, he was watching the entire thing from the start to the finish. Yet, he was left with even more questions than his teammates. It looks like you haven't told him anything about me. Pleased, Erebus smiled while glancing at Lady Sphinx and the rest of Felix's masters. That's only natural, Lady Sphinx replied calmly. Since there wasn't really any rule or contract that enforced keeping the primogenitor's information within the circle, no one would really know whether someone spread them or not. It all depended on mutual respect. Even if they were told about your abilities, what can they do against them? Sora sneered, the copy will never leave the Shadow Realm when it can simply pull others to it. Indeed, if the Erebus copy refused to leave the Shadow Realm, there is really nothing much they can do to harm it. Lord Quetzalcoatl supported. They can't deal with shadows on the outside either since they are being powered by an entire realm. Wendigo added salt to the wound. The normal citizen believed that the Shadow Realm was born with the universe just like the Void Realm. The Primogenitor's champion and other informed individuals were certain that the God of Shadows had created the realm for the sake of giving his descendants a place to live together. But the real truth? Erebus had created the Shadow Realm for the sole purpose of strengthening himself. When fighting other primogenitors, he realized that he could never inflict harm to them with his shadow abilities. They were simply too weak. So he worked extremely hard to create his ultimate ability, the Shadow Realm. Although it was called a realm, it wasn't as perfect as the Void Realm that was completely mirroring the universe. The Shadow Realm exists only when there were shadows to be used as gates. But this was more than enough for Erebus since he simply needed access to his Shadow Realm to empower his abilities. Unfortunately for other Shadowborns, they could never take advantage of the Shadow Realm due to not having Erebus' ultimate ability. They are lucky that your copy possess only 1% of your original strength, Menangle said. Otherwise, a single shadow of a tiny needle would be enough to delete the entire city out of existence. Well, if they manage to impress me with a strategy or a tactic, I will consider giving them a pass. Erebus chuckled. I didn't consider that my copy will use my most obnoxious fighting style. It's obnoxious, all right. Saurus grinned while eyeing Felix. But that little bastard deserved to have a small taste of what his opponents feel. That's a bit harsh, but you are right. Felix had been giving hell to their champions with his void abilities and especially the loathsome fighting style of firing abilities from the Void Realm. Now, it was his time to be on the receiving end. While the primogenitors were discussing him, Felix had just regrouped with his teammates after they were allowed to re-enter the floor. Currently, they were hiding deep underground with frustrated expressions. They had already updated each other with everything they had seen or felt. I can't believe we have been taken to the Shadow Realm. Rotspawn sweated a little. I swear we didn't feel even an ounce of spatial fluctuations. That's normal. Nina sighed, the Shadow Realm might be in a different dimension, but it doesn't require space cracks or such to access it. The shadows acted as open gate for everyone to access. What do we do now? Weber wondered nervously. Nothing changed. Felix replied. We have to try baiting out Erebus. But how? Rotspawn knitted his eyebrows. I don't see him ever stepping out when he could dominate us with his abnormal strong shadows on the outside. None of them forgot how impossible it was to get rid of that shadowy suit. Next time, I will allow myself to get caught, Felix informed. I need to see if I can scout the Shadow Realm. You will get killed just like us. Nina shook her head. I advise against it. Same. Weber nodded. I know you have blink ability and can jump in the Void Realm, but he will not allow you even the time to activate them before you find yourself in front of the gate. Still, I need to try. Felix smiled. We have infinite respawns, so nothing we do is wrong. Doing nothing is the only wrong thing at the moment. Felix knew that he couldn't remain hidden within the Void Realm and simply watch from afar, hoping that Erebus' copy might grow bored and come out of its own. He needed to be proactive even if it was going to lead to his death. They were given infinite respawn for this sole reason. Die and try again until you finally defeat the copy or at least impress the primogenitors. After his decision was made, the others stopped going against him and decided to wait for him. It seems like Landlord is planning to have a go on his own. Michael commentated with a wide smile. This will be fun. Soon, Felix returned to the surface of the city, and started examining the surrounding area, marking every single shadow that caught his eyes. More than 300 shadows, even though this is the area with the fewest number of shadows in the city. Felix narrowed his eyes in focus, knowing that he could be attacked from almost all directions at any given moment. Since he had shown himself in the open, he knew that Erebus Copy would be forced to make a move on him whether he liked it or not. If it wasn't designed as such, Erebus Copy wouldn't even bother to engage with Felix in combat since his goal was to stop them from climbing the tower. Phew. As expected, the shadows nearby Felix had all turned into cannon launchers, as they kept firing shadowy spheres at him with different sizes. CLZ. Felix activated his supersonic mode and started evading them, knowing that if he was touched by one of them, they would stick to him akin to glue. If many of them got stuck on him, he would end up in the same situation as his teammates. Although Felix's goal from this fight was to get caught, he didn't want to actively do so without trying to force out some new abilities from Erebus Copy. Landlord's fine footwork is always a pleasant experience. Michael shook his head. But if this is all he can do at the moment, he should retreat and come up with a real strategy. When the shadowy projectiles were deemed useless against Felix's speed and intuition, Erebus Copy had decided to step it up a notch. Whoosh. Under the surprised looks of the viewers, tens of towering humanoid and monstrous creatures had emerged from within the shadow pools. This again. Felix's lips twitched after recalling Jormungandr's poison puppets. He was traumatized by them in the past 3 days, making him unable to underestimate those shadowy puppets. SCLZLZLZ. Still, he wasn't afraid of them one bit. He created 2 long and thick whips made out of golden electricity. Boom! Felix launched himself at the nearest shadowy giant puppet and swung his electrical whip at his head. Crackle! Thunderous noise boomed as the electrical whip passed by the shadow puppet's head, severing it in a clean manner. Yet, it didn't die or disappear as some viewers believed. It merely remained standing for a split second before a new head had grown from its neck. Then, it lowered its head and glanced at Felix with its empty shadowy sockets. Without an ounce of mercy, the shadow puppet tightened its gigantic fist and swung it at Felix. Boom! Felix dodged it by pulling himself with his electrical whip towards a light pole. Felix climbed to the top and stared at the incoming shadowy puppets with a deep frown. How is this shit fair? He complained. When I hit them, my attacks pass through like they were ghosts. When they attack me, the force is enough to crush the asphalt. Alas, bitching about his situation wasn't going to change anything. Those puppets weren't going to wait for him until he figured out a method to deal with them. Boom. They kept thrashing the place, trying to hit the elusive Felix at any cost. Obviously, Erebus Copy didn't just send them alone without backup. He continued to fire his projectiles while also using the same tentacles, hoping to capture Felix. There was so much going on. The viewers were both awed by Felix's maneuverability without using his teleportation, and at the same time fearful to be in his situation. This was the first time they saw the true terror of shadow element at the right hands. Even the Shadowborns were ashamed that they were incapable of switching the properties of their shadows just like Erebus Copy. Unbeknownst to them, they could never do it without having control over the Shadow Realm. He is really adamant at staying inside even though I am clearly giving him hard time. Felix cursed in irritation. He even used his void abilities and took care of a few shadow puppets, hoping that his demonstration of strength would make Erebus Copy reconsider coming out. Alas! Fuck it, it's time to pay him a visit. Felix finally had enough and decided to enter the Shadow Realm. After making his decision, Felix fired a Void Seeker under a hover car. Then he swung his electrical whip at another light pole and dragged himself towards it. However, it didn't end well as the light pole got snapped in half due to bearing already too many damages. Oh no! Landlord is fucked. Michael shouted with widened eyes as he watched tens of projectiles land on Felix instantly after he lost his balance. Instead of being harmed by those projectiles, they actually merged with his skin and clothes. Because of Felix's small figure, those projectiles were more than enough to cover his entire skin from head to toe. This really sucks. How can I see anything? Felix cursed after realizing that his senses had been dulled significantly. Before he could complain any further, He started feeling like his limbs and torso were being held tightly by something. Without needing to brainstorm, Felix discerned that it must be the tentacles ensnaring him, just like what happened to his teammates. It's happening. Erebus Copy didn't intend to waste time, as the moment he felt that Felix was incapable of escaping his grasp, he swiftly started pulling him within the shadow pool beneath him. Felix didn't really know which vision would work within the shadow realm, so he activated them all, knowing that his brain was capable of processing the information they convey, unlike the first time he used it. Just a peek and blink away, Felix eased his distressed heart while opening his eyes widely. Unfortunately, even when felt that the pulling force had stopped, not a single vision of his was able to break apart the darkness before him. Just as he was about to lose hope, Felix raised an eyebrow in shock after his mind began shaping up a humanoid white figure before him. Interdimensional senses! Felix exclaimed in excitement as he stared at the white humanoid figure that was standing extremely close to him. He didn't expect that his interdimensional senses passive would be capable of not only allowing him to sense what happened in the void realm but also in other dimensions. It wasn't like he didn't test it before in practice, but he never tried while in actual different dimensions since he believed that he would not enter them. Huh? Where did he go? Unfortunately for Felix, his happiness was short-lived as the figure disappeared a second later. In fact, he felt free again to move his body as he pleased, like the shadows had let go of him. Don't tell me. Baffled and a bit shocked, Felix opened his eyes and found himself standing before the 5th floor gate. He was already told everything by his teammates, but only after experiencing it for himself did he understand that none of them downplayed it, their abnormal death. It really happened in the flash of an eye without leaving a single trace. Felix murmured, is it just the same situation as entering the void realm? In his eyes, it was possible that the shadow realm accepted exclusively only matters made out of shadows. Since Felix didn't have an ounce of shadow affinity, he was naturally not going to be welcomed and get erased by the shadow realm. Either this or Erebus can kill us in the blink of an eye in his shadow realm. Felix knitted his eyebrows while sitting in a mediation position. Both options signified that it's impossible to affect Erebus within his shadow realm. I honestly feel bad for the kid. Erebus sighed when he noticed that Felix had realized his impossible predicament he was in. Indeed, if it was any other primogenitor's copy at 1%, he has a high chance of pulling something to impress us. Siren nodded, although what she said might be mistaken as making other primogenitors weaker than Erebus. But no one considered so. Everyone knew that she was right. If Felix's team fought against copies of Cheruf, Siren, Thorsaurus, and the others, they would be able to at least put a pleasant fight even if they did get killed many times over. But against Erebus' copy? He was simply an untouchable target. No matter how much sympathy Erebus had for Felix's team, there was no way he was going to give them access to the next floor without touching his copy even once. This is the end for that kid. Saurus laughed gleefully. It would have been best if he died, but this much is all right by me. As long as one of our 3 teams can surpass him, we won't be needing to take shit from those 2 fuckers. Mananangle and Wendigo shared the same sentiment as him, finally feeling a little happy in this damned event. From the first game, their descendants were getting screwed over left and right by either Felix or the rest. To make matters worse, Felix had won both games back-to-back, making them lower their heads and act invisible so Thor wouldn't target them with that acidic mouth of his. Now, they were finally going to lift their heads again. Motherfuckers. I can see right through you. Thor cursed while glaring at Saurus and the other 2, who were showing him wide grins. Relax, let them get ahead of themselves. Jormungandr said calmly, victory tastes sweeter when it is accompanied by a slap. Regardless of the circumstances, Jormungandr had absolute faith in Felix that he would overcome this challenge before him. He wouldn't be called his master if he lost confidence in Felix every time he was placed in a difficult predicament. Though calling this situation difficult was really undermining it. Everyone could see that unless Erebus' copy decided to be merciful and came out on his own, there was no point in continuing this fight any further. There must be a way out of this crappy situation besides receiving help from other teams. Felix massaged his temples while trying to brainstorm a strategy that could help them out-escape the 5th floor. He knew that it was possible for him to keep failing for the next hour or 2 until he received help from another struggling team against their own copy. Because of his imposed condition in the ground floor, they were bound to help him without any thoughts of betrayal since they had sworn upon it using their ancestral name. Still, Felix didn't want to get saved like this or wait 2 long hours before he receives assistance. The dragons would have made their move by then, and he knew that catching up to him wouldn't pose much challenge to them. Think. What can be used based on the intel gathered? It was truly somewhat shameful to call the bit of information as intel. The only things he knew about Erebus' copy was the fact that he was able to switch between real and ghost form of his shadows. In addition, his favorite killing method was pulling his victims to the shadow realm and finish them instantly. Maybe I can use Void Beam or another Void ability while the Shadow Gate is open? Felix pondered. I am certain that my Void abilities can cross dimensions and enter the Shadow Realm, but will they hit Erebus' copy? It was a strategy that could be acted upon, but Felix knew that his chances of missing Erebus' copy were simply too staggering. There were so many things he was ignorant about the Shadow Realm and Erebus' copy existence in it. Maybe the strategy will fail, but it should impress Elder Erebu. Sigh, who am I kidding? Felix smiled bitterly. I will be a fool to believe that he will be impressed with me shooting blinding and hoping for the best. That's not how things work. How about Void Domain? Maybe if I marked my axe and threw it within the Shadow Gate. No, it will fail too. Felix was confident that his Void Beam could cross dimensions and ignore the shadow laws due to its negating properties. But the same couldn't apply to his battle axe. It was still an object even though it would be marked with void energy. If he threw it at a shadow that was pulling his teammate, it would merely bounce back or lodge deep within the ground. If I want to teleport with my Void Realm and try to kill Erebus' copy, I need to mark something that is entering the shadow. Wait a second. Suddenly, Felix stood up promptly with widened eyes after he was hit with a realization akin to a thunderbolt. A shocking realization that made his hearts pump blood faster than ever. That's it. How can I be so blind? Felix covered his mouth while laughing a bit manically, weirding out the viewers. This wasn't the reaction expected from someone about to lose. Did he finally lose it at the thought that he won't win this alone? Saurus joked. So immature. Wendigo shook his head. He can't expect to come out in top every time? While the rest of the viewers believed the same as them, Erebus couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy by the laughter. Did he find out a method? That can't be right? Erebus didn't know what to think. He trusted his instincts to know that something horrible was about to happen to his copy. But at the same time, he couldn't fathom what kind of devilish plan was capable of achieving such a feat. Even my peers were unable to touch me while I am inside my shadow realm. This must be a false alarm. Must be. After a short while, Felix was given access to the 5th floor again. He went straight to his teammates who were waiting for him deep underground. Captain, how did it go? Weber wondered in intrigue. We heard many tremors. We started to believe that you were fighting Erebus' copy. No, I fought with shadow puppets. Felix waved his hand. I see. So, did you enter the Shadow Realm as you hoped? Barbieclaw asked. Yes. And? It ended just like what happened to you. Felix shared. Sigh. Though so. Rotspawn and the others couldn't help but sigh in disappointment, although they didn't carry many expectations, but they felt that Felix would possibly create another miracle. Aren't we fucked then? Weber smiled bitterly. We can still receive assistance from other teams. Barbieclaw tried to lift their spirits. Maybe it will be different with a partnership? Highly doubtful. Rotspawn said. It looks like you guys are already giving up? Felix smiled faintly as he eyed their dejected looks. It's not like we want to. What if I told you there is still a way to climb this floor? Huh? Are you being serious? Why are you teasing us then? Nina chided with a tone filled with anticipation. Just out with it. Well, my strategy is on borderline a cheat and might draw bad backlash from the viewers and even the primogenitors. Felix scratched his chin causally. I have no issue with that, but I don't know about you. Upon hearing so, Weber and the others looked at Felix with startled expressions, not daring to imagine what kind of tactic would even draw backlash from their ancestors. Can we hear it first? Rotspawn requested. Sure. Felix showed his usual easygoing smile and began bringing them on his insane strategy. A few minutes later, you are truly something, Captain. Weber grinned. I am uncertain if your plan will work, but count me in. Me too. Rotspawn nodded. As long as we are playing within the rules, our ancestor and your masters will have our back against the backlash. If this works, we might actually use it against other ancestors' copies. Barbieclaw got a bit excited. Calm down a little. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Felix disclosed. Let's deal with Erebus' copy first. When he saw that they had regained their composure, Felix asked, so, who will be the bait? I volunteer as a tribute. Weber lifted his giant hand in the air with a serious expression. This is not the Hunger Games. Sit your ass down. Felix's eyelids twitched as he suggested. It will be more fair if you let Queen decide randomly. All of them nodded in acceptance to his suggestion. A moment later, Rotspawn ended up being the chosen one. Seeing that he was cool with it, Felix cracked his fingers and announced with a cold smile, let's go slay a primogenitor. It looks like Landlord's team haven't given up yet, Michael commentated while pinpointing the camera on Felix and his teammates. They could be seen fighting against shadow puppets while avoiding other shadowy projectiles. The viewers thought that they must have come up with something to change the battle outcome, but the sight before them evaporate those thoughts. All of them had gotten caught and killed in the Shadow Realm before being sent outside the floor. The moment the 5-minute duration ended, they repeat the same thing over and over again. After 15 minutes, even the primogenitors started to get bored by their repetitive and useless fighting tactic. I can't watch any more of this. Saurus yawned. Tell Michael to change the stream to Siren's team. They are close to conclude their challenge. Anything is more interesting than this. Wendigo remarked lazily. Majority of the primogenitors felt the same. In their eyes, they had given Felix's team more than enough attention. As you wish. Joragumo shrugged her shoulders and decided to call Michael. However, just as she was about to contact him, her eyebrows rose in surprise at the sight of Felix creating his domain inside the Void Realm. Such a new development had made everyone drop the thought of changing the stream and focus on Felix. What is he going to do with that? Siren titled her head in confusion. Before the others could reply, they were stunned to see that Felix had disappeared from the Void Realm with his domain. Where the hell did he go? Did he use his blink? But where? Alas, regardless of where the primogenitors looked, there was absolutely no sight of Felix. As a veteran judge, Michael was quick on his feet to switch automatically to the camera pinpointed on Felix's location. When they saw his new location, no one dared to believe what their eyes were feeding them. Who could blame them? Felix was seen highlighted within his void domain just like always, but the void domain was in the Shadow Realm. How is this possible? Erebus jumped from his seat with widened eyes. He reacted this expressively since he was seeing his ultimate ability, the impregnable realm, get invaded by a mere human, something that even the strongest primogenitors were incapable of achieving. Unfortunately for him, the worst had yet to come. Congratulations to Aspidocolone's team for slaying the God of Shadows. Congratulations to Aspidocolone's team for slaying the God of Shadows. Congratulations to Aspidocolone's team for slaying the God of Shadows. The Queen knew how to make one feel good about their achievements, as she blasted this announcement 3 times throughout the entire tower. All the teams heard it as well, making them stop whatever they were doing and eye each other with stunned expressions. Prince Domino and the rest of the dragons were also forced out of their nap by this mind-blowing announcement. They slayed an ancestor's copy? They actually did it. Summer Spirit mumbled under his breath with a dazed look. He knew that Felix was strong, and he had earned his respect in their previous battle. But still, he always believed that it would be impossible for his team and other teams to slay a primogenitor's copy. If his team didn't have Prince Domino, he would have also been less confident in his chances to achieve such a brilliant feat. We are talking about slaying a primogenitor's copy, not defeating him. Ha 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 ha. Good, good. As expected of the Dragon Slayer, you have truly made me not regret joining this game. Unlike his dumbfounded teammates, Prince Domino exploded in feverish laughter. Only him had this kind of reaction as the viewers were left absolutely at loss for words. They felt like Queen was pulling a prank on them since they had seen how Felix was struggling for more than 15 minutes against the shadow puppets. Now they were being told that Erebus had been slayed by him? What kind of sick joke is this? They all thought. Let's watch the replay. Michael kept shaking like he was having a seizure, making him unable to even press on the replay button. In the end, he requested the Queen to replay everything from the top. This time, the primogenitors had truly focused on the battle, making them see the tactic used by Felix to slay Erebus Copy. It wasn't really that complex. During the chaos, Felix had gone inside Rotspawn's shell and fired a weakened Void Seeker at his inner shell. Then, he blinked away and entered the Void Realm to prepare his Void Domain. While he was doing so, Rotspawn had allowed himself to get caught by the Shadow Vines so he could get pulled inside the Shadow Realm. Because he was hit by the Void Seeker on his unprotected torso, he was in a bit of pain. Still, he toughened through it and made sure to not exhibit anything that could alert Erebus Copy. When Felix noticed that Rotspawn had successfully passed through the Shadow Realm, he didn't hesitate to teleport to the void mark left on Rotspawn's body. This time, he brought with him his Void Domain, the one ability that could make all rules of the Shadow Realm obsolete. Naturally, Rotspawn was the first to get killed by the Void Domain, but it didn't really matter that much since he would get revived instantly. Unfortunately for Erebus Copy, the same couldn't apply to it as the moment the Void Domain breached the Shadow Realm, he was the second one to get embraced by it. After the replay ended, neither the viewers nor the primogenitors were able to react properly. I don't know if I should applaud his ingenuity to take advantage of such loophole or scold him for abusing our generosity. In the end, Lord Quetzalcoatl was the first to break the ice by applauding with a hearty laugh. Ha! In my eyes, a plan is plan as long as it within the rules. Cyclope praised with a wide smile as he stared at Felix, who was celebrating with his teammates in front of a new wide-open gate. When Felix wanted him to make a divine weapon, he agreed because of the favor and also due to feeling a bit regretful about how his retirement came to be. But the more he watched, the more comfortable he was with having Felix carry a divine weapon with his name engraved on it. Well done. Even Lord Cows was pleased as he clapped slowly akin to an old man on his last dying breaths. How do you feel getting your copy killed even though it was battling with your most obnoxious fighting style? Kumaho giggled as she eyed Erebus, not wasting such a free opportunity to tease him. Erebus' lips twitched, but he refrained from commenting. He knew that whatever he said would not make him come out of this in a good light. In his eyes, it was much better to let the other pissed-off primogenitors save him some face. Why the hell are you guys praising them? Saurus was the first to snap and curse hatefully while pointing at Felix. That vermin has sacrificed his teammate to kill Erebus Copy, knowing full well that his ally will be revived. Indeed, Wendigo gritted his teeth. We have been kind enough to give them infinite respawns, so they will feel pressured with fighting our copies and can go all out. Not so they can fucking willingly sacrifice their teammates to kill our copies. Some primogenitors did agree with what he said. The main purpose of the infinite revivals so their teams could fight without worry or pressure of the Grim Reaper above them. But what Felix did was the total opposite of that. If it wasn't for the revivals, he wouldn't have dared to come up with such plans since his teammates would be the first to go. If we don't act upon this, he will most definitely use the same strategy in his other fights against our copies. Where is the entertainment in abusing a loophole that emerged from our goodwill? Mananangle warned while eyeing everyone with a stern expression. Do something? Ha! Thor scoffed loudly. What are you thinking of? Eliminating our team? Removing the infinite revivals? Or better yet, stop the game and restart with a new one? All the proposed suggestions were the ones that Mananangle had in mind, making him turn disgruntled. Before Mananangle could retort, Aspidocalone knitted his eyebrows in displeasure and interjected. You guys keep blabbering about that he has abused the revival system, but do you think that your teams won't do the same but just in a different picture? When it was laid out like this, most primogenitors began to consider the possibility that their teams were truly going to be making plans to make one of their own as a bait too. Sure, the result wouldn't be as extraordinary as Felix, but if they got just as desperate as Felix's team, then why not? The moment we decided to give them infinite respawns, this was bound to happen eventually. Lady Sphinx added calmly while eyeing the Darkin faction. I refuse to believe that none of you thought of this possibility. You simply didn't care too much about it since you never considered that my student will come up with this deadly strategy. I concur. Charuf shrugged his shoulders. That's why I refrained from opening my mouth. Me too. Well, you have to be as shameless as those three to openly oppose it when they knew that if their teams did the same, they will be over the moon. Thor sneered as he eyed Wendigo and the other two. Motherfuck! Enough! Saurus was forced to swallow his curse and indignation after hearing Lord Osiris' voice resound deeply in his mind. It wasn't just him who heard it as everyone quietened down at the same time. Did they break the rules? Lord Osiris asked calmly while staring at Saurus with his usual cold, pitch-black eyes. Technically, no. Saurus replied bluntly, knowing that Lord Osiris didn't want to hear the details or excuses. Then, refrain from causing a scene. Lord Osiris said indifferently, don't blame the player if the game's design is flawed. Okay. When even Lord Osiris spoke in favor of Felix and others, Saurus couldn't bring himself to oppose him for the sake of causing some inconvenience to Felix's team. Mananangle and Wendigo also closed their mouths shut and focused on the stream, knowing that canceling Felix's team was a lost cause. If it was any other primogenitor, they would have held a bit of grudge against Felix if he was the one who caused them to lose a whopping 20 monoliths. But Lord Osiris had no such thoughts as he saw life as black and white. There was just right and wrong and no in-between. Because of this frigidness in his way of dealing with things, he wasn't quite as popular as Lord Quetzalcoatl within the circle. My cuties have finally reached the 5th floor. Seeing that the atmosphere had grown stale and somewhat tensed, Kumaho tried to make it more lively by mentioning her team's situation. They have actually landed against Brother Kraken. Erebus snickered, I hope your cuties know how to swim properly. I believe that they will give us an entertaining performance. Kumiho blinked her eyes charmingly as eyed everyone, so be gentle in your judgment. In this game, the copies didn't belong to just the alive primogenitors but also the dead ones. It was done like this to honor the dead primogenitors and see them in their glory even if it was just against their descendants. But most importantly, they had to include them since it wasn't fair for the teams to deal with the lords. Can you imagine fighting Lord Osiris' copy? Even at 1% of his strength, it was enough for his copy to conjure his death note and kill them in the blink of an eye. Or Lord Dune. His space manipulation would break apart the entire space in the map, making them get shredded into tiny pieces. There was no need to talk about Lord Cows. If Felix's team landed against him, he would be shown a new world of void manipulation until he started to feel unworthy of possessing his abilities. This didn't mean that other primogenitors were weaker, it was just that at least against them, the teams could put up fight. I bet Brother Kraken and the others will curse us to death if they found out that we used our memories of them to make their copies. Siren sighed. I am still against this. Stop being such a downer. Kumaho gave her an irritated look. We voted on it, and it's done. How can you know for sure about their reaction? Can you talk to the dead? Siren quietened down, not in the mood for another round of argument. Upon seeing so, Kumaho returned to her lively persona and started cheering for her team to beat the Great Kraken's copy. Meanwhile, Michael and the viewers had already changed the subject after an intense reaction at the replay of Felix's cheesy tactic. Their reaction was more or less the same as the primogenitors. Some defended them, but the majority cursed them for being cheaters. Especially the Shadowborns, who went almost insane at the thought of seeing their ancestral copy getting slayed in such a disrespectful manner. Alas, no matter how loud they cursed and vented their frustration, nothing ruined Felix's team mood. At the moment, they could be seen entering the gate leading to the 6th floor, knowing that there was no time for a prolonged rest. At last, Siren's team have reached the 5th floor. Michael commentated with an excited tone. It looks like they will be fighting against the Ragnarok bringer, Jormungandr. Now that two teams were going to be battling two primogenitors' copies, there was no way Michael would be focusing the camera on Felix's team. He split the camera into two sides and displayed the struggles of those two teams, hoping to see something as mind-blowing as Felix's team. Unfortunately, such a thing didn't occur. Kraken copy drowned the spirit foxes and the entire map with it, making it semi-impossible to find a footing. With his gigantic size and thousands of tentacles, he was truly the mortal enemy of the spirit foxes, as they weren't able to get close and attempt to charm him. With 5 radiant spirit foxes, it was more than possible to affect Kraken mentally if they combined their attacks. After all, he had just 1% of his mental defenses. Still, that proved to be more challenging than they anticipated. As for Siren's team, they had it even worse since Jormungandr's copy simply flooded the entire map with purplish poisonous cloud, making them get killed by a mere touch or a whiff. At the moment, they gave up on entering the floor before finding a plan to deal with the poisonous cloud. All in all, no one was going to pass those ancestral floors without losing their lives over and over again. 2 hours later, Felix could be seen vending off hundreds of incoming void creatures, ranging from lowborn to elites. This was the 9th floor challenge. Survive the onslaught of void creatures for 1 hour. For other teams, this would have been a pain in the ass, but for Felix, this was the easiest challenge he was given for a while now. Captain is really the nemesis of void creatures, Weber murmured while chilling at the corner of the map with the others, not daring to get close and ruin Felix's efficient killing tactic. It was efficient all right, as he kept pulling all the void creatures in the map by using the passive that he unlocked at 75% of his integration, Void Pulse. It allowed Felix to send out void pulses throughout a wide area that acted like a beacon to void creatures, forcing them to ignore everything and gather on it. Felix never bothered to turn it on before since he had Nimmo, the ultimate leader of void creatures. Who would have known that it would become useful in this floor? As expected of the Void Commander, Michael commentated excitedly while watching Felix gather all the void creatures on him before killing them instantly with a single void domain expansion. He kept repeating this process over and over again for the past 45 minutes. Although they were given the exact duration they needed to survive, Felix had guessed that it would be no more than 1 hour. That's because from the 5th floor and above, all the challenges required half an hour at least to conclude them. He believed that the higher they climbed, the longer it would take for each challenge. Let's see how others are doing, Michael said while switching the camera to the other teams. At the moment, Felix's stream wasn't the most interesting due to having 8 teams still stuck at their ancestral floors. In fact, it had gotten so bad for some teams the primogenitors had decided to make them ally with each other to defeat a single copy. Still, they had yet to win the approval of the primogenitors, unlike Kumiho's team, Erebus' team, and Dune's team. Believe it or not, even with a partnership, Siren's team had yet to land a single hit on Jormungandr's copy. Jormungandr's poisonous abilities were simply too much to handle for those without experience against poison elementalists. How could they deal with Jormungandr's deadly true poison when the worst kind of poison they experienced could be countered by merely holding their breaths? At the moment, the rankings had changed significantly in the past 2 hours. 1. Aspidocolone's team, 9th floor. 2. Kumiho's team, 6th floor. 3. Erebus team, 6th floor. 4. Dune's team, 6th floor. 5. Siren's team, 5th floor. 12. Cheruf's team, ground floor. Although it might seem like the others were quite close to Felix's team, the viewers knew that at least 2 hours separated them. It took Felix and his teammates half an hour or more to clear those floors, even with the clues in their possession. Hence, the rest would most definitely struggle even more than them. What do we have here? Michael suddenly switched the camera to the ground floor, showing that Prince Domino and the other dragons had woke up from their naps simultaneously. 3 hours have already passed. It looks like the dragons are finally going to be joining the fun. Michael knitted his eyebrows, though I doubt they will be able to reach Landlord's team. As long as Felix uses that tactic against the next primogenitor's copy, he will be able to breeze through the 10th stage easily again. Selphie smiled. Everyone knew that the moment Felix's team go past the 10th floor, it would be extremely difficult to catch up to them in merely 3 days. Yet, not a single ounce of worry could be seen on the dragons' faces. They simply stretched their wings while waiting for the queen to teleport them to the 1st floor. 4 hours. We will catch up to the Dragon Slayer in 4 hours. Prince Domino addressed his teammates causally, like the goal he had given them was doable by anyone. Yet none of them voiced a complaint against it as they nodded in understanding. In a few moments, Prince Domino and the others had gotten teleported to the first floor automatically. Look and behold, the first challenge they received was related to killing, as they were required to hunt 30 ground brown moles. Those moles were known for being able to break through the sound barrier with their speed, even though they were traveling underground. Hence, hunting them was truly going to be challenging. Raise the ground, Prince Domino ordered calmly. Without hesitation, Summer Spirit and the other three launched flame orbs simultaneously at the peaceful forest. The moment the flame orbs touched the surface, there was no more map to play on. Congratulations, challengers. You have successfully hunted 30 ground brown moles. Time taken, calculating, 6 seconds. It looks like Cheruf's team intend to blast their way to the top of the tower. Michael coughed, not wanting to compliment them. The viewers also refrained making their achievement as a big deal since anyone could do the same if they had nukes lying around. Still, they kept their eyes closely on the dragons, knowing that eventually, they would be given a challenge that required finesse instead of barbaric destruction. Unfortunately, the second floor challenge made them survive an apocalyptic event related to the thunderstorms and hurricanes. With their defensive reflective scales, it posed absolutely no challenge to them as they concluded it in 10 minutes. The same applied to the third and fourth floors. In the end, they had reached the ancestral floor in less than 30 minutes, falling a bit short from Felix's team record. But one shouldn't forget that the dragons were operating without clues. It looks like they have landed against Siren's copy in an island-based Ma. Boom, boom, boom. Before Michael could finish his commentary, Summer Spirit and other three dragons started nuking the island continuously, hoping to get rid of Siren's copy with the sudden assault. Brutal bastards. Let us see our ancestor first. I have a bad feeling about this. I don't dare to imagine my ancestor getting killed like this. The mermaids in the stands weren't pleased one bit by the dragon's fighting style. Alas, they could only wait for the dust to settle and see what happened to their ancestor. Since Queen AI didn't announce her death, they were feeling hopeful that nothing much had happened to her. Sadly, that was a mere wishful thinking. When the dust settled, Siren's copy could be seen standing at the bottom of a smoky crater while being surrounded by visible sound waves. Although she was still breathing, everyone drew a deep breath at the heavy injuries she sustained to block the nukes. 1% is really nothing against 5 dragons. Siren sighed in disappointment. I didn't think I will draw the short end of stick and land against those little monsters. They pass. In the end, Siren allowed them to climb to the next floor, not wanting to see her copy getting assaulted again with nukes. This was precisely what Felix feared, 5 dragons using their overwhelming explosiveness to destroy any challenge before them, even their battles against the primogenitor's copies. Sure, some primogenitors were simply too elusive to be hit by their flame orbs, but at the end of the day, the dragons would show the primogenitors that they were at least forcing their copies to run away. This would guarantee them a pass to the next floor. They have already reached the 6th floor. Felix couldn't help but frown after checking on the ranking and seeing the new placement of Cheruf's team. Not even 40 minutes passed by, and they have already bridged the gap by 6 floors. Felix asserted while standing before a wide-open gate. We need to conclude the 10th floor as fast as possible if we want to keep our lead. Felix knew that from the 6th to the 10th floor, Cheruf's team would be forced to spend at least half an hour on each challenge even if they blew the entire map. Still, he would rather not place the integrity of his lead in the hands of fate. Let's move, Felix said as he stepped inside the gate. Welcome to the 10th floor challengers. You can use everything. Impress the ancestral vampire to continue your climb. The instant Felix heard those notifications resound in his mind, he felt his heart sink to the bottom of his stomach. In this universe, there was only one individual titled as the ancestral vampire. One of mortal enemies of his master, Mananangle. Fuck me sideways. We actually picked Mananangle. Weber sucked a deep breath in horror. He wasn't terrified about Mananangle's copy abilities or such, but Mananangle himself. Well, we can remove passing the floor by impressing Mananangle from our options. Nina smiled bitterly. Tough luck for Landlord's team. Michael gave Felix and his teammates a sympathetic look. Knowing full well that Mananangle would never allow them to pass the floor, even if they gave the best performance in the entire game. He was absolutely right. He finally landed in our hands. Saurus grinned widely as he spoke telepathically with Mananangle and Wendigo. Brother Mananangle, you know what to do. Wendigo was also grinning. Mananangle didn't reply as he was eyeing Thor and Jormungandr with a faint smile, pissing them off even more. Although everyone knew that Mananangle was most definitely going to be treating Aspidocalone's team unfairly, they refrained from getting themselves involved in their drama. The moment Aspidocalone had chosen to include Felix in his team, he signed off to be taking shit from the Darkin faction. Looks like Master Felix will have only 2 methods to climb past this floor. Mistress Candace sighed while standing behind Asna. No, he has only one option. Asna shook her head. Felix will never allow himself to go for the second option since he knows that it will cost him the game. Asna was confident in her deduction since she understood that the second option would almost kill off any chance that Felix had to stay at the top of the tower. If he didn't manage to kill Mananangle in the next few hours, his team would be eligible to either get teleported to ally with another team, or a team would be sent to help them out. You are right, Mistress Candace said. It will take other teams at least 2 hours to reach the 10th floor, then another 2 more hours of constant struggle before they get eligible for assistant. That's a whole 4 hours wasted. That's not everything, Asna added in annoyance. That old fucker will most definitely choose the other team to pass his floor even if Felix's team did the most work. If it were up to Mananangle, he would prefer leaving both teams trapped in his floor even if they had delivered a noteworthy performance. Alas, this wouldn't fly well with the primogenitor owning that team. Luckily, Master Felix's team will get dropped by a floor, and they will have a new opportunity to face a different primogenitor's copy, Mistress Candace informed. It was done like this so the teams would have a new shot at climbing the floor instead of staying stuck against a single primogenitor's copy for the entire duration. There is nothing good about that. Asna understood that by the time Felix engages against a new primogenitor's copy, Cheruf's team would have already left him to eat their dust. Felix knew so too, which was why he decided to take his time in preparation against Mananangle. Guys, we will be dealing with Mananangle at 5% of his strength. Felix tightened his eyebrows. His external manipulation range will be over tens of kilometers. Based on what your masters told us, he is capable of causing blood clotting to any creature that entered his external manipulation range. Rotspawn frowned. Since the Darkin faction were enemies, Thor had already spilled everything there was to know about their abilities. The ones that they needed to be really worried off were external blood clotting, blood cloning, blood transformation, and lastly blood revival. Since he can sense blood in his range, it will hard for us to get closer to him, Barbieclaw said with a worried tone. I doubt we can even use the same strategy since we will die before we can get close to him. You don't have to worry about that. Felix snickered. I was taught a new inducement by my master that is capable of masking our blood. As long as you gets in your bloodstream, you will be invisible before him. As the mortal enemy of Mananangle, Jormungandr naturally had created many inducements that were targeted at him. That's great, Nina said composedly. This will help us get close to him from underground. Though, because he has 5% of his strength, his senses would be enough to spot us if we got too close. Rotspawn said, we can try to minimize the tremors, but he will still sense them and put some distance. Indeed, we need a distraction. Felix nodded. One of you will be marked with my void energy, and the rest will be responsible over distracting him. There is another issue, though. Weber scratched his head. Who told us that he will be staying above ground? He can be flying with his wings or above a blood cloud. Upon hearing so, everyone felt like their strategy was falling apart. Weber was right. Nothing assured them that Mananangle would be on the surface immediately and wait for them to show up. In fact, they didn't know if he was looking for them at the moment, seeking to eliminate them before they could strategize against him. There were many ifs. The only way we can know for sure is by testing. Felix said, our first 3 battles will be purely for gathering intel. Only after we are satisfied with the odds can we use our killer strategy. Agreed. That's how it should be. I hope the copy isn't as sadistic as Mananangle. Barbieclaw gulped. I heard rumors that he loves torturing his opponents. Don't worry, His shitty personality isn't copied. Felix sneered. Felix was probably the only one bold enough to curse and belittle a proud primogenitor. The others didn't dare to do the same even though they were speaking telepathically. Let's begin. Felix cracked his neck while jumping inside the void realm. Do as you please. In other words, there was no strategy in place. Still, Weber and the rest decided to move together. The environment is somewhat in our favor, Felix thought while examining the map. It was a mountainous region that was rich with giant trees and life. There were no other life forms in it, making Felix sigh in relief. The last thing he wanted was giving Mananangal new sources of blood. In a short while, Felix had finished scouting as he had located Mananangal effortlessly. As they had feared, Mananangal was spotted sitting above a magnificent blood cloud. He was as pale as ever and his gorgeous bloodish red eyes that would make any girl fall over heels for him. He kept looking around him, surveying the surrounding area with his guard risen to the max. As a mere dummy AI, there was no way he would be acting causal and underestimating his challengers. Whoosh! Suddenly, Mananangal's copy turned his head to the southern direction and narrowed his eyes at a mountain. They had been found. Felix frowned while staring at his allies, digging swiftly through the mountains in Mananangal direction. Although Felix didn't give them coordinates, it was common sense to scout the center of the map first. Felix didn't give them the blood cloak inducement because he would rather not expose this trump card so early. Is he going to use blood clot ability? Felix refrained from warning his teammates and started examining Mananangal's movement. Instead of using blood clot as they anticipated, Mananangal flew in direction of Weber and the others. When he appeared above them, he pointed his fingers at the ground and released 4 strings made out of his blood. The strings penetrated the ground's crust and started seeping through it, like it was a living organism. When met with hard objects, it turns into liquid and go around it. In a few short seconds, the blood strings had placed themselves exactly in front of Weber and the others, unbeknownst to them. What if those blood strings are the same as parasitic discharge of Master Thor? Felix was alarmed at the thought. He didn't have an issue with the death of his allies since they would be revived. But if they were enslaved, that's a whole different issue. He swiftly changed his mind and teleported in front of those blood strings. Then he got rid of them easily with his Void Seekers. Obviously, his interference didn't go unnoticed by Mananangal's copy. However, he couldn't do anything as Felix had returned to the Void Realm immediately after doing the deed. Now he will be wary of me. Felix sighed while eyeing Mananangal's copy-alerted expression. But it was much better than having his teammates enslaved. This time, Felix didn't intend to keep such information to himself as he appeared next to his teammates and warned them about the bloodstrings. There was such a thing? Weber sweated. I was focusing on the blood CLO. Fuck. It's happening. Before Weber could finish his sentence, his expression got twisted in pain after sensing that his blood was starting to thicken. Quickly, get rid of the clotting, Felix ordered while concentrating on the rising clots within his body. The moment he sensed that one had been created, he broke it apart by using his mental energy. The others were doing the same too. This was the reason Mananangal's copy couldn't control their blood externally even though they were in his range. Any order he had given would be contested heavily by the true owner of the blood. It was like trying to reclaim ownership of a castle with its soldiers while the emperor was still sitting on the throne. With mere 5%, Mananangal's copy could cause blood clotting from such a distance. If he wanted to cause more damage, he would need either to inject them with a bit of his bloodline or wound them and extract it. Damn it! This is never ending. Rotspawn cursed while continuing to pop off a blood clot after the other. Just keep defending, Felix stressed. If we adapted to this attack, we will have a much easier time later on during our true ambush. Not waiting for their response, Felix entered the Void Realm and returned to the surface of the map. The moment his eyes landed on Mananangal's copy, he couldn't help but drew a deep cold breath in shock. There wasn't just one of him anymore but a dozen. Fuck. He really went all out in his cloning. Felix's expression wasn't too pleasant. He was told by his master that blood cloning allowed Mananangal to create perfect copies of him that were capable of using almost everything that he possessed. The most shocking part? They could think independently if he gave them a split of his consciousness. This ability was the same as the one used by Lady Sphinx. In fact, it could be classified as even better since Lady Sphinx was using sand to mimic her characteristics while Manananggal's copies were made out of his own blood. Master told me that clones have at least 30% of the main body's strength. Felix frowned. This meant that every clone here can be considered as a primogenitor's clone with at least 1% of the real deal strength. Felix went through shit to kill Erebus's copy. Now he needed to deal with 12 copies that were considered as strong as him. The only good side from this is the weakening of the original copy. Felix thought as long as those clones active, Manananggal's copy wouldn't be able to exert all of its strength. This is going to end poorly for Landlord's team. Michael shook his head as he watched Manananggal's copy order all of its copies to assault Weber and others. This time, Felix didn't bother to warn them as he knew that nothing much could save his teammates from a combined assault of 12 primogenitor's copies. Maybe I should ambush him while he is at his weakest? Felix pondered while staring at Manananggal's copy, chilling above a blood cloud. At the start, he simply intended to watch the situation unfold without interference even if his teammates got killed. But he knew that it would be wasteful to ignore such a perfect ambush opportunity. It needs to be abrupt and deadly. Felix narrowed his eyes dangerously while creating a small void domain around his fist. He didn't expend it, making it seem like his entire hand belonged to another dimension. Knowing the time wasn't in his favor, Felix didn't hesitate to open a tiny void rift half a kilometer away from Manananggal's copy. It was so small it fitted only his pupil. That was all Felix needed as the moment his pupil aligned with Manananggal's copy face. He entered a punching stance and murmured, "Blink!" Whoosh! Just like a ghost, Felix materialized abruptly next to the copy's cheek and punched him as fast as he could with his void domain fist. Everything happened so fast. Manananggal's copy was still in the process of turning its head to see the incoming void punch. Alas, by the time his eyes aligned with the void punch, it had already made contact with his face. With such a gusto and speed, one would expect blood and gore to be blown out everywhere. But in reality, Manananggal's copy disappeared into particles peacefully under the dumbfounded eyes of the viewers. No one anticipated this or even bothered to consider the possibility. In their eyes, slaying Erebus' copy with that cheesy method was the best thing that Felix could come up with. Now, they were watching live how Felix thoroughly deleted Manananggal's copy out of existence by a single clean punch. Unfortunately, before the heavenly turtles in the stand could celebrate, they saw that Felix's expression wasn't as delighted as they anticipated. Then, it hit them. Why is there no announcement? Didn't he kill him? Look at the highlighted copies. They are still alive and thrashing the heavenly turtles. The viewers came up to their senses when they realized that Queen AI didn't announce Manananggal's copy death. The fact that his copies were still active made it even harder to believe that he had been killed. Life isn't so simple. Saurus snickered mockingly as he eyed the displeased Felix. He actually thought he had him. Wendigo chuckled. Doesn't he know that as long as Brother Manananggal has a single blood drop remaining, he could never be considered as dead? The ultimate ability of Manananggal, true immortality. Other primogenitors enjoy basic immortality of not dying of aging. However, they could be killed if their brains got bashed or hearts blown out. On the other hand, as the primogenitor of blood, Manananggal had already reached the peak of immortality. He could be truly unkillable unless one got rid of every single blood drop he had in this universe. Otherwise, he would be reborn and continue living his life like nothing happened. At least, I got rid of the main body. Felix eyed the remaining copies dangerously. I need to eliminate the rest before the main consciousness can reborn in one of them. Jormungandr and Thor weren't stupid to not inform Felix about Manananggal's ultimate ability. Felix had already taken precaution against it when he made his move, knowing that the only way to truly kill Manananggal's copy was by deleting everything related to him in this floor. Weber has been eliminated. Rotspawn has been eliminated. Barbieclaw has been eliminated. Unfortunately, his teammates couldn't hold it any longer against 12 copies combining their forces to end them. In fact, only 3 copies made a move, yet that was more than enough to kick them outside the floor. As for the rest, The moment Felix killed Mananangle's copy, they all turned around and flew rapidly in his direction. Seeing 9 primogenitors' copies flying in his direction was enough to make anyone freeze in fear, but Felix? He took a deep breath to calm his emotions and blinked suddenly amidst their formation. Electrical shock. CLZLZLZ. Felix discharged a frightening number of electrical tongues around him, hoping that the insane voltage would be enough to paralyze the copies. Unfortunately, their reflexes were still quick enough to block them by simply creating giant liquid blood walls. The electricity went silent the instant it touched the blood walls, like it was being extinguished. Just as Felix wanted to go for another attack, he was forced to reconsider after seeing that he had been imprisoned inside a giant cube made out of blood. He couldn't even react to its creation since it was made from the walls connecting with each other. Shit, this isn't it good. Felix knew that it was time to bounce. Ha! Alas, the instant he attempted to manifest a void rift, he realized that his vision was growing blurry and disoriented. Worst of all, his head felt as heavy as a boulder. Am I experiencing hypotension? Unfortunately, the copies didn't wait for Felix to confirm his condition, as they all manifested thousands of crystallized spikes from the blood cube and tightened it on Felix. PS. Felix was turned into meat askew, dying instantly. When he opened his eyes, he found himself next to his teammates in front of the gate. You too, boss. Weber raised an eyebrow in surprise. I thought you will be focusing on gathering intel. Maybe I should have just done that. Felix massaged his eyelids in frustration, not pleased with the way things turned. He realized that dealing with 12 copies simultaneously was truly asking for a death wish. The fact that they were able to lower his blood pressure in a split second without even touching him was enough proof. Landlord's team first attempt has failed miserably, Michael commentated. Sure, they have killed the main copy, but it wouldn't take even a few minutes before it reappear again, voiding their efforts. Felix knew so too, making him sigh in disappointment. The re-entry duration was 5 minutes. It was more than enough for the main copy to be reborn and bring them back to the starting line. He understood that the loser of this confirmation was no one but them since he had exposed far too much over nothing. What's next, Captain? Weber and the others looked at him with look filled with utmost confidence, making him feel even more pressured. I can't tell them that I am as stumped as them. For a first time in a while, Felix was truly out of ideas on how to deal with the current situation. If he was asked to impress the primogenitors, he could come up with tens of strategies. But how could he kill something that couldn't be killed? Although Felix was informed about the Darkin faction's abilities, he didn't expect them to be this hard to deal with. Sure, Mananangle appeared lackluster and his abilities weren't that flashy. But still, Felix would rather land against Wendigo or Saurus. At least, if he killed one of them, he wouldn't need to worry about them being reborn again. I can't get discouraged and display an unsightly side while my masters are watching. Felix tightened his fists. If I am going to lose, I better make sure that I leave no regrets. Felix knew that there was no backing down against Mananangle's copy. If he did so, his masters would never hear the end of it from the Darkin faction. There is always a way. Felix sat in a mediation position again and closed his eyes. I just have to find it. When his allies saw this, they refrained from making noise and started communicating on their own, hoping to think of something too. 12 clones and 1 main copy. To win this, we need to kill them all in no less than 2 minutes so they won't get recreated it. Felix pondered. In addition, it has to be a clean death with my void domain, so they won't leave a single drop of blood behind. Felix knew that it should be impossible for Mananangle to reborn from a single drop of blood when he had only 5% of his strength. For an ultimate ability, it was naturally going to exhaust an unfathomable amount of energy. Thor had already told him during practice that he shouldn't worry about ultimate abilities until the 15th floor. Still, he was worried about a possible scenario that might screw him up big time. It will be much easier if they were grouped up and teleported amidst them with void domain. Felix smiled wryly, knowing that wouldn't happen anytime soon. Although the copies were mere dummies, they were still smart enough to know that grouping up in a tight area was a no-no. This leaves me with luring a small batch and take care of them first before finding a way to group the rest. Felix rested his chin on his palm. If this will be our strategy, there will many possible ways of it going wrong. Felix realized that nothing else could be done besides going with this strategy. Although the success rate was too low for his liking, he knew that beggars can't be choosers. So, for the next couple of minutes, he started fleshing out the strategy and perfecting it. Only after he was a bit satisfied with the end result did he share it with his allies. There are too many variables. Rotspawn frowned after Felix finished his briefing. True, Nina shook her head. With every move we make, there are tens of ways something can go wrong. Well, if you have thought about anything, I am all ears. Felix smiled bitterly. For now, this is the best I can come up with in this situation. Let's try it. Weber said, "We have nothing to lose at this point." Have they come with something, or this is just another scouting round? Selphie murmured nervously while watching Felix scouting the location of the copies from within the Void Realm. At the start, she was somewhat confident that Felix would climb past the 10th floor easily if he used that cheesy strategy, but not anymore. As expected, the main body has already reborn. Felix thought as he eyed Mananangle's main copy sitting above a blood cloud while surrounded by his 12 copies. 5 minutes was more than enough for one of the clones to split up into two and grew into the main copy. After confirming their location, Felix returned to his teammates. Let's begin. He eyed Weber and said, "Everything starts with you. Don't worry, boss. I will make sure to get as close as possible to those bastards," Weber assured while digging towards the surface alone. Felix followed him closely from the Void Realm while the rest of the team prepared themselves for their part in the strategy. When Weber emerged on the surface a few kilometers away from Mananangle's copies, Felix manifested a small rift near his shell and fired a weakened Void Seeker at it. The Void Seeker could be seen trying to dig deep within the shell, but its toughness made it simply impossible unless it was given a couple of days. "The clones are the move," Michael said while pointing the camera on 4 clones, flying speedily on their blood clouds towards Weber. "For not the best, but it's better than 1 or 2. Felix nodded while focusing on the approaching clones. He already knew that the main copy would not send all clones for just one target. Rumble, rumble. Abruptly, Weber manifested a giant pillar that took him into the air until he was in the same height level as the approaching clones. Then he used his elemental energy to create a wide, spacious, circular platform around the pillar, making the entire thing resemble a nail. Next, he added supporters by connecting the end of the terrain to the pillar. Only then did Weber dare to step into the platform, knowing that it could support his weight. "Come at me, you clone bastards," Weber cursed while creating tens of humongous solid pointy spikes. Whoosh whoosh. The instant the clones entered his firing range, he hurled those spikes at them as hard as he could. Unfortunately, the clones were too small and elusive to be hit by them. Weber already knew so and prepared the perfect solution for it. Boom boom. The moment the clones evaded the spiky boulders, he manually blew them up in the air. This resulted in thousands of sharp fragments flying akin to bullets in the clones' direction. They got absolutely showered by them, making Weber's eyes brighten up in delight. Alas, those were Primogenitor's clones he was dealing with. Before the dust dissipate, the clones burst through it while hiding withing spheres of sticky red liquid. The fragments were glued to the liquid like it was made out honey. As expected, Earth-based attacks can't work against them. Weber sighed in disappointment. Although he agreed to the plan and had no issues being Felix's special suicide bomber, but he still wasn't comfortable about it. Not because of Felix, but because of his own weakness that resulted in them taking such a drastic measure. If they were stronger, they could have taken a couple of clones each, leaving Felix to deal with the rest. Before he could feel sorry for himself even more, the clones had finally reached him. The first thing they did was surround him from the cardinal directions while keeping 200 meters from him. It's not enough. They need to get a bit closer. Weber narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth widely. Then he expelled a flood of mud directed at no one but himself. The mud began to build up around him until he was completely buried in it. Still, it was being expelled and continuing to engulf him, making the clones rush in their attacks. Phew phew. Countless sharp blood blades were released at the muddy hill, trying to penetrate it. Alas, the blood blades ended up stuck a few meters within. Unlike solid shields, the mud made sure to capture things instead of attempting to resist their power. Still not giving up, the clones used other projectiles. Alas, all of them rewarded them with the same negative result. The worst part? The mud was still increasing, making them realize that the longer they prolong this, the worse it would get for them. It was known knowledge that when heavenly turtles focused purely on defense, nothing could move them. So, they all dashed closer to Weber until they were at a mere 100 meters range, hoping to make him lose consciousness by bringing his blood pressure down. Because they were just four and using merely external manipulation, they needed to be as close as possible to his blood, so they could have better control over it than the true owner. It's happening just like Captain said. Weber tightened his eyebrows after he felt that his heartbeats were increasing sharply. I just have to hold it as long as possible to make them get even closer. Weber kept regulating his breathing, knowing that the moment he loses his consciousness it would be done for him. So he fought them back by regulating his blood pressure, giving them a tough time. In the case of Felix, he was assaulted by 12 clones simultaneously, making it impossible for him to even think about regulating his blood pressure back to normal. As expected, the clones were baited closer after feeling resistance from Weber. 160 meters, 140 meters, 120 meters. The viewers held their breath in anticipation as they watched the clones edging closer and closer to Weber, not realizing that Felix was preparing their funeral from the void realm. 80 meters, 50 meters. The instant Felix saw that the clones had crossed the 50 meters line, he didn't hesitate to snap his finger. Then, there was no then. The void domain appeared in the blink of an eye above the platform just like a magic trick. Weber and clones were all caught in it instantly. Before the viewers could react, Felix deactivated it and jumped within the void realm again like he didn't just take down 4 clones simultaneously. For down, 9 more to go. Felix appeared next to his teammates immediately and informed them, 2 minutes start now. We are ready. Rotspawn disclosed with a stern tone. Good. Felix swiftly fed them the blood cloak inducement one by one. When he was done, he beamed his crescent battle axe and marked it with his void seeker. Then he handed it to Rotspawn. Don't miss. He nodded at him and returned to the void realm. Then he went to check on Mananangle's copy reaction after 4 of his clones got slaughtered like that. They are on the move. As he expected, the instant the 4 clones died, the others couldn't remain stationary any longer. They all flew in direction of the crime site, not knowing that the other heavenly turtles were rushing over there too. When they reached the site, they started to scout around them. Unfortunately, Felix was hidden in the void realm and the heavenly turtles had been turned invisible by the blood cloak inducement. It's time. The instant Felix noticed that his team had reached the marked area in their strategy, he engulfed his right hand in his void domain and picked the furthest clone from the formation. Landlord is about to repeat the same tactic. Michael commentated quickly, will it work though? As they say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. In his eyes, the main copy would be on high alert against Felix's void punch and would evade it. However, that didn't happen. Immediately after the right moment arrived, Felix blinked next to the clone and punched him directly in the torso, making it impossible for him to evade in time. Moving one's head reflexively was one thing, but moving the entire torso in the blink of an eye? That was a different story. It landed. It actually landed. Michael exclaimed in shock at the sight of the clone getting disintegrated into nothingness. This time, Felix didn't intend to prolong his stay as the moment he punched out. He already opened a small void rift that was aligned with his eyes. Then, he blinked inside to safety while the main copy and clones had just prepared to counterattack. TSK, he is lucky the clone's senses are duller than the main copy. Mananangle clicked his tongue in irritation. Although it might sound like an excuse, but everyone knew that he was right. No matter how perfect the clones were, they would never behave and think exactly as the real deal. Don't even mention a clone of just a dummy AI with Manangle's strength. If Felix punched the main copy again, he would have definitely evaded it or blocked it somehow. Alas, the same didn't apply to the clones. This meant as long as the clones were separated, they would always be in danger from Felix's abrupt ambushes. So, the main copy tightened the formation, making it impossible for Felix to slay another copy without getting caught in the process. So, predictable, primogenitor strength or not, dummies are called dummies for a reason. Felix smirked after seeing that everything was going according to his plan. Without further ado, Felix opened a void rift above the surface and fired a lightning bolt at a tree, breaking it in half and setting it in fire. Thud! The tree fell on the ground, creating a small earth shock in the surrounding area. Menangel's copy and the clones were attracted to the noise and focused on the tree warily. But, when they saw that Felix was nowhere to be seen, they believed that he did so to distract them and then ambush them again. Thus, they ignored the tree and kept surveying the surrounding area. That's our signal, girls. Rotspawn narrowed his eyes dangerously and started digging towards the surface of the ground, with the girls following closely behind him. The instant they emerged from the surface, rupturing tens of trees from their roots, they manifested giant boulders and hurled them at the clones. Whoosh whoosh! The clones were sure startled by their sudden appearance without sensing their blood at all. Yet, the boulder's attack was simply too slow even with the element of surprise. They dodged it easily, and at the same time they defended themselves with that sticky type of blood, predicting that the boulders might explode. Alas, the true danger didn't lay there. It came from Felix, who was preparing another void domain while waiting for the perfect moment to make his move. It sure came quicker than he anticipated. He had a common flying boulder with a look filled with hope and nervousness. In the eyes of the clones, the boulder was just like any other, weak, slow, and useless. But in the eyes of Felix and his teammates, it was everything. That's because the marked crescent battleaxe was hiding within it. Whoosh! The instant Felix saw that the boulder was about to reach the gathered clones, he immediately blinked with his void domain at the marked battleaxe. Main copy? Clones? None of them were fast enough to teleport hundreds of meters and escape from the all-devouring monster. The void domain. They did it. Michael murmured while looking at the spectators, appearing like he was trying to seek their validation. When he saw that everyone was simply staring at the revolving pitch-black sphere in utter disbelief, he knew that his eyes weren't playing a trick on him. They actually did it. They actually fucking did it. In the end, Michael couldn't hold his agitation and excitement any further and shouted as loud as he could with spit thrown everywhere. Hoo-hoo-ah. Holy shit, holy fucking shit. They actually killed the unkillable. Oh Lord. How is this even possible? They were against fucking 13 copies of primogenitors at 1% of his strength. Most teams are still struggling in the 5th floor against one. This can't be real. My ancestral's copy can't die like this. It barely did anything. The viewers broke into thunderous cheers, not giving a shit that they were cheering for the death of a primogenitor's copy. They might hate Felix's cheesy strategies, but they were happier to see the primogenitor's copies getting their asses whopped by mortals just like them. Naturally, the vampires in the stand didn't feel the same as them. In fact, all of them felt like the world was falling apart, not daring to believe that even their ancestral's copy failed to achieve what they couldn't. In their eyes, if even Mananangel's copy couldn't kill Felix, how the fuck are they supposed to do so in their future games? We did it, we actually did it. Barbieclaw celebrated with an elated expression. To be honest, I really had no hopes for this strategy. Rotspawn chuckled. It was understandable for him to feel this way. Felix's strategy truly was based on his calculation and prediction of Mananangel's copy's behavior. If only one clone was sent against Weber, the strategy would fail. If the blood cloak inducement failed somehow, the strategy would fail. If Felix's clone assassination didn't scare the clones and the main copy into gathering in one place, the plan would fail. There were so many variables that could have resulted in a different outcome. Thankfully, everything was on point. But, where is the announcement? Nina suddenly inquired with a deep frown. Ha! You are right. All the clones were killed, and even the main copy had been taken out. Yet, the Queen AI had yet to make the tower-wide announcement of his death. When they realized that more than 10 seconds had gone by without the announcement, their heartbeats started to accelerate in agitation and worry. Soon, Michael and the viewers stopped their celebration short, when they realized that neither the announcement was heard nor the gate for the next floor was opened. This development isn't going as anticipated. Michael raised his eyebrows in surprise. Don't tell me Menangle's copy is still alive somehow? The viewers couldn't believe it, neither did Felix's teammates. Captain, what's going on? Rotspawn asked Felix. The worst-case scenario happened. Felix smiled bitterly as he blinked next to them. What are you talking about? Menangle's copy must have spread out his blood in the map. Because he copied Menangle's ultimate ability. Queen AI deems him as still alive since he can still revive. Felix explained while massaging his eyelids. Doesn't that mean we can't pass the floor until we obliterate every single blood drop around the map? It can't be. Aren't we fucked then? His teammates couldn't believe it. No, they didn't dare to believe his explanation. They knew that it would be impossible for them to find and get rid of his spread-out blood, even if they spent days working on it. The map was simply too vast, and they didn't have wide-range destructive abilities such as the dragons. This was truly the worst possible scenario. I don't get it, he can't even revive from those blood drops even if he wanted due to his limited strength. Barbieclaw asked with a frustrated look, so why did he do it? It's called a copy for a reason. Felix sighed, he doesn't care whether he can revive or not. As long as he copied Menangle's ultimate ability and his way of using it, he will naturally do the same. Felix always knew that it was possible for this scenario to occur. But he didn't want to talk about it since there wasn't much to be done if it ever happened. I kind of feel bad for Landlord's team, Michael smiled wryly. With their splendid performance, they should have been sent to the next floor on thrones. Yet, it looks like they will stay here for a little longer. Whether they liked them or not, the majority of the viewers knew that if this happened to them, they would be more than pissed off. They literally deleted 13 copies of a primogenitor with teamwork and an ingenious calculated strategy. Still, they weren't going to be given access to the next floor because of enmity between primogenitors. It just didn't feel right or fair. Are you really not going to pass them? Aspidok alone asked Menangle with a calm tone. I am not impressed yet. Menangle replied causally. All right. Aspidok alone nodded and refrained from asking again. They really hate the kid to not mind getting on Aspidok alone's bad side for the sake of annoying him. Cyclope spoke telepathically with his close friends in the circle. I guess they are really desperate to stop him from getting another win. Yggdrasil sighed. But still, those games and fights are for the youth. Siren shook her head. We shouldn't interfere in them like this. True. Although the primogenitors wanted to avoid getting themselves involved in the Darkin faction drama, they still felt that it was a messed up thing for Menangle to refuse sending to the next floor. In their eyes, it was like an adult taking a candy from a kid just because he had a beef with the parents. No one would condemn that. Hence, the Darkin faction's reputation had taken another hit in the circle as everyone had established bad look on them. Even Lord Quetzalcoatl shook his head in disappointment and returned to watching the stream, making Saurus and the other two a bit peeved. But they still refused to change their minds. This meant Felix and the others could either try their chances and start clearing the entire map for those drops of blood or wait a few hours for another team to come help them. Captain, should we start looking for the blood drops? Barbieclaw asked as she eyed Felix, who was chilling on the ground with his eyes closed shut. No, thank you. Felix replied calmly, I refuse to waste another sweat drop on that blood-sucking fucker. His teammates and the viewers couldn't help but gasp audibly at his audacity to curse out a primogenitor out loud while he was watching. This little. Saurus' eyes were set on fire immediately in fury. As for Menangle, he tried controlling his expression, but everyone could see that he was infuriated. This is highly disrespectful and deserving of punishment. Wendigo eyed Felix's masters as he condemned with a stern tone. Unfortunately for him, Thor wasn't having it anymore as he snapped immediately. Disrespectful. Sit your bitch ass down before I lay my hands on you. Dogs like you deserve to be called even worse. Lady Sphinx added with a cold stare. She rarely insulted or cursed anyone even if someone wronged her, but she really couldn't stomach seeing Felix treated this unfairly. If the same scenario happened to them, they would most definitely allow the Darkin faction teams to climb past their floors if they impressed them. Too bad. The Darkin faction's hate on Felix was rising steadily with all the thrashing he was giving their champions in the games. Are you going to stand there and what? When Saurus turned around to seek assistance from his peers, he realized that they were on their own on this matter. All the primogenitors were ignoring their existence like Felix's blasphemous curse entered one ear and escaped from the other. If it were another champion, they would have most certainly pressured his ancestor to punish him severely before everyone, so they would know that the primogenitors should never be cursed even in their minds. But since they decided to remove themselves from their fight, they would not say a single thing even if Felix cursed all three of them for the next hour. I see how it is. Saurus gritted his teeth and returned to his seat, knowing that they had lost their leverage in the circle at the moment. Time went by, and the tower was ever so lively with teams fighting tooth and nail to climb one floor after the other. As everyone expected, Cheruf's team were the first to reach the 10th floor, leaving everyone still hanging in the 8th and the 9th floor. They took merely 3 hours to catch up to Felix even without the clues. Speaking about Felix and his teammates, they could be seen chilling in the 10th floor forest, waiting for the queen to either teleport someone over or teleport them to another floor. Unfortunately, that wasn't going to happen anytime soon as the rest of the teams were struggling to even pass the 9th floor. The cosmic rock is really giving the dragons a run for their money, Michael commentated excitedly. They just can't hit him with anything. The dragons had drawn the short end of the stick by landing against one of the fastest beings in the entire universe. The wind primogenitor, the cosmic rock. The flame orbs that helped them reach this floor so fast were absolutely useless against him. He could easily evade the explosion with his insane speed. If he decided to take it a step further, he simply appeared next to the flame orb and flap his giant wings once. That's all it took to return the flame orbs back to the dragons akin to bullets. In fact, 2 dragons ended up getting killed by their own flame orbs smashing on them unexpectedly. This was just the rock's copy being defensive. When it was time to attack, the dragons end up getting sent packing with a single wind blade that was sharp enough it was capable of splitting even space. It was the same attack that was used by the executioner in the Bomber game. The only difference was that the rock's copy could launch hundreds of them continuously and from every direction. For the past half an hour, they had been getting sent to the front of the gate every time they clashed against him. In all of their battles, Prince Domino had yet to make a single move. He merely kept his distance and spectated their struggle. "Prince, I think we need you on this one," Summer Spirit expressed. The other dragons nodded in support. They knew that Prince Domino's orders should be respected due to his high status within their galaxy. But they were still dragons with their own pride. They refused to keep sending themselves to useless deaths while the strongest member of their team just sits and watch coolly. "You did enough." Prince Domino eyed them calmly and ordered, "I will be dealing with the rest." "Is he planning on challenging the rock solo?" Michael exclaimed with widened eyes. The rest of the viewers shared his reaction. Not believing that Prince Domino was cocky enough to think that he could contest against a primogenitor's copy with 5% strength. Especially when he had just demonstrated to everyone that it was going to be a challenging task to just touch him. "Are you sure?" Summer Spirit frowned. Instead of assuring him, Prince Domino gave him a cold side glare. "Don't ever doubt me again." Upon hearing so, neither Summer Spirit nor the others opened their mouths again to stop him. At this point, they wanted him to get his ass beat down, so he could lower his arrogance down a notch when he was with them. Not caring about anyone's opinion, Prince Domino flew rapidly in direction of the rock's copy. While he was flying, the viewers were startled to notice that his size was getting smaller and smaller. Soon, dark mist began to cover him from head to toe until he was completely encased in it. A few moments later, the mist had disappeared, leaving behind Prince Domino in a wholly new appearance and shape. His wings and dark scales were still the same, but the rest of his body had gone into a thorough transformation. Now, he possessed a humanoid body that was no taller than 3 meters. The giant purplish gem that was embedded in his head before was now placed in the center of his forehead in a minimized size. Unlike before, it was shimmering brightly. Although Prince Domino had turned into a humanoid, he absolutely had nothing similar to them besides the body structure. Prince Domino has finally gotten serious and transformed into his dragonoid form, Michael expressed in excitement. "I have judged thousands of games, and this is still my first time seeing a royal dragon using this form live in a game. If even a veteran judge had yet to see this form live, there was no need to speak about the viewers. Damn. It's been so long since I have heard about the dragon's humanoid form. I forgot that it even existed. That's understandable, only the royal family are capable of using this form. Besides some occasions that require them to minimize their size, they almost never bother to use it. Don't forget about their pride in their original shape is also playing a massive role in this. Although the viewers might be a bit ignorant about the dragonoid form, they still knew some common knowledge and rumors revolving around the royal family. Especially when it was quite mysterious and more powerful than the rest of the dragons, making them bow under its ruling for eons. While the viewers were discussing this, Prince Domino had already reached the rock's copy in the blink of an eye. With his new transformation, his speed had been boosted significantly, making him able to travel at least 4 times the speed of sound. Believe it or not, his speed had already surpassed Felix even when using his supersonic mode. Come! Prince Domino shouted feverishly as he clashed with the rock's copy head-to-head. Although his speed was still falling shorter than Rock's copy, he was still able to keep up with him, unlike Summer Spirit and the others who weren't able to even see Rock's silhouette. Whoosh whoosh. Able to catch up or not, the Rock's copy didn't care as he kept manifesting wind blades and sending them in his direction akin to homing missiles. Prince Domino didn't evade them as everyone anticipated, but actually blocked them with 2 dark flame slashes. The wind blades collided with the dark flame blades, resulting in a thunderous explosion like oil meeting with fire. Yet, Rock's copy didn't pause his barrage one bit, knowing that no matter how much Prince Domino tried, he would never be able to keep up with his wind blades. In the eyes of the viewers, he was more than right. How could one contest in abilities showdown with someone capable of creating hundreds of abilities capable of splitting even space? However, the current sight before them made them think otherwise. Prince Domino, with his small stature, was evading the wind blades akin to a butterfly dancing under the rain. Only in this case, Prince Domino wasn't being touched by a single wind blade, no matter many ones fired in his direction. The most shocking part? He was counterattacking at the same time, sneaking a few dark fireballs and other projectiles here and there. Alas, just like he was quick enough to evade everything, the Rock's copy wasn't going to let anything touch him. Just like that, there was a deadlock between the two, creating a truly mesmerizing symphony of explosions and destruction. Not bad. To keep up with the Rock's copy at 5% of his strength is really something. Lord Quetzalcoatl praised with a head nod. It's expected. He is part of that royal family. Siren shrugged her shoulders. The fact that his flame-unique attribute is corrosion and decay makes him own the highest chance to become the new Elder Dragon. Corrosion and decay, those are truly some dreadful attributes to be gifted with. Cyclope said. The royal family consisted of many dragons with the so-called ancestral bloodline, unlike the rest of the red dragons. Just like Prince Domino, other royal dragons were gifted with attributed sacred flames. White dragons were capable of spewing healing white flames. Black dragons were capable of spewing corroding dark flames. Green dragons were capable of spewing soul-draining green flames. There were more unique attributes that separated the royal family from the rest. The attributed sacred flames weren't the only thing inherited from the ancestral dragon, as the royal family members were simply incomparable in strength with the other red dragons. Currently, Prince Domino was re-establishing this very fact under the dumbfounded looks of the viewers. 3 minutes in, and he was still fighting toe-to-toe with the Rock's copy, not getting hit a single time. Sure, he had yet to touch the Rock's copy as well, but what mattered the most was going unharmed. This was more than enough to impress the primogenitors. Pass, right? Naturally, he is a different breed than the other kids here. I vote in favor too. Everyone voted in favor of allowing Cheruf's team to pass the 10th floor after such a brilliant solo display by Prince Domino. If only the voting was based on majority in Felix's situation, he wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble against Mananangle. The fact that he had killed 13 copies, and he still was stuck in the 10th floor was simply inconceivable. Congratulations, challengers. You have successfully impressed the ancestors and obtained the right to move on to the 11th floor. Time taken, calculating, 35 minutes and 11 seconds. Abruptly, Prince Domino stopped his fight midway after hearing those notifications and seeing that the Rock's copy was breaking into light particles. Instead of being pleased and happy that he passed the 10th floor, Prince Domino frowned in irritation while glancing at his horrific long claws. Still too weak. I couldn't even touch his feathers when he was at 5% of his strength. How can I beat my brothers and sisters in the upcoming traditional ceremony? Prince Domino tightened his fist. I need to work harder than anyone else if I want to become the next Elder Dragon. Captain, you really did it. Summer Spirit gave him a look filled with respect while breathing fire 4 times through his nostrils. As long as I live, I will never doubt you again. The rest followed him and showed Prince Domino the same amount of respect. It was understandable. Dragons respected the strong. Prince Domino had just demonstrated that he could do what 4 of them failed to achieve without getting even a slight injury. Enough of that. Prince Domino inquired in intrigue. Tell me, did the Dragonslayers team pass the 10th floor? Looks like they are still struggling. Summer Spirit showed him the list that was displaying their team finally overthrowing Felix's team. I see. How disappointing. Prince Domino shook his head. I guess the Dragonslayer doesn't amount that much against the real deal. The viewers and the primogenitors were left at loss for words after hearing him disgracing Felix like this in public. Motherfucker lizard. I dare you to stand by what you said later on. On the other hand, Asna wasn't having it at all. She was already pissed off after seeing Felix getting treated this unfairly. Calm down, Miss Asna. Mistress Candace smiled coldly. Leave him be. The more arrogant he acts, the more foolish he will appear when he sees the replay. This is so irritating. Asna still hadn't cooled off even after hearing so. She knew that Felix's chances to win the game had just plummeted to the bottom of the abyss after the dragons had gotten their pass in less than 40 minutes. They would continue their climb while Felix was still waiting for the other teams to get eligible for alliances. This would take hours. Even when Felix get allied and sent to another floor with his teammates, it would require them some time to deal with the new primogenitor. What if he landed against Saurus or Wendigo? The same scenario would reoccur again while the dragons were still climbing steadily. It's hard. It's really hard. Asna murmured while baiting her nails. I don't see a way of Felix winning this at all. Master Felix is a miracle worker, Mistress Candace said optimistically. As long as he doesn't give up, he will always find a way to turn things around. I do hope so. I really do. Damn it, the dragons have surpassed us. Weber cursed in anger as he displayed the ranking list before his teammates. It was bound to happen. Felix sighed. I just didn't expect it to be this fast. Hopefully, they land in a floor that requires finesse to waste their time. Nina wished. At this point, they could only pray for the goddess of luck to take pity on them and slow down the dragon's climb until they catch up. A couple of hours later, Cheruf's team had climbed to the 12th floor while almost everyone were still stuck at the 10th floor. For the dragons to take such a long time to conclude just one floor, this made Felix understand that the upcoming floors would have a significant increase in their conclusion duration and difficulty. Just like the rules implied, after each ancestral floor, the difficulty jumps significantly. You have been stuck in the ancestral floor for too long. Would you like to ally with another team? It's here. Suddenly Weber jumped from his place in excitement after hearing the notification. The others weren't as thrilled as him, but they were still happy that some progress would finally occur. We accept. Felix agreed for everyone. A team will be dispatched in a few seconds. Prepare to receive them. FCK this shit. The instant Weber heard so, he immediately snapped and started breaking trees around him in anger. Landlord's team are really in a luck drought. Michael smiled wryly as he clarified. Having a team sent to them will force them to fall down by a floor after Elderman and Angle will choose to pass the other team. In other words, Felix's team would become the last in the ranking as they would need to repeat both the 9th floor and the 10th floor. It's doomed. Rotspawn massaged his eyelids in frustration. Doomed or not, let's just try our best, Felix said with a faint smile. As the captain, he would never show that he had lost hope even when the odds were stacked against his team. Hello everyone. We are here for the rescue. Abruptly, a message was sent to them by the magnifier, making their eyelids twitch. Soon, 5 space worms exited a dimensional rift and floated around them. I didn't expect you guys to be struggling this hard too, the magnifier said. Things happened. Felix wasn't in the mood to elaborate. So where is Menangle's copy? The magnifier dropped the chit-chat and wondered. You guys are sitting in the center of the map. Does Menangle's copy prefer staying in the corners? He is dead. Rotspawn answered bluntly. Ha! Naturally, his answer had threw the space worms off. I didn't think you guys will be in the mood for jokes when the dragons are 2 floors ahead. The magnifier snickered. In his eyes, it was impossible for the copy to be dead. Yet they were still stuck in his floor. Unfortunately, neither Felix nor the others were in the mood to explain it in detail. It was already shitty that another team would take advantage of their effort and pass the floor. Why would they waste time explaining it to them as well? Let's scout ahead. The magnifier frowned. I don't know if they had given up to spew such bullshit, but I refuse to be stuck here with. Congratulations, challengers. You have successfully impressed the ancestral vampire and obtained the right to move on to the 11th floor. Time taken, calculating, 30 seconds. The magnifier tiny mouth was widened in disbelief and bafflement after those 3 notifications resounded promptly in his mind. When he glanced at his teammates and saw that their reaction was more or less the same, he knew that he wasn't tripping. How? What? Why? The fuck is going on here? The magnifier kept looking around him in utter confusion, not daring to believe that he was given the right to pass the ancestral floor without even seeing the copy. At the start, when he realized that his team was teleported to ally with Felix's team, he knew that their situation was fucked. After all, he didn't forget that he had sworn to assist Felix's team against the primogenitor's copies at the ground floor. That's why he greeted them with that rescue joke, knowing that his team would be the one downgraded a floor. But now, he had no idea what to think anymore. Safe journey. Felix wished him calmly while breaking into light particles with the rest of his teammates. Just like the space worms received notifications that they passed the floor, his team had also received notification that the 9th floor was welcoming them. Wait! Tell me what the fuck happened here. The magnifier shouted, not able to accept this God-sent opportunity falling into his lap like this. Watch the replay, Felix said one last time before disappearing from the floor, leaving the space worms more confused than ever. Sigh, the game is ruined, let's meet in the after the party. Lord Dune shook his head in disappointment while standing up. He nodded at the elemental lords and the others before teleporting away, not planning to remain and watch the game anymore. I hope you guys are happy, Thor said coldly as he eyed the Darkin faction members. If it was just Thor giving them this look, Saurus and the other 2 wouldn't even bother to glance at him. Unfortunately, almost all primogenitors were displeased by how things turned out. A beautiful and entertaining concept that involved them in the games was ruined just like that by him. From this point on, there was no way in hell the primogenitors would agree to include themselves in the games anymore. What's the point if their conflicts would make them biased? Even though Lord Dune had left the gathering, the game still carried on and the primogenitors continued watching it. The only difference was that the Darkin faction members were being excluded from most conversations as no one wanted to deal with them at the moment. This was the price they had to pay when they brought in their conflict within a game that was meant to liven the atmosphere and entertain them. Still, the show must go on. 3 days later, 1 hour before the end of the game, Cheruf's team is still ahead by a whole 2 floors than the second runner, Dune's team, Michael commentated. I think this is it. There is no way to catch up to them when those floors take hours to conclude them. Michael didn't even bring up Felix's team, knowing that it was even more impossible for them to catch up. At the moment, Felix and his teammates were struggling in the 14th floor, trying to finish the challenge as fast as possible. Unfortunately, the challenge required them to spend 10 hours of constant battling against desert monsters. There was no leeway on reducing the time. It wasn't like they had gotten unlucky with the challenge or such. Everyone had faced the same situation after passing the 10th floor. Even Cheruf's team were subjected to those long-ass hours missions. However, because they were so far ahead from everyone else, it didn't affect their lead whatsoever. On the other hand, Felix and his teammates had truly given it their best and everyone cheered for them. They were dropped to the 9th floor, turning them into the last team in the game from being the first. Yet still, they battled their way to the 10th floor and managed to impress the ancestors after landing against the light primogenitor, Amaterasu. It was a difficult and peculiar battle, but still, They earned their way to the 11th floor. Unfortunately, the instant their feet touched the 11th floor, Felix realized that the game was truly doomed for them. The missions took a long time to finish and they had no more clues to assist them. Even then, he didn't dare to raise the white flag before his masters and gave the best performance he could muster. It was a glorious performance, all right, as he had managed to help his team climb from the last rank to the 3rd rank, passing all other teams besides Dune's team and Cheruf's team. Too bad. Cheruf's team lead was simply too much for anyone to catch up. 5 minutes have remained, Captain. Weber informed Felix with a dejected expression. I know, Felix replied while slicing up tens of sand monsters with a single swing of his battle-axe. There were thousands of them popping out akin to mushrooms around them, making him go absolutely wild with his battle-axe. He didn't care anymore about the game, the win, the bets, the unfair treatment, or anything that could bring down his mood. He just kept slicing, slicing, and slicing until his arms went numb and his skin completely tainted with blood. When his teammates saw him like this, they refrained from mentioning the time again and focused on their own sides of the battlefield. Seconds went by, then minutes. Before long, the game had reached its last 10 seconds. Michael and the viewers started the countdown while most teams stopped carrying on their mission and started staring at the sky, waiting for the final announcement with disheartened expressions. 3, 2, 1. Michael brought the same near his lips and shouted as loud as possible, "Make some noise for your winners. Cheruf's team." Clap, clap, clap. Out of respect for Cheruf, the viewers had no choice but shower the dragons with a round of applause. Whether they liked Felix or not, they all knew that if Felix's team wasn't treated like crap by Mananangle, the outcome would have been different. Even the dragons in the stands knew that Felix and his teammates were robbed in this game. Absolutely robbed. A brief moment after the game ended, all the surviving players had been teleported to the arena. The spectators started cheering for their own teams, comforting them over their loss. How nostalgic, it's really been a while. Felix smiled bitterly as he eyed the big screen, displaying the names of the winners. This time, his name wasn't on it. In his previous life, he was used to losing at least 40% of his games, making him immune to this raging sense of failure. Still, hearing the viewers' sympathetic applause was truly much worse than getting booed. Dragonslayer, I wish we have met in different game. Prince Domino appeared out of nowhere and said indifferently. This win brings me no pleasure when we haven't clashed even once. But this should be enough to let you understand that not all dragons are the same breed. Felix sized him up for a few seconds before smiling sincerely. Congratulations on your victory. Then he ignored him and went to comfort Weber, who wasn't taking the loss as good as him. Still acting arrogant, humans are truly something else. Prince Domino frowned as he eyed Felix's back. Clap, clap. Abruptly, the spectators began another round of applause while eyeing the large screen. When Prince Domino and the players lifted their heads, believing that they were applauding most likely for their highlights. They were right, the screen was displaying best highlights of the game. It showed Prince Domino's 1 versus 1 against the Rock's copy, Kumiho's team ingenious strategy to charm the Kraken's copy, and other noteworthy highlights. He is really strong. Felix couldn't help but compliment when he saw Prince Domino's solo performance against the Rock. He knew that if it was him, his senses wouldn't even be fast enough to catch the Rock's movement. Don't even mention evading his wind blades or hit him. Sure, he had teleportation and void domain, but they were quite useless against much faster targets. On the other hand, Prince Domino's strength was purely physical. A truly well-deserved victory. Felix smiled. What kind of bullshit are you spewing? Asna's angry voice suddenly popped out in his mind. Deserved victory? Huh. If you weren't held back for hours in the 10th floor, you would have definitely won this. You were robbed. I tell you, you were robbed. It might seem like Asna was trying to comfort him, but she was telling the truth. Felix had such a giant lead, it would have been harder for the dragons to catch up to him after he climbed past the 10th floor. You think I don't know that? Felix shook his head. Then why are you calm and beating yourself down? Asna crossed her arms in irritation. You should be pissed and flipping the finger for those 3 darkened bastards. I am not beating myself down. Felix tightened his fists as he eyed Prince Domino. I have simply realized that my strength is truly meager before tough situations. Think about it. I have been relying solely on my void domain to cause damage to the primogenitor's copies. It didn't matter whether I used my allies as markers or my weapon, I am always forced to lean on it. Felix smiled bitterly. You think I can do the same in the real world? Sacrifice a legendary weapon, or worse, mark my friends and send them to their doom. Real strength is what Prince Domino displayed against the Rock's copy. That's what I should aspire to reach instead of patting myself in the back for coming up with cheesy strategies that will most definitely fail flat in the real world. Losing the game was painful, all right, but Felix felt at peace with it even when he was mistreated poorly. He needed a wake-up call desperately, and this loss had made him understand that his tricks had a limit. They would not save him always from every pit he ends up in. Real strength and power should be his primary weapon and strategies as his support. Looks like you are finally ready to give up on Lord Cow's bloodline. It's time to move on. Felix nodded. Felix always thought that Lord Cow's bloodline was too good to be replaced, making him dread the thought of losing his void abilities. He couldn't imagine himself without the ability to enter the void realm alone or blink wherever he wants, not mentioning other amazing void abilities. But now, he realized that he had reached the ceiling with this bloodline. It was truly the time to move on. Captain, it's our highlight. Look. Weber abruptly interrupted his thought process by shouting next him. When Felix lifted his head, he saw that it was displaying an edited montage about their battle against Mananangle's copy. It showed everything that occurred, making the players unable to look away in disbelief and shock. All of them thought that it was weird for Felix's team to be stuck in the 10th floor for hours when they were able to even slay Erebus' copy. So, that's what happened. The magnifier turned around to glance at Felix in a daze. His teammates were as astounded as him, not daring to believe that Felix had truly spoken the truth when he told them that Nananangle's copy was dead. The hell? They actually killed 13 copies, and they still weren't given the pass? Time Watcher knitted his eyebrows as he eyed the primogenitor's lounge that was at the top of the arena. He disliked Felix and his team for making their climb hell from the ground floor, but he respected the hustle. He would have done the same if he managed to gather all the keys. So, when he realized that the only reason Felix and his teammates had their lead ruined was due to a primogenitor's interference, he absolutely abhorred it. Most of the players in the arena felt the same. All of them were proud, radiant players who had reached their rank by hard work and grit. None of them would have enjoyed their victory if it was manipulated in any way or form by outsiders. If even those players were feeling like this, the dragons had it much worse, especially Prince Domino. He felt humiliated, embarrassed, and mostly outraged. He was angry at no one but Mananangle, who ruined the game for him like this. What a fucking waste of time. Prince Domino cursed in resentment while walking back to Felix. When he reached him, he apologized with a pissed-off expression. I am sorry about how things turned out to be. I had no idea that your climb has been interfered like this. Consider this game as never happened. Felix was surprised by his sudden change of attitude. He believed that he was merely another arrogant prince, who decided to join the game for the sake of teaching him a lesson at any cost. Looks like I have misjudged him. Felix smiled faintly. I disagree. I believe that you deserve this win. Don't patronize me, Dragon Slayer. Prince Domino eyed him in irritation. I would rather leave the royal family than accept this result. Not waiting for Felix to replay, Prince Domino eyed Michael and said one last time, the same applies to the reward. You can give it to Elder Mananangle. He was a key individual in this victory. It will be disrespectful to not reward his efforts. After lying down such a nasty burn, Prince Domino teleported right away, leaving Felix, the viewers, and the primogenitors at loose for words. Little fucker. Daring to insult me in public like this. Mananangle gritted his teeth in fury after taking another hit in public. I vote for giving Mananangle his reward too. He truly worked hard. Thor didn't miss such a free opportunity to stamp on Mananangle while he was down. I concur. Jormungandr raised his hand as well with a faint smirk. Lady Sphinx and Aspodok alone followed their lead, not caring about the infuriated looks on the Darkin faction members. Just as Saurus wanted to defend his ally, he was shocked to see that Erebus, Siren, Lady Yggdrasil, and more of his peers started to raise their hands too silently. Oh ho! Even Felix's masters were surprised by the initiative, It started as a joke, but it looked as if it was actually going to happen for real. In a mere few seconds, only the elemental lords had their hands down. Even though they didn't raise them like the others, they also refused to glance at Mananangel, treating him like air. Looks like the majority agrees. Thor snickered as he requested Joragumo tell Michael to name him as the owner of Prince Domino's reward. Will do. Joragumo agreed. You dare. The moment Mananangel saw that they were being for real, he finally couldn't take it anymore and snapped at them. He couldn't imagine the humiliation that would follow after his name get called. It might seem insignificant, but it really wasn't. Mananangel's name would be recorded forever as one of the winners in this event. Anyone who sees it would always wonder why was a primogenitor's name included in the winners list. This would allure them into reading about his biased interference in the game. In other words, his actions would be immortalized forever and ever. Why won't we dare? Thor wasn't fazed at all by his outburst. We took a vote on it. Are you certain about not accepting the verdict? You! Mananangel could only eye him murderously, knowing that nothing he said was going to change the outcome. Whenever the primogenitors gathered, all decisions that affected them were voted on by everyone. Since it was extremely difficult for them to be biased against each other due to their neutrality, the decisions taken were always honored. If Mananangel decided to keep causing a scene and not accept their decision, he would be truly shunned out of the circle for real. This had nothing to do with Felix or even the game. All of them simply believed that Mananangel needed to be punished at least a little for ruining the game like this. Let's go, brother. Wendigo frowned as he patted Mananangel. It looks like our friends aren't thinking straight today. No one bothered to comment at his snarky remark. They simply watched them disintegrate into light particles while still seething. Are we really doing this? The moment they left, Joragumo had gotten cold feet and decided not to contact Michael. It has to be done. Aspidocalone stressed. His biased actions have made us look like fools before our descendants. If he doesn't get punished, everyone will start thinking that our interferences are the norm, and this will affect their performance in the future games. Indeed, Thor supported. I understand his hate for us, but taking it on our team in such an unsavory way is truly unpleasant. If their teams have landed against my copy, I would have never blocked them like that. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Seeing that no one was against it, Joragumo could only respect their decision and contact Michael, telling him exactly what he needed to say during the awards ceremony. Mother, I won't get in trouble for this, right? Michael gulped fearfully at the thought of making such a damning announcement. Stop being a scaredy cat and do it, Joragumo chided. Will he dare lay his fingers on you in my presence? As you command. After 5 minutes break, the award ceremony had finally started. All the teams were required to remain in the arena since the award ceremony would include even the rewards for the best 3 performers in the entire event. Under the envious eyes of the players and the applause of the viewers, the dragons began accepting their prizes, one by one, until Prince Domino's turn arrived. Since he wasn't here and he clearly refused to acknowledge his prize, everyone thought that it would be given to the second best performer in the team. Under direct orders from the ancestors, it has been decided that Elder Mananangel will be receiving the last treasure. Michael felt like his back was being pierced by 3 sets of eyes with each word that came out of his mouth. He wasn't imagining it at all as the Darkin faction continued watching the stream after they left the gathering, believing that their peers might hold back from embarrassing Mananangel like this. Alas, they really did it. Those motherfuckers really went for it. Shocked and peeved, Soros could only stare at the dumbfounded and horrified looks of the viewers after hearing the announcement. As for Mananangel, he was too angry to even comment. Hooah! When the crowd noticed that Michael was being for real, they all exploded in a frenzied reaction, not daring to believe that Prince Domino's joke was actually taken seriously by their ancestors. Sheesh, they really did him dirty. Felix raised his eyebrows in surprise as he glanced at the primogenitor's lounge. He deserves even worse. Asna laughed in amusement. Still, this is good enough to ruin his week. Neither did Felix nor the rest of the players thought that the primogenitors would take action against Mananangel. After all, he was one of them, and it wouldn't look good to make an example of him in front of their descendants. Only now were they reminded that each primogenitor had a strong, unbreakable character. They could play politics, but when it was time to take actions, they wouldn't hesitate to act even against one of their own. Let's carry on with the ceremony. Michael hastened the ceremony, not daring to piss off Mananangal even further. Throughout the entire event, we have witnessed many wonderful battles and extraordinary performances. To award those players who pushed themselves to the limit, the ancestors have prepared those special goodies. Michael beamed 3 shimmering treasures that made the players salivate just by the sight of them. For the third best performer, you will be rewarded with perfect photographic memory potion, Michael announced while highlighting the potion. All the players glanced at the primogenitor's lounge with hopeful eyes, knowing that they would be the ones voting on the 3 best performers. So, what do you think? Siren inquired while glancing at her peers. If Prince Domino was still here, I would have voted for him, Kumiho said. Indeed, his performance in the last game does warrant him to win at least the 3rd prize. If Prince Domino participated in the other 2 games, he would have had much better chances at being the 1st or 2nd rank in the event. I guess we can vote on Rotspawn or Weber for 3rd place? Thor praised. They did well in both games, and if it wasn't for that retard, they would have won 2 games back-to-back. Agreed. Sounds good to me. Pick one then. The primogenitors agreed with his opinion. Compared to the other players, those 2 had been pretty active in both games and actually reached the top in them. Still, only one of them could be chosen since the 2nd and 1st place had already been decided. After a brief discussion, they had decided to name Weber as the 3rd best performer because of his cute personality, since their performance was truly too close. Quieten down, everyone. I have received the verdict. Michael raised his hand in the air to silence the noisy crowd. When he saw that everyone was staring at him intensely, he smiled widely and pointed his finger at Weber. Congratulations, Sir Weber. You have been selected as the 3rd best performer in the event. Clap, clap, clap. A thunderous applause followed as both the players and the viewers weren't disappointed with the decision. Weber enjoyed great popularity due to his sweet and chatty personality. Congratulations. Felix smiled while patting Weber in the foot, truly happy for him. You are about to have perfect memory. You better read some books, or I beat you up, Barbie Claw warned. Hee hee. I really didn't think I will win something. Weber smiled foolishly as he took in their teasing. Soon, the applause died down and Michael took the opportunity to introduce the winner of the 2nd rank. Summer Spirit, your performance has been brilliant in both the 2nd and 3rd game, which pleased the ancestors. Michael beamed a golden small ring and smiled. They felt that no one is more deserving of this ring than you. No one was shocked to hear his name, knowing that he was the only one who reached the finals of the tournament and also the winner of the last game. Summer Spirit nodded respectfully at the primogenitor's lounge and refrained from making a scene, even though he had won a ring with a habitable dimensional ring in it. Such a treasure couldn't be bought or traded even if one wanted, since it was crafted personally by Elder Cyclope. Last but not least, Michael beamed a small slip of normal-looking paper and held it in his hand like he was touching the most precious treasure in his life. A piece of Lord Osiris' death note, capable of extinguishing the life of any person with their names written on it. Michael explained while breathing a bit ruggedly. Although it was merely a UVR copy, he felt like he was holding the fates of everyone in the universe. Technically, not everyone, since Lord Osiris had limited its use to only those below race leaders and such, but it was still a big deal. The MPV of this year's event and the owner of this extraordinary weapon is... The moment Michael paused, everyone turned to glance at Felix with mixed looks. A few were happy for him like Selfie and his teammates, but the majority were looking at him like the Grim Reaper walking among them. Everyone knew that Felix was the most consistent performer in all 3 games. Even the haters had no way of disparaging his achievements, as he was the only one to win 2 games back-to-back and get robbed out of the last one. If he wasn't robbed, he would have been one of the first players to win 3 games in the history of the yearly gathering. Not needing any further introduction, Michael extended his palm at Felix and hallowed passionately. Give another round of applause to your unanimously decided MVP, Landlord. Clap, clap, clap. Roar, roar. Some clapped, some roared, some screamed. All it mattered was that no one pulled back in their cheering besides the 3 known hateful races. Thank you. Felix smiled faintly as he waved his hand in appreciation. Not a single human was in the stands, yet he was still shown love and support, thoroughly different from what he went through at the very beginning of the event. Heh! They are most likely scared of the death note. Asna chuckled. At the moment, everyone will try to either befriend you or fuck off from your path. When Felix had received the death note's slip by Michael, he also felt that the atmosphere had changed around him. The viewers were still cheering and the surrounding players were clapping their hands too. But he could see true dread in their eyes. In fact, some of them refused to even look at him straight in the eyes. So, this is the power of a god of death. Felix smirked while pocketing the slip of paper. Not bad at all. Although he appreciated the feeling of power it gave him, Felix wasn't planning to keep the death note's peace. He was going to trade it in for a favor from the primogenitors. In Felix's eyes, there was no point in keeping the death note's peace. It was much better to use its deterrence to keep others in check. After all, how would they know whether he had it or not if he didn't expose the fact that he traded it for a favor? If it was able to kill even race leaders or beings above them, then he would never trade it with anything else. Alas, he had no use for a weapon that was capable of killing those within his own reach. After the ceremony ended, the teams were told to join the after-party if they were interested in participating. Felix was planning to pass on it since the primogenitors would be having their own separate after-party. Instead of wasting his time in it, he went to take a long night of sleep after being awake and active for 3 days straight. The next morning, Felix could be sitting with his masters and Asna at a long rectangle table that was headed by the ever-so-mysterious Lord Cows. "What's the purpose of this meeting?" Lord Cows inquired calmly. "I have traded my MVP reward for a favor," Felix requested with a firm tone. "I would like to receive it from you." Lord Cows looked at him for a few seconds before nodding. "What do you desire?" "I was wondering if you can make a suit that is immune to void energy?" Felix asked with a hopeful tone. Felix was thoroughly over getting nude every time he needed to enter the void realm or use his void domain. Although his shame had died a long while ago, it didn't mean that he liked going nude. He would rather trade the Death Note's piece for a more practiced suit that would keep his integrity for the next years. "If that's your request, then there is no need to waste a favor for it," Lord Cows assured. "I will make one for you in the upcoming days." Felix was delighted to hear so. Although he came for a suit like the symbiote suit, he didn't really know if it was possible for Lord Cows to make it. Now, it wasn't just confirmed he would be getting it for free. He was truly over the moon. "Thank you, Lord." Felix bowed his head in appreciation, not planning on rejecting his goodwill. He knew that Lord Cows must have been pleased with his performance in the event to hand him this reward. Lord Cows nodded at him and asked, "How is little Nimmo doing?" "Great, actually." "Wait, let me bring him." Felix swiftly teleported Nimmo from the playhouse in his UVR's room. The moment Nimmo saw Felix, he jumped in his arms and began rubbing against him cutely. His size had already grown to almost the size of a dog, making Lord Cows pleased by his growth. "Good, keep taking care of him well." After checking on Nimmo, Lord Cows nodded at Thor and the others, then he teleported away. "For the love of me, I have no idea what plans he has for Nimmo." Thor scratched his beard in intrigue. "We don't need to worry about any of this," Lady Sphinx said composedly. By the time he would have a use for him, Nimmo would have already gained intellect surpassing most races and strength capable of bringing galaxies to ruins. At that time, Nimmo can take care of himself. "I kinda don't want him to grow. He is already losing his cuteness." Asna pouted while rubbing her face with Nimmo's soft black fur. Are you whining?" Asna narrowed her eyes at him dangerously. "You already forgot about your mother's love?" Although he didn't inherit his memories, he still remembered Asna's bullying deep in his soul. Knowing that he couldn't do anything to her, he eyed Felix with a beseeching look, seeking to be rescued. "Take one for the team." Felix looked away, ignoring Nimmo's rescue calls. After Felix secured the suit from Lord Cows, he was left with an unused favor. He decided to keep it with him for now, knowing that there would come a time when it could be his savior. "Let's see what I missed." Felix opened his email inbox and started to read through the important ones sent to him by his subordinates, Earthling teammates, and his family. In his family side, Nothing much occurred besides his grandfather's restaurant chain had exploded on Federation-wide. Robert didn't ask anything from Felix or his subordinates. Everything happened organically due to the Federation leaders giving him full access to their territories and facilitating the opening of branches. When your grandson was the leader of an entire Federation, there was no such a thing as roadblock anymore. Robert wasn't the only one benefiting from Felix's status, as the rest of his family also went on their merry ways with other businesses and projects. None of them failed, even if they had the worst idea for a project, due to everyone opening the way for them, hoping to gain some favor from Felix. Felix was informed about such things, and he didn't care much. As long as they didn't use his name wantonly and to bully others, he had no problems with them earning a living. On the side of the Earthling team, nothing much happened. Everyone was still working hard to integrate with their primogenitor's bloodlines. Felix had ordered to refrain from restarting the climb until they at least reached 60% of their integration. Looks like nothing major occurred in the Federation too. Felix digested Mr. Rodriguez's reports in a few seconds and closed them with a pleased expression. He knew that, as the indirect leader, he would need to be on top of every major issue that arose in the Federation. Mr. Rodriguez wouldn't be allowed to make decisions on them by the rest of the Federation leaders, even if he was his representative. Thankfully, his overbearing title as the Void Commander was like a judgment sword above everyone, making them behave properly. After dealing with the Federation reports, Felix finally opened Malik's emails. So, they agreed to sell the entire planet for 15 billion SC? Felix rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's a little above the budget I set, but it's much better than me dealing with it personally. If it were before the game, Felix wouldn't mind going to the Fisherman clan and teach them a quick lesson on how not to be too greedy. But now, he was feeling rushed to increase his strength, and he had no time to deal with unnecessary drama just to save a couple of billions of coins. So, he contacted Malik and gave her the green light to purchase the planet. I will get it done as fast as possible, Malik assured. When they sign the contract, tell them to give you the scanned version of the hammer's remains, Felix requested. Will do, Malik said. You can expect it in a few hours. Good work. Felix nodded and hung up. Now that he had secured the remains of Thor's hammer, he needed to show its scanned version to Elder Cyclope. It would help him with assessing the damages much better and seeing the best possible way to salvage it before the real thing get delivered to him. A few hours later, Felix could be seen standing with Elder Cyclope and the rest of his masters in his modified UVR's room. All of them were staring at a towering pitch-black mountain that pierced the sky. This was Mjolnir in its cosmic form, a weapon capable of slaying the gods. Felix was simply awed by its mind-blowing size, while Thor, Jormungandr, and Cyclope were sighing in melancholy at the horrid state of Mjolnir. I have mistreated you, Thor apologized while caressing the surface of Mjolnir, making him resemble an ant touching an elephant. Maybe its soul will be restored after using it to make a new weapon? Cyclope tried to comfort him, knowing that it pained Thor more than what he showed. We both know that isn't possible. Thor smiled bitterly while pulling away from it. Please, don't mind me and do whatever you need. I will be assessing the damages now. Cyclope nodded and placed his palm on Mjolnir. Since they were in the UVR and they were dealing with a mere scanned version of the real deal, it meant that Queen AI could easily give out any data that came from her scan. Still, Cyclope refused to use her, as he was an old-fashioned forger who trusted in his experience and hands more than anything else. So, Felix and the others could only watch him touch here and there for the next few minutes without even opening his eyes. After 15 minutes passed by, Cyclope finally removed his palm and teleported next to them. I have good news and bad news. Cyclope looked at Felix and shared without nonsense. The good news is that there is an ample amount of the core material, which meant I can recreate a hammer that can stretch to the same size too. Before Felix could get CK'd at hearing so, Cyclope hit him with the bad news. Unfortunately, all the mixed-in materials were absolutely destroyed. What does that mean? Nervous, Felix gulped a mouthful. Naturally, you will need to bring the same materials or ones with equal value. Cyclope smiled. That's of course if you still want me to make you a masterpiece instead of a normal divine weapon. Ouch, you are going to suffer, boy. Thor gave Felix a sympathetic look, knowing that the hammer's core was merged with more than 10 unique and precious materials. The shit he had to go through to get them was simply unimaginable. "Master, where did you find those materials?" Felix asked. "I didn't find them." Thor chuckled. "I simply lucked out on them during my cosmic journeys. For example, Mjolnir's handle was made out of the purest moon titanium. I found out in a pocket dimension where it was filled with just moons. There were many other materials that ended up in my hands by trading with my peers, or taking them forcefully from civilizations who didn't know their true value." Thor concluded, "All in all, you are going to have a tough time getting materials with the same value, especially in this overcrowded era." Felix couldn't help but sigh in frustration. He understood that if Thor was having trouble gathering those materials while he was a god in his era, it would be a hellish experience to do the same in this era. Although the universe wasn't fully explored yet, it was believed that more than 40% had been already covered by the Alliance, leaving the other 60% in utter darkness. New galaxies and races were being discovered every day. That aside, 40% meant that a significant number of resources had been plunged already. "You don't have to freak out," Cyclope chuckled. "We have yet to even decide on the weapon's design. If you listen to my suggestions, I will make sure to not make something that requires an impossible-to-find materials." Upon hearing so, Felix's heart was settled a bit. "So, do you also want a hammer?" Cyclope inquired. Since the core material of Mjolnir would be salvaged, there was no point in making another hammer again. It was better for Felix to think carefully and choose the perfect weapon for him. "Hammer is good." Felix recalled his crescent battle axe and said with a firm tone, "But I am more comfortable with an axe." Felix has had a great time with his crescent battle axe to the point he doubted if he could even replace it when the time comes to switch to the divine weapon. After all, the divine weapon would have taken a century or even more to make, and that's when Cyclope was given all the materials. In other words, it could take even longer depending on his speed of gathering those materials. In this time, Felix would be using mainly his crescent battle axe since there was no weapon that's better than it besides divine weapons. Hence, he knew that if he was going to make a weapon, it better be as close as possible to his crescent battle axe, or all that time spent on using it would have gone to waste. "An axe? You also want its body made out of vines?" Cyclope inquired. "Yes." Felix nodded. "Do you want it to be double-edged axe, or just one-bladed axe while the other side is a blunt hammer?" Cyclope explained the difference for him. "Double-edged is more flexible since you can strike with both sides, but one-sided blade is all-rounded." Cyclope created 2 holographic images of the 2 axes and swung them at the same time. It was clear in Felix's eyes that the forces differ, as the one-bladed axe carried more punch due to the weight of the hammer's head supporting it. In addition, the hammer side can be used as a shield to block attacks due to the thickness of the materials, Cyclope added. "I see." Felix rested his chin on his palm and kept eyeing both versions of the axe. He liked the fact that 2-bladed axe can help him attack with both blades, making his battle style a bit more flexible. However, at the same time he loved the idea that the one-bladed axe could be used as a defensive measure and also as a blunt weapon. Felix understood that there would be situations where cutting and piercing wouldn't be as useful as forceful blunt strikes. "I think one-bladed axe will be better for my future," Felix decided firmly. "It will be a bit weird to get used to it at the start due to using 2-bladed axe, but I can adapt with some time." "Good decision," Cyclope nodded. Even Thor was a bit happy about Felix picking the one-bladed axe since the traces of Mjolnir wouldn't be completely erased. Now let's talk about the materials. Cyclope created a long holographic list and displayed it before everyone. Shadow satin, frost lead, electric gold, aspect lace, ancestral dragon scales, nature goddesses' ancient roots. What am I reading? Felix had no idea whether he should feel worried or not since he never heard about any of those materials. The only material that made his heart skip a beat was the ancestral dragon scales. Just the name was enough to make him know that getting this material was going to be almost impossible. The ancestral dragon was the first dragon to be ever born in this universe. His strength was comparable or even higher than some primogenitors. For such being, every single scale was being cherished and protected by the royal family. Hell, Felix doubted if even some royal dragons had access to see those legendary scales. Yet he was being asked to bring 10 of them? I told you the materials will not be easy to get. Thor smiled wryly as he eyed the dumbfounded Felix. I have some shadow satin, electric gold, and aspect lace. Lady Sphinx informed with a frown. I am missing the rest, though. Can they be replaced? Master. Felix's eyes widened in surprise after realizing that Lady Sphinx was planning to empty her treasury of such precious treasures for him. Don't give me that look. Lady Sphinx smiled faintly. I told you that I will take care of you after you won me 24 monoliths. Plus, those materials are just sitting in my treasury since they can be used only for forgery. Felix knew that she was saying so to make him feel better about accepting her assistance. There was simply no way those precious materials would be used for mere forgery. The rarer the materials, the more utilities it would have. Some materials are core ones that can't be changed, like ancestral dragon scales and nature goddesses' ancient roots, since one will be used for the body and the other to coat it. The rest can be changed for other materials of similar properties. Cyclope responded to Lady Sphinx's previous question. I see. Lady Sphinx soon displayed a holographic list before Cyclope and informed, those are the current precious materials in my treasury. Pick the ones that can be used for his divine weapon. Oh ho ho, you must really like the kid to invest this much in him. Cyclope smiled widely and began scrolling down the list. Whenever he spotted a material that could be used, he swiped it to the left. In a few moments, he reached the bottom and shook his head. You will be missing nether steel, luminous nylon, and spark cobalt. Although Lady Sphinx's treasury was rich with treasures, she was still unable to accommodate all the required materials for the divine weapon. I see. I believe nether steel can be obtained from Dwarven Empire's treasury. Lady Sphinx shared. Ever since they found this type of material, they never managed to craft anything with it and decided to put it away until the day a new legendary forger arise and do the material justice. Your intel is correct. Cyclope nodded in agreement, knowing that he was the one who handed the material to his first students, hoping that someone would be able to craft a divine treasure with it. Unfortunately, all of them failed miserably, and he had no patience to spend more time teaching them his ways after realizing that they weren't truly gifted in it, though he kept such thoughts to himself. As for luminous nylon and spark cobalt, I can ask around and see if anyone in the circle has them, Lady Sphinx said. Thank you, Master. Truly thank you. Felix could only bow his head respectfully, knowing that Lady Sphinx didn't like it when things became emotional. Don't thank me yet. Lady Sphinx sighed. You still need to obtain the nether steel, ancestral's dragon scales, and Lady Yggdrasil's ancient roots on your own. Lady Yggdrasil will probably give you some of her original ancient roots if you used the favor. But for the ancestral dragon scales, you need to figure out a way to obtain them, Thor said. Felix was a bit surprised to hear that the goddess of nature was Lady Yggdrasil, but, thinking about it closely, it made sense. Nature goddess was a title that couldn't be given wantonly to anyone. No, I want to avoid using my favor so soon. Felix shook his head. I will try other methods first. I have great rapport with her daughter and she might favor me a bit more for it. Heh, you are dreaming, kid. Cyclope chuckled. You still don't understand the true value of the ancient roots. You must have seen Lady Yggdrasil by now, right? Who hasn't? Felix nodded. In this universe, it was rare to not know the famous World Tree, who carries the Elvish 9 realms. That's because her size was as big as half the Milky Way. Though the public believed that the World Tree was some primordial cosmic phenomena instead of being an actual living entity. The only thing certain was that the elves worshipped the World Tree and treat her as their goddess. They had no qualm with executing anyone who dared to speak ill about her, especially if they were foreigners in their land. Knowing her cosmic size that would put anyone in this universe to shame, how much do you think her first ever born roots are valued by her and others? When you put it like that, Felix smiled wryly, understanding Cyclope's point. Still, he wasn't planning on using his favor now for it. There was no rush since the rest of the materials hadn't been gathered yet. He wanted to keep this favor for special emergencies only. Anyway, I don't care how you get the materials, just bring them as fast as possible, so I can begin the forging process, Cyclope said. I will try my utmost best, Felix assured with a determined tone. Good. Here is my address, Cyclope informed while sending him a long string of lines. Deliver Mjolnir's remains swiftly. Will do. The moment Cyclope heard his confirmation, he nodded at everyone and excused himself from Felix's UVR room. The moment he left, Asna, Mistress Candace, and Nimmo teleported next to them. Although Cyclope was an honest and respectable primogenitor, it was still better to keep him in the dark about Asna's and Nimmo's identity. So, what is your plan? Asna inquired in curiosity while eyeing Felix. To gather those precious and coveted materials, a plan was a must to not waste time. After all, each material was placed in a different galaxy that weren't close to each other one bit. Felix knew that he would be spending years on each galaxy until he managed to secure them somehow. I will start with the Ancestral's dragon scales, Felix decided calmly. Isn't better to start with the roots? Mistress Candace titled her head in confusion. It's better to take advantage of that lass's love for you before it evaporate due to Miss Asna. True. Asna's nose reached the ceiling after being complimented indirectly like this. Felix's eyelids twitched as he watched those two vixens allying against Selfie. First, I am not a monster to do that to Selfie. Secondly, Felix's expression turned serious. I have to enter Icarius Galaxy as fast as possible to gather the required natural treasures for my Devourer's 6th mark. Felix knew that he couldn't dilly-dally any longer about replacing his bloodline. His current strength wasn't to his satisfaction whatsoever. However, just because he was rushed, it didn't mean that he would do it right now without reaching his targeted mark. If he did so, he would end up regretting his decision immensely due to losing a large chunk of enhancement during the replacement. Well, the fountain bath is also going to boost your strength significantly, Mistress Candace disclosed. I know. Felix nodded. That's why I am saving it for my 5th replacement. The all-rounded enhancement is too good to be wasted on a mere 4th replacement. If Felix took the fountain bath while he was at merely 3rd stage, he wouldn't truly benefit from it that much. That's because the fountain bath didn't give equal enhancement to everyone. It depended on each person's strength and limits. Felix preferred increasing his limits first before going for it to truly not regret anything. I understand. Mistress Candace dropped her suggestion at once. It's best if you go now, Thor disclosed. I don't mind you skipping training your lightning affinity. You need to prioritize materials first. At the moment, Felix was actually traveling towards Thor's galaxy in hopes of increasing his lightning affinity after he mastered poison conversion technique. He intended to stay even a few years in his galaxy until he mastered both conversion techniques. But now, kicking off the forgery was a priority since the process itself would take a century or more. He could do whatever he wanted then in that period. Understood. Felix nodded. Without further ado, Felix requested the Queen to change his destination to Icarius Galaxy. There are no nearby wormholes leading to Icarius Galaxy. It is advised to head to the closest civilianized galaxy and start the journey from there. Queen informed. I forgot I am in the middle of nowhere. Felix eyed Mistress Candace and requested. I will have to rely on you. It's my pleasure. Mistress Candace smiled. Traveling through the Void Realm would shorten the duration to a mere month if he still took the wormholes in his way. Otherwise, he would take it minimum 4 to 5 years even if he used all the wormholes leading to Icarius Galaxy. That's because there were only 4 wormholes leading to Icarius Galaxy, and they were connected to the Witch Empire, Dwarven Empire, Metal Empire, and lastly, Sage's Empire. If it wasn't for the SG Alliance treaty of having the dragons being always connected with those 4 utilities races for protection, the dragons wouldn't even bother to link with any other galaxy. They prefer remaining in seclusion and away from other races, which was why their galaxy was on lockdown, making it impossible to access it without an approved visa. 3 galaxies, 3 races, 3 materials. Felix smiled faintly as he glanced at the sky. It's truly going to be a long journey. Before you start your journey, don't we have dinner to attend? Asna reminded Felix with a foxy smile. Yes. Felix sighed in exasperation at the thought of having Selfie meet Asna. He knew that Selfie was a kind and a sweet girl while Asna was simply, well, a hard-to-handle sociopath. He was certain that Asna was going to bully the life out of that girl. Hey, why are you giving me that look? Asna pouted cutely. I am not a monster. I just want to have a quick chat with her. Who knows? Maybe we will hit it off and become friends? Upon hearing so, even Felix's masters looked away speechlessly, feeling like they were listening to the devil preaching that he was a gentle angel. Bastards! Asna cursed under her breath while warning Felix one last. I expect to meet her tonight. I will see what I can do. Felix replied with a heavy sigh. Sometime later, Felix could be seen wearing his casual clothes while sitting in the same table next to two absolute goddesses. Thank God I booked the entire restaurant and hired only AI bots. Felix sweated a little while eyeing those two stunning beauties sizing each other with curious looks. Asna was wearing a scarlet short dress that was embedded with tiny shimmering diamonds at belt and neck. It matched well with her scarlet hair that was falling over her shoulders. As for Selfie, she was wearing a white traditional elvish dress that was available only for royalty. With her golden wavy hair and ocean blue eyes, she truly resembled a queen that would make kingdoms wage wars over her hand. On the other hand, Felix was dressed like a beggar. Well, he wasn't really dressed that badly, but when sitting next to those goddesses, he truly got overshadowed. Aren't you girls a bit overdressed for a causal dinner? Felix coughed. Oh my, I don't think I am that overdressed. Asna covered her mouth while glancing at her breathtaking dress. This is my usual day-to-day outfit. The tenants merely ate popcorn silently, not bothering to even comment at Asna's shameless humble bragging. It really looks gorgeous on you, Selfie complimented with a sincere smile. No, your dress looks even more beautiful. It makes me ashamed to meet you this causally. Asna replied with an honest smile too, making Felix want nothing but to bend her and spank her for misbehaving like this. She was clearly being sarcastic and trying to make Selfie feel awkward. Asna is really going hard on her. Poor thing. Do you think she can handle it? Well, if she is going after Felix, she better be tough enough to deal with Asna's bitchness. The tenants conversed with each other akin to watching a soap opera. I apologize for making you feel that way. Selfie apologized with her head bowed. It's LR. Before Asna could feel pleased at her small victory, Selfie carried on with a bitter smile. As the only heir to the Elvish 9 realms, my personal tailor doesn't allow me dress in casual public dresses like yours. The moment she finished, neither Felix nor Asna managed to utter a single word. Felix kept staring at Selfie with a dumbstruck expression, like this was the first time he was meeting her. As for Asna, her mind went absolutely blank after hearing the last sentence. It was too deadly and destructive. It kept resounding continuously in her mind. Alas, Selfie was going for the kill. She sighed in exasperation and continued on. In fact, this is the closest dress I have that makes me look less royal. Either this or my battle suit. Oh my days, this is an absolute violation. Felix exclaimed in shock, not daring to believe that gentle and kind Selfie had this much violence in her. Did I say something wrong? Selfie tilted her head cutely in confusion after seeing Felix's shocked expression and Asna's deadpan appearance. When Felix heard so, he realized that he misunderstood Selfie. She never meant what he said in a harmful or sarcastic way like Asna. She simply expressed her thoughts a bit too honestly. Cough, no. We are just feeling sad that you aren't free to dress what you want. Felix replied swiftly while kicking Asna in the foot under the table. What he said, Asna said with a kind smile the moment she woke up from her daze. Felix knew that she was up to something horrible, as there was no way she would let Selfie's remarks slide like that. Alas, he could only keep his mouth shut and brace himself. If there is someone we should feel sad about, it is you. Selfie sighed. I am truly deeply sorry for the ways things ended up in your last game. That shouldn't have happened to either you or your teammates. Don't worry about it. I have already moved on. Felix smiled. That's good to hear. Selfie sighed in relief. This made Felix develop some good feelings for her, as he could see that she was truly worried about his sake, though he still saw her no more than a friend. So, have you decided on which date you will visit my realm? Selfie inquired. Not yet. Felix shook his head. Fair warning, it will be a while. Oh. I thought you will prioritize receiving the fountain bath as soon as possible. Selfie titled her head. Aren't you planning on replacing your bloodline soon? How did you know? Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise at her guess. Well, it's really not that hard to deduct. Selphie clarified with a charming smile. I believe that after suffering such a loss, you will attempt to replace your bloodline to boost your foundational strength. Correct me if I am wrong on this one, but I thought that you will prefer receiving the all-rounded strength enhancement from the fountain bath before you replace your bloodline. Selphie paused to gather her thoughts. Based on my studies on your human bloodline system, your utilization of ancestral bloodlines, and sudden massive empowerment after each replacement, I figured out that the stronger you are when you replace your bloodline, the greater the strength boost received. In other words, your body can't handle the true enhancement boost from the ancestral bloodlines and limit it for your safety. Selphie smiled with an honest expression and asked, "Is my deduction somewhat correct?" Felix was left at loss for words, not able to answer her question. He didn't think that Selphie would be sharp enough to connect the dots and figure out almost everything related to his bloodline path. But then, he recalled that she was a 4-elemental spellcaster with mastery over time runes. If she was smart enough to understand and master even those complex runes, it should be normal for her to reach such a conclusion after digging some information about him. You are correct, Felix complimented. Not bad. Not bad at all. It's nothing. I just studied here and there. Selphie blushed a little. I never thought that high elves had such interest in humans' cultivation system. Asna narrowed her eyes at her after seeing her trying to act cute before them. You are right. Meeting and fighting Felix made me quite curious about their system and especially his own unique path. Instead of getting embarrassed by being called out, Selphie actually admitted it with an honest tone. It looks like Asna have met her match. Thor chuckled. It's hard to shame her when she is this honest with herself. Asna started to realize this fact too. How could you make fun of someone who wasn't able to pick up sarcastic comments at all? It was the same as speaking with a pure soul who had yet to get mistreated in his life. She is really a rare breed. Felix sent a telepathic message to Asna as he eyed Selphie in wonder. TSK. She is a princess, all right. Asna clicked her tongue in annoyance. No one must have even glanced at her in a wrong way before. Heh. I will make sure to crack that veil of innocence from her. You are really the incarnation of the devil. It's for her own good to not get bullied in the future. At this point, you are the only one bullying her. Not listening. If my deduction is correct, why aren't you prioritizing traveling to my realm? Selphie brought back the previous subject after realizing that Felix and Asna were conversing telepathically. She knew that they were in an official relationship and it was normal for them to converse telepathically, but it didn't mean that she liked it. I have some matters to handle in Icarius Galaxy. Felix shared, though. I intend to head to the realm after I deal with them. Although Selphie seemed pure and genuinely trustworthy, Felix still wasn't comfortable letting her know about his devourer's heart and constant need for natural treasures. Do you require assistance? Selphie proposed with a hopeful gaze. I have great connection with the White Dragon clan. Their heir is a close friend of mine. Hell no. Asna glared at Felix after seeing that he was actually considering her offer. Babe, it's the heir of the White Dragon clan, one of the 4 major clans in the royal family. Felix said with a serious tone. She can be my way in the royal family to seek a method to obtain the ancestral scales. Felix knew that the reason the dragon's royal family didn't have a name was due to its peculiar structure. Instead of having an emperor or an empress and their family members, the dragon's royal family consisted of 4 major clans. The Red Dragon Clan, the Black Dragon Clan, the White Dragon Clan, and the Green Dragon Clan. Those clans rule over all the dragons around the universe. However, there could never be peace with 4 leaders acting at once. Hence, after a century passes, the current Elder Dragon was required to battle a challenger for his throne. The challenger naturally arises from within those 4 clans. If the Elder Dragon won, he could keep his position for the next 100 years. If he lost, he gets degraded to the position of his clan elder while the challenger becomes the new Elder Dragon. Anyhow, obtaining solid connection with those 4 major clans wasn't an easy task. Look at her eyes. She is clearly not planning to help you from the UVR, but actually meet you there. Asna mumbled in annoyance. You are worrying too much. There is no way Lady Yggdrasil or the elvish officials will allow their only heir to leave their realm. Felix shook his head. Heir or not, the universe's dangers didn't discriminate. I would love to meet this friend of yours. Felix smiled. You agree? Selphie's eyes widened in happiness. Agree about WH. Give me a second. I will go pack my stuff right now. Too excited, Selphie ignored Felix's question and logged out before their eyes. Speechless, Felix could only stare at Selphie's empty seat, not daring to turn around and look at Asna. He could feel her fuming, dreadful eyes, boring a hole through his cheek, making him understand that he had fucked up big time. I can explain. You bastard. I will kill you. Alas, Asna was too pissed to listen to his excuses as she jumped on him akin to a drunken crazy woman and started hitting him in the chest with her purse. This is domestic abuse, Felix cried out loud. You better call her and tell her to fuck off as far as possible, Asna threatened while giving Felix a death stare. You know damn well I can't do that, Felix retorted while holding her arms to stop her abuse. It will make me look like I am playing with her. Trust me, she doesn't have permission to travel outside. She is purely acting on excitement. Felix was still adamant that Selphie wouldn't be given permission to visit the Icarius galaxy. He knew that she was crushing over him hard, making her make such rapid and irrational decisions. But when her crazy plan get noticed by Lady Yggdrasil or the Elvish Queen, she would be stopped immediately. For your ball's sake, you better be right, Asna threatened one last time while standing up. I am right, I know I am right, just chill out for a bit. Felix fixed his outfit while returning to his seat. With being this worked out, I guess you are starving. Screw you. Spicy chicken wings with rice and fries. I bet you wouldn't have ordered this if Selphie was still here. Felix mumbled under his breath while scrolling down the menu. Bastard. You really want to get a beat down. Asna gave him a death stare but didn't act on it, knowing that he was right. In a few minutes, both of them had 2 buckets of fried chicken and table full of side dishes. While they were feasting on their food, Selphie was in a heated discussion with Lady Yggdrasil about her sudden interest in heading towards Icarius Galaxy. As Felix anticipated, it wasn't going well for Selphie. Girl, I have never been interested in romance or such nonsense. But even I know that showing you're desperate for his love is a major red flag. Lady Yggdrasil frowned as she chided Selphie. You haven't seen his girlfriend in person. Selphie bit her lips as she retorted, even I felt attracted to her. There's no way he will give me time if I don't take such drastic measures. The moment Asna was introduced to Selphie, her mind went absolutely blank for a few seconds due to her destructive beauty. To worsen it, Asna went all out in her dress and style, making her resemble a diva coming for the kill. If it wasn't for Felix acting up to wake her from her daze, she would have embarrassed herself before Asna. Ever since then, she knew that stealing Felix from Asna was going to be even harder than understanding the time element runes. When Lady Yggdrasil saw that Selphie wasn't planning on taking a no for an answer, she could only sigh in exasperation. You are going to get hurt badly. I don't care. Selphie said with a resolved look. He already rejected me once. What's even worse than that? As they say, you can't kill what's already dead. If only you displayed this kind of determination in learning about time runes, you would have already mastered 20% of them. Lady Yggdrasil's lips twitched at the sight of her daughter's fanatic expression. She knew that elves could get easily obsessed if they wanted something badly, but this was definitely not going to be healthy for her in the long run. Whatever, you can go if you manage to convince Alfreda. Lady Yggdrasil waved her hand in annoyance. But Mom, Big Sis will definitely block me. Selphie gave her a puppy look. Can't you talk to her? She listens to all your commands. That's your problem to solve. Not planning to entertain her any further, Lady Yggdrasil kicked Selphie out of the royal garden. Selphie could only sigh helplessly and walk back to her room, knowing that if she wanted to convince the current queen, she would need a good damn excuse. I can do it as long as she doesn't find out about Felix. Selphie knew that if the queen got a whiff of her crash on Felix, she would be banned from seeing him again. It wasn't because he was a man but simply due to his race. It was known universal-wide that Queen Alfreda hated nothing more than the human race. No one knows if she was simply being racist or something horrible happened to her that was related to humans. Whatever it was, Felix would never get her approval even if Selfie spoke of him as the best human to ever exist. A few minutes later, Selfie could be seen walking towards a humongous oval milky white gate that was guarded by two fair-skinned elves in green armor. The armor was made out of green vines and leaves, making them appear one with nature. When they saw Selfie walking towards them, they lowered their heads and pushed the gate wide open for her. "Thank you." Selfie nodded politely and stepped inside. What came before her was a vast throne chamber that was vibrating with life and exuberance. Everything was colorful and well lighted, making anyone wonder if this was an actual meditation room instead of a throne chamber. There were two thin long rivers running at the sides of a yellow carpet made out of golden wheat. The rivers were filled with colorful and unique-looking fish which were swimming back and forth. The ceiling was a glass dome that allowed direct contact with the sun, feeding the mesmerizing trees and flowers situated all over the throne chamber. Naturally, there were birds nesting on those trees and paying rent with their pleasing chirps that made chamber extra lively. At the end of the chamber, a giant white tree was in the middle. Inside the trunk, there was a perfect natural-made hole that had a single big green pillow. The woman sitting on it would make souls escape from men's bodies if it meant being able to get close to her. If Selfie could be thought of as an innocent, gorgeous angel, then this woman would be seen as a natural-born goddess. This was Alfreda Olifiel, the queen of the 9 elvish realms and one of the 10 rulers of the SG Alliance. "What brings you here, Selfie?" Queen Alfreda smiled kindly like she was talking to her little sister, not displaying her overbearing authority one bit. She could only act this informal due to them being all alone in the chamber. Elves take traditions and formality even stricter than humans' royal families. "I would like to volunteer as the Furland ambassador in the upcoming heirs ceremony in Icarius Galaxy." Selfie wished. What got you this interested in representing our realm?" Queen Alfreda raised an eyebrow in surprise. She knew that Selfie was interested in nothing than understanding the runes. "After I returned from the Ancestors event, I realized that I'm missing countless interesting experiences in my life." Selfie smiled as Felix's face surfaced in her mind. "I would rather not regret not living my life to the fullest when the times come for my coronation." "I am glad you realized this sooner." Queen Alfreda smiled with a pleased expression. "So, am I allowed to go?" Selfie's cute ears perked up in happiness. "I don't mind sending you as the head of our delegation. But isn't the ceremony still a few years ahead?" Queen Alfreda frowned. "I don't think it will be proper to be this early." "I know, but I intend to stay with Anastasia," Selfie replied. "It's been a long time since we have met in the real world, and I think it's improper that I haven't visited her even once when she has visited me numerous times." "I see you have truly matured." Queen Alfreda was gratified to hear her reasoning. "So, I can tell that you are eager, but still, give me a few days to prepare for your send-off." Queen Alfreda smiled. "As the heir to the 9 realms, we can't just put you in a spaceship and send you on your merry way." As mentioned, the elves take their traditions and formality too seriously. In other words, the entire universe was going to hear about this. Usually, Selfie would have resisted hard against such irritating formalities, but at this moment, she was just happy that she was given permission to leave in the first place. "Thank you, big sis. I promise I won't bring shame to the realms while I am away." Selfie waved her hand and sprinted outside the throne chamber, returning to her room to pack up her stuff. She is a bit too excited. What happened exactly in the ancestral gathering? Queen Alfreda was still somewhat skeptical. Curious, she opened the stream replay for the event and started watching the first game that Selfie participated in. Not planning to waste time, she kept speeding up anything unrelated to Selfie. Soon, she reached her battle with Felix and watched them going at each other hard. As expected of those emotionless barbarians, Queen Alfreda's expression turned cold as she watched Felix beating her little sister to plump. Still, she refrained from commenting any further and continued watching until the end of the fight. When she saw how Selfie treated Felix's wounds, she didn't think much of it. After all, most elves couldn't resist seeing a wounded life form before them without trying to heal them. Queen Alfreda was like that in her youth too. What's going on here? Black lines started to appear on Queen Alfreda's forehead, as she started to witness a drastic change in Selfie's interest in Felix. Now, Selfie's eyes were almost always on him. The way she was looking at him had changed too. Queen Alfreda knew that look as she had experienced it when she was young and could never forget the harm it caused her. I must be mistaken. Queen Alfreda shook her head. Fate isn't cruel enough to repeat the same misery I went through for my little sister too. Right? Queen Alfreda murmured while zooming on Selfie's gleaming eyes that reflected Felix's stunning face. Guardians, go with Selfie as her bodyguards and keep a close eye on her. Queen Alfreda's command echoed in the silent, empty throne chamber. Your will is our command. Your will is our command. Your will is our command. Yet, 3 replies resounded harmoniously, coming out of nowhere. If someone tracked each voice individually, he would notice that they actually came from a fish, a bird, and a tree. There were hundreds of birds, trees, and fish in the throne chamber. God knows if all of them were guardians hidden in this manner or just a few disguised within nature. If she met that boy, inform me immediately. Queen Alfreda ordered coldly one last time before closing the stream. Oblivious to any of this, Selfie had left the packing to her servants and returned to her dinner date with Felix and Asna, finally realizing that what she did wasn't proper at all. I am so sorry. Selfie bowed her head apologetically towards Felix and Asna the moment she appeared before them. It's all right, we have taken a quick bite while you were away. Asna smiled kindly while wiping the side of her lips with a napkin. Yes, what she said. Felix's eyelids twitched at her shameless, dignified act. Just a few seconds ago, she was shoving chicken wings and legs down her throat with him, creating a mess on the table. If it wasn't for that second of delay when the body get constructed, they would have been caught red-handed with greasy fingers and sauce on their lips. Felix didn't really care since he sees Selfie as a mere friend. But Asna would have committed a suicide if her goddess appearance was ruined before Selfie. Phew, I thought you will think badly of me. Selfie sighed in relief. That won't happen. So, did Lady Yggdrasil approve? Felix with a faint, confident smirk while giving Asna a side glance. My mother agreed right away. Selfie nodded with nose and eyes crinkled in happiness. See? Ha! Felix's confident grin was stiffened the moment his brain registered what Selfie had said. She agreed, of course she did. Asna smiled kindly while eyeing Felix's crotch with a hidden glint. I am happy for you. Wait, how about the queen? The officials? Felix started to sweat while crossing his legs together at the thought of his jewels being targeted by that sadistic queen. It was a bit tricky to deal with Big Sister, but I am lucky the Dragon Heir ceremony will be occurring soon. Selfie giggled as she boasted. I have convinced her to let me get sent as our realm ambassador to spectate the ceremony. Smart. Isn't she so smart, my dear Felix, to think of that? She is. Felix didn't dare to look at Asna, knowing that he was going to suffer the consequences of his confidence after the dinner ends. I will be leaving in a few days. My journey will take 15 days at best due to being near the wormhole connecting with their capital planet. Selfie asked with a worried tone, How about you? She knew that if he wasn't nearby any of those 4 major connecting wormholes, he would take months or even years. You don't have to worry about me. Felix smiled. I will be traveling through the Void Realm. Ah, I forgot. Selfie eyed him enviously. How convenient. When you arrive at the capital Juham, send me the meeting location. Felix requested. He didn't care any more about pissing off Asna. He knew that she had already reached her boiling point and nothing would defuse her. Will do, Selfie assured. Now that we got that out of the way, what do you want to eat? Felix asked while displaying the menu. I will eat anything you order for me. Selfie blushed a little. You heard her, Felix. Asna stood up elegantly and expressed. I am feeling bloated, so I will be leaving you for now. Felix was surprised by her desire to leave. He knew that she must have been upset, but he didn't think that it would allude to this. Knowing that he couldn't remain alone with Selfie while she was upset, Felix decided to cut the dinner short and leave with her. However, just as he wanted to stand up, Asna placed her hand on his shoulder and forced him to remain in his seat. Then, Asna placed her other hand on Felix's chin and leaned closer to his face. Under the stunned looks of Selfie, Felix, and the spectators, Asna kissed him softly in the lips. She didn't leave it at that. No, sir. She pried his lips wide open with her tongue and intertwined it with his tongue for a split second. That was more than enough to send a paralyzing electrical shock through Felix's entire system, making him blank out instantly. Then, Asna pulled away from him and gave a bewitching smile while their lips were still connected with a thin line of saliva. Please stay and entertain your friend. Asna winked at them both before disintegrating into light particles.